Your home of AFL.
ABC News with Miriam McDonald. Good afternoon. The White House Correspondents' Dinner will be rescheduled after a security incident saw US President Donald Trump evacuated from the ballroom in Washington, D.C. Emily Grimenz reports.
The event was in its early stages when loud noises rang out and Secret Service agents flooded the room with weapons drawn and yelled for people to get down. Donald Trump and the many cabinet secretaries who were also attending were evacuated. According to the White House Correspondents Association, no one has been hurt, but the dinner will not go ahead tonight. Guests in the room were told Mr. Trump will give a press briefing at the White House shortly. Emily Grimenz, ABC News, Washington.
CNN anchor Wolf Blitzer says he happened to be returning from the bathroom when he found himself close to the shooting, which reportedly took place in a room just outside the main ballroom.
All of a sudden, I start hearing gunshots in the hall right near me. The next thing I knew, a police officer threw me to the ground and was on top of me. And I was listening and watching what was going on. And apparently, they got the gunman who had a major weapon there, but it was so worrisome. The noise was so loud in a small area.
The Premier says she trusts the Police Chief Commissioner after further fire bombings and shootings targeting hospitality venues in Melbourne. A bar in Chapel Street, Prahran, was set alight about 5 o'clock this morning, while several hours earlier shots were fired into the Emerson Hotel on Commercial Road in South Yarra. At this stage, no arrests have been made. It follows a string of similar incidents targeting licensed venues in recent weeks. Premier Jacinta Allen says Victoria Police is putting in significant resources into the investigations.
The criminal behaviour that we are seeing that is of great concern to everyone has the highest of priorities from the Chief Commissioner from his first day in office, in holding the post of Chief Commissioner here in Victoria. He has identified going after organised crime as a priority, and which is why we've backed him.
Large groups of children on e-bikes have been seen intimidating pedestrians and businesses in inner-city Melbourne. Vision shows a teenager delivering a speech to dozens of boys gathered at Freshwater Place in Southbank. The group yells and cheers before taking off through the shopping mall on their bikes. Police say they're aware of youths on e-bikes riding around causing issues. Southbank local Simon, who did not want his last name used, says it's a weekly occurrence, but yesterday's gathering represented an escalation in numbers.
When I went down to the lobby of my apartment building, there was about 100 to 150 youths gathered. They were filming themselves on TikTok, and they clearly had a leader of them. There was an elderly lady trying to make her way through. They started pushing her around.
Opposition leader Angus Taylor has called out booing at Anzac Day ceremonies as un-Australian. Booing and heckling from crowd members during multiple Welcome to Country speeches at dawn services in Melbourne, Sydney and Perth yesterday have drawn widespread condemnation. Mr Taylor says while booing shouldn't happen, he does think Welcome to Country ceremonies are overused.
I can understand the frustration Australians feel about overuse of Welcomes to Country. I feel that at times. Often, actually. I think it is overused. And as a result, I think they are devalued by overuse. I would like to see them used less.
The head of the United Nations nuclear watchdog says the Chernobyl nuclear disaster should not be seen as history, but as a living responsibility. Today marks 40 years since the meltdown of the fourth reactor at the Chernobyl nuclear power plant in northern Ukraine. Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency, Rafael Grossi, says work to investigate the accident and remediate the site is a global, ongoing effort.
I do not regard Chernobyl as history. It is a living responsibility. For the past 40 years, the IAEA has worked alongside Ukrainian partners to understand what happened, to communicate the truth, and to support the long journey of remediation and recovery.
To sport, and round 7 of the AFL continues today, starting with St Kilda facing off against West Coast at Docklands. The Eagles are hoping for their first victory over the Saints at the venue since 2019. Adelaide skipper Jordan Dawson is set to return for the Crows for their game against the Lions in Brisbane, and Cameron Zurhaar will play his 150th game when the informed Kangaroos take on GWS in Canberra. To the weather now for the state, partly cloudy with isolated showers developing in the west during the day. Areas of smoke haze associated with fuel reduction burning. For Melbourne, partly cloudy. The chance of smoke haze in the northeast suburbs in the evening with a top today of 26. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, 21. Partly cloudy on Tuesday, 26. It's 24 degrees. ABC News.
Are you sick of brands pretending to be your friends? Gruen would never do that. We don't care that we're coming back to Wednesday nights on the ABC. We care about you watching us.
The new season of Gruen
Starts Wednesday.
April 29 on ABC TV and ABC I.
ABC Sport.
This is AFL Sunday. AFL Sunday. On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And take us with you on ABC Listen.
Look for the AFL button.
The 31st Anzac Day is in the books and it was one for the ages. A 38-year-old Scotty Pendlebury had a career day, 43 disposals. Cameron kicks deep to full forward. Oh. Pendlebury's down there, he's getting the free. One out in the cage with young Archie Roberts, his former student. The ageless one, Pendlebury, a phenom. Pops it through. He's second of the day. And it's the biggest day he's ever had. And it was a record margin on Anzac Day, 77 points as Collingwood absolutely thumped Essendon. Jack Gunston isn't slowing down at his advanced age either. He booted 5 to sit second in the Coleman medal race.
And again, he's going to come inboard to Gunston. Greater than a 45-degree angle from about 45 metres out. It sails through post high. And like a fine wine, this man continues to age ever so gracefully. Another bag of 5 for Jack Gunston. 24 on the season. What can't he do?
And in the 29th annual Len Hall tribute match, Fremantle made it 6 straight wins as Luke Jackson delivered a goal of the year contender and then did his best to replicate it.
Tabbed back in the middle by Jackson to Brayshaw to Bolton. Handball to straight up in the air in the end. Comes to Murphy Reid. Handball to Jackson for another goal out of the middle. Luke Jackson on the left. Puts it through and takes off. They can't catch him. It was so nice he had to do it twice.
And all of that is saying nothing of Port Adelaide's 30-point win over Geelong that might be one of the biggest upsets of the AFL season so far. In behind a career night from Jason Horne-Francis. Welcome to AFL Sunday. Ben Cameron in the chair. Cameron Ling is here, as always, the Geelong Premiership player, Premiership captain, and legend in the Geelong Hall of Fame. Lingy, good afternoon. It is afternoon on this Sunday.
Good afternoon, Benny. Great to have you with us here. Clinchy just taking a little break. What's he doing? Just putting the feet up, just relaxing, resting, all that sort of stuff. No, he's got plenty of work to do, Clinchy, but it's great to have you, Benny. Good afternoon to everyone out there. Yeah, I look at Jack Gunston turning 35 years old later on this year, and I look at Scotty Pendlebury, 38, and getting 43 touches and winning another Anzac Day medal. And then I look at myself, Benny, and I realise how difficult it is to put my socks on of a morning. And I think they are incredible. They are amazing. The fact that their bodies are still doing it and not just surviving and getting by, they are thriving and in crucial parts of their teams. Remarkable performances by the old boys, but plenty to talk about today.
I must admit, Lingy, it's been a little sobering for me as well when I look at Jack Gunston and people talk about him like he's a miracle with what he's doing at 34. I'm 33. So he's a year older than me, and people are saying, gee, it's incredible what Jack Gunston is able to do at the age of 34. We'd love to hear from you. 0437 774 774. That's 0437 774 774 as we move through. Dan Houston is going to join us. There's a heap to discuss around the umpiring and how that's tracking in the competition at the moment. So we'll cover off on all of that. It is a nice starting point though, Lingy. Why are players able to play for longer than ever before and at a higher level, do you think?
Well, start with the fitness side of it, the medical side, the support, everything like that, and the way the better analysis. So the bodies are looked after better than ever from a club perspective. But Benny, it's also the players getting it. Do you remember back, I don't know, let's guess 12 years ago, 10 years ago, when it was almost groundbreaking news when Travis Boak said that he was getting a sauna put in at home so he could look after his body and maintain his flexibility, do some stretching at home. And I was like, whoa, wow, isn't he amazing? Like, you almost got to ask yourself, and I have to, as a former player, going, why weren't we doing this earlier as players, as individuals, almost driving and responsibility for our own career and our own bodies in order to keep that longevity there? The players who are playing longer are the ones who have been truly professional for longer. So Scotty Pendlebury is the ultimate example, given what he's just done. But you even go way back to when he was a young-ish player, maybe sort of mid-20s. He was already doing this, his attention to detail with his recovery, the work that he's probably doing. Does he do extra yoga sessions? Is he doing hot yoga? Is he doing core strengthening stuff on top of what he's doing? All the little work that allows his body to then be ready to train again, and then because he's training consistently, he's still able to play consistently. So that's all happening. And then we've got so much smarter as an industry, Benny, where coaches aren't saying, there's a 3 in front of your age, you're 30, you're on the way out. They realise this guy's got incredible benefit to the team in maybe some cases a slightly different capacity. We're not just going to show them the exit door. We want them playing for as long as they possibly can because they're only getting more important with their knowledge on the field, the on-field coaching, everything like that. So there's been a greater understanding of it, but also the individual players are even better prepared and more professional with what they do.
What do they say, Lingy? I think they say you're born looking like your parents and you die looking like your choices. So a lot of these athletes are making great choices with how they look after their bodies. Mick Malthouse is big also on the fact that pre-season is so limited now, that the guys who have done really long pre-seasons for long period of times are actually better served in AFL seasons now. So you look at Jack Gunston, you look at Scotty Pendlebury, and they've done infinite pre-seasons, and that might be serving them well as 5 on the bench.
Yeah, no, great shout out by Mick, because you're right. The cumulative effect of those pre-seasons, you've got that residual strength through the body. So we're talking about Jack Gunston just being able to hold off in a marking contest, or Pendlebury still through that core. He's not getting tackled to ground. That's years and years and years and years of pre-seasons and work put in. That all adds up over time. So therefore, when it comes to training and getting ready for games, or even this last pre-season, you don't have to flog a Scott Pendlebury or a Jack Gunston in order to get them up to the level. They're already at the level, and then you're just continuing to maintain and add little bits and pieces to their fitness or their body or their preparation to go. So it is a great shout out. That's sometimes where we need to be patient with young players, though, Benny, is letting them have time to have those multiple pre-seasons so their bodies can stand up to the rigours of AFL.
So just on Scotty Pendlebury yesterday, his 19th Anzac Day, which was a record.
Wow.
He went past Dustin Fletcher. He's nearly played a season of Anzac Day games. He won a record 4th Anzac Day medal. It was a career high 43 disposals in game number 431. So he's about to equal Boomer's record and then certainly go past it. Boomer's flat as a tack about that. He wanted to hold that record for his life. But when does he go past the record? Now, Craig McRae spoke about whether Scott Pendlebury would play next week post-game.
Oh, look, I won't make that now, but I probably think you're unlikely next week. We got a 5-day turnaround, and we'll make decisions early in the week, see how he pulls up. But we probably had a conversation around being maybe or maybe not. Had a lot of time on ground, which is great for today, but maybe not for next week. But we'll assess that early in the week.
So it looks like
if
he doesn't play against Hawthorn at the MCG, he might play against Geelong at the MCG, which would be the record equaling game, possibly not go to Sydney, and then he would break it in a home game against the West Coast Eagles at the MCG. So I think that might be what they're trying to orchestrate, Lingy.
Yeah, and you can't blame them. I mean, it's. I thought Boomer Harvey's record was going to stand for a long, long time as well. It's remarkable that he's got there. So you not only do you have to look after his body and manage him so that you've got him in the finals, which is where Collingwood are aiming to be. But yeah, I'm not a problem with you if you want to orchestrate it so it's a home game as opposed to breaking it in Sydney. I it's going to be incredible. Given how well he played, I hadn't quite looked ahead until Craig McRae started speaking then about that short turnaround. I just assumed he's played so well, he'll play next week. He's going to break it against the Cats in an MCG game, but it might be a couple of weeks later against the West Coast Eagles.
Steve Hocking would have been thinking, beauty. Lots of Collingwood fans, he's counting his cash, but maybe not, unfortunately, Steve. It won't work out for the Cats. Just before we circle back around to the Pies with Dan Houston about to join us, Essendon's performance yesterday, the biggest ever Anzac Day margin, 77 points. A little bit of regression for Essendon. How concerned are you by it, or are you in the camp of, well, it's not going to be linear?
Nothing is ever linear, so let's say that and then just park it for a second. I've appreciated the fact Essendon's intent and even a little bit of system and some form of players has grown for a couple of weeks. But no, you can't cop yesterday, Benny. That's not okay to play like that. It is such a showcase event. It is... Essendon aren't playing finals, and they're not playing finals anytime soon the way they're travelling. That is effectively their taste of finals, and they wilted under all the pressure of it, under the occasion of it. You've, at Essendon, as a football club, have deserved and earned that Anzac Day right to play on such a special day and be part of that marquee game because them and Collingwood were the ones that helped build it back in the day. So I'm not saying take it away from them. But if you have the honour of playing in that game and such a big occasion, as players, your pride in your own performance, you have to be better than that. That's an unacceptable performance on such a special day for Australians, but also just from a football calendar perspective, a big game. No, it's not okay to serve that rubbish up.
Well said, Lingy. Cameron Ling with myself, Ben Cameron, here on AFL Sunday. We'd love to hear from you. Lots of texts rolling in on 0437 774 774. And our next guest, well, he had 27 disposals yesterday, which would normally see you right at the top of your team's stat sheet, but not when Scott Pendlebury has 43. Nick Dacos on a, in inverted commas, off day had 42. Josh had 35. Dan Houston, welcome to AFL Sunday. Great to have you with us.
Thanks for having me on, Ben.
It's great to speak to you. Witnessing Scott Pendlebury's performance yesterday, what were you thinking?
Yeah, I think I'm one of those players during a game where I don't really know who's playing well, who's had heaps of footy or kicked heaps of goals. But, you could hear the crowd sort of raise their voice every time he got the ball, probably from halfway through the third onwards, and it come up on the scoreboard. He had 40 touches, so... Yeah, it was an amazing effort. Pendles is obviously, a really good big game player, and he's one of those blokes you want to have in your team. He just brings a level of calmness throughout the group, and I thought he did that yesterday.
Dan, well done on the performance and on the win. Can you take us behind the scenes a little bit? We were just before you came on talking about why and how older players are able to still be playing at such a high level later into their careers. What do you see from him day to day that just makes you think, oh, yeah, wow, if he's been preparing like this for 18 or 19 years, I get it. I understand why he's still playing so well so long.
Yeah, I think he's just the ultimate pro. He's all over his recovery. He knows what works for his body. And I think from week to week, there's a lot of, the club helps manage him as well. So the club's really professional with how they manage the older players. And, I don't think his GPS usually blows right up, but the way he can use his smarts to get around the ground and get the ball in the right areas, also helps him, run really efficiently across the ground too. So I think there's, multiple factors, but he's just such an amazing player to play with, to be able to have someone at 38 years of age do that. And as I said before, he brings a level of calmness throughout the group, which is, on those big occasions is priceless.
Dan, as the Pies, your team are trying to build their form as the season progresses. The one thing that I suppose we have been focusing on, the outside footy world, is the scoring and attacking. 137 points yesterday and really efficient in attack. What were the little elements that you had to add in yesterday that you allowed you guys to score so well?
Yeah, I think from week to week it's always a little bit different depending on what teams give you, and the way we scouted Essendon was that they like to get numbers back in their D50 to support their defence, and we felt like there was opportunities for us to use our numbers, lower ours a little bit, and then build the ball up going inside. So I thought, in the first half we did that really well, and we only sort of got 40, 50 points from that, and then sort of the floodgates opened. We really honed in on using up our numbers and lowering our eyes, and it felt like we were all in sync after half time, and we were able to put on a decent score in the end.
We've spoken a little bit about Scott Pendlebury. We didn't necessarily get you on to talk about all of your teammates, Dan, so I apologise, but Nick Dacos, it's hard not to talk about him. I mean, I said it as I welcomed you. It was supposedly an off day, and he didn't have his best kicking day, but he still had 42 disposals, and he was still pretty good yesterday, Nick Dacos. I mean, you see him day to day at training where he trains at full pelt. He is going flat out at training. What do you see from him?
Yeah, well, I think one thing you sort of can't take for granted with Nick is he always cops attention, heavy attention each week, and he's able to perform at such a high level under all that scrutiny and under all that pressure from, a tagger effectively. And, his speed, his work rate and his ball use, and, he's really smart with his positioning. He'll go to half back, he'll go to half forward, he might go to a wing, and, he knows how to play his opponent really well and also help us as a team.
It was your second Anzac Day for Collingwood. How did you find the week with the visitors that come into the club? I think Barry Birmingham came in and spoke to the group about his experiences as a former under-19s player at Collingwood and a Vietnam veteran. How did you find the week and what it means to play on Anzac Day?
Yeah, well, the first Anzac Day last year, there was obviously a big build-up, a lot of education about what it means to the club, the history of the game. So that was a big build-up last year. This year I'd sort of been through that, so it was a little bit more low-key in terms of, what I had to do throughout the week. But, it's such a good occasion. It's really eerie, and to be able to respect those that, fought for our country and made it what it is today is just awesome. And having 92,000, dead quiet in the stadium, 25 degrees, it doesn't get much better than that.
It certainly doesn't. It was a privilege to be in there yesterday. I felt a great sense of gratitude to be broadcasting the game and also for what the Anzacs have done for us. As we let you go, Dan, the Magpie Army, gee whiz, they made it a 50-50 crowd yesterday on Anzac Day. It was an Essendon home game, and I'm sure they'll be clamouring as we start to get towards Scotty Pendlebury's 400th game to see if they can get along to that, as it looks like it will be possibly the West Coast Eagles at home in round 11. You must be looking forward to playing in that game.
Yeah, the Magpie Army are amazing. They always show up, and they feel like the 19th man on the field. They bring a lot of energy. They provide a lot of energy for our group, and each week knowing that they're going to turn up is just such an amazing feeling for us players, knowing that they've got our back. And as you said, the West Coast game, I think it looks like it might be that game, and I'm sure the Magpie Army will be out in full force for that one too.
Dan, really appreciate your time. Great to chat to you here on AFL Sunday. Keep going well out there on the green stuff.
Thanks for having me on, Ben and Lingy. Cheers.
There is Dan Houston. He's a good man and a very good player off the halfback flank for the Collingwood Football Club. It is AFL Sunday. Continue to send in your texts. Lots coming through. Collingwood supporter here. Love Pendles. But let's not forget the guys like Michael Tuck were working full-time during the week as well as playing football.
Throw in, I think, was it something close to 100 reserves games for Tucky before?
I think 50-odd.
50-odd, was it? Thank you, Benny. Amazing.
Yeah. Is there something in? I mean, Boomer wasn't necessarily this. Pendles in some way is, but has put on some size. But I look at Jack Gunston, Dustin Fletcher, Michael Tuck. I think the way that they're built is quite long and spindly. Is there something in their longevity in that, Lingy?
Yeah, absolutely. No, build, physique, whatever you want to call it, plays into it. There's not too many really super heavy, massive guys. That's why, with I just look at my old club Geelong, where we only ever had 2 300-game players. Now we've had a group of them become 300-game players within the last decade. Tom Hawkins is the one who stands out to me as like the anomaly. He's the game's record holder. He's one of the few really heavy, big, strong, 100-kilo plus players, just because of the force that goes through your body all the time, every step you take. Generally, it's a little bit lighter. I know there's been, there's a Simon Madden and there's a Harry Madden. So I'm not saying it doesn't happen, But the ones who have that really extended lifespan of their career tend to be maybe a little bit lighter, just a little bit leaner with their build, and a lot of luck comes into it with some injuries. But, that force going through the body, it plays a huge part.
It does. I think just the ligaments that tend to maybe hold together better, that's the best theory I can come up with. I'm obviously not a physiologist, but that's about as well as I can do. Lingy, you alluded to this earlier on, and Mick Malthouse put it on the agenda immediately after the siren last night following the heaviest ever Anzac Day defeat.
You know, as a football purist, I feel really sorry for the public that have 93,000, I think, have turned up. It's such an important game. It sort of throws it out there again. Do you play the last year's grand finals?
Don't do this.
But we've got to ask the question when you have games like this. I only say that because is there an absolute guarantee that these two sides have to play? Yep, we've had it for 31 years.
31 editions.
31 years.
Always brings a crowd.
Yeah, well, that's right. We don't want them leaving at three-quarter time, though.
Yeah.
Which they have done on a few occasions.
So that was Mick Malthouse. Are you an advocate of sharing Anzac Day around, Lingy?
Not yet, Benny. No, I think both these clubs have earned the right to have a couple of bad ones. Only a couple. I'm not too forgiving with it, but I think it all looks like it's just a lay-down misère that Anzac Day will always be a huge crowd and an amazing event and that. But go right back to the very, very start, it wasn't a guarantee. These two clubs put in a world of time to educate people, players, young people, and to truly honour the Anzacs and those who've served for our country. I think they earn the right to have the occasional bad one. But if this becomes just a really ordinary fixture time and time again, we could have that conversation again at some point in time, but not yet for me, Benny. I think Essendon will get smacked for this one publicly, internally, because it was so poor. Now their challenge is next year they're going to front up. They're going to have to be a hell of a lot better in their competitiveness and their desire to fight to the very end. Otherwise, these conversations only become louder.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think these two clubs have earned the right to host Anzac Day with what Kevin Sheedy was able to do in his conception of this idea and how they've embraced the day, told the stories. I said yesterday that I feel like I've learnt so much more about the Anzacs and our military history as a country through the Anzac Day game than I have from any other element of my life, be it school or whatever else.
Yeah, and I'm with you, Benny. And that's an indictment on both of us, by the way, because we should be learning about this outside of a football game. But I love the fact that this football game has provided that education. For me now as a dad of my boys, it's an introduction to talking about the horrors of war, but also the bravery of the people who have served and continue to serve. It just invites conversations with my kids now as a way through football that we can talk about these things, both really awful parts of it and the incredible sacrifice and bravery parts of it. For now, Benny, I'm backing off any conversation of other teams doing it, but I also expect when you get that honour that you put a better foot forward than what the Bombers did yesterday.
I'm actually an advocate. I think you could have a second game on Anzac Day. I'm talking about when it doesn't fall on a Saturday like it did this week or a Sunday like it will next year. I think Fremantle, who have done the Len Hall tribute match, a brilliant service over 29 years. So it started a year after the Anzac Day game, and it was long before we had the Anzac appeal round, where every pre-match had an Anzac observance. The Dockers were doing it, and they've done it really well. And given the connection to Fremantle as a port and a significant port as part of our military history, I think you could easily have the Anzac Day game at its usual time, like a 3:15 yesterday, and then you could have a night game in Perth where Fremantle pay tribute in their own way out west. And what that does mean is when the week later, if it's a midweek game and you've got teams off a short turnaround, you have 4 teams in the crossover so that teams can play off equal rest. So it actually helps with the AFL fixture. So I think that's something Fremantle have earned and deserve.
Yep, yeah. I don't have any problem with that, Benny. But if we're talking about the marquee game, I want it to stay. But absolutely, explore those ideas. It's good thinking.
And we've seen that already with the Richmond and Melbourne game, which is just 100%. Tremendous. There are so many texts coming in. We'll try and get to a lot of them. There have been a lot of grand finals that have been fizzes, so there will always be some Anzac Day matches that are the same. That's from Peter in Balaclava. Wes in Werribee says, great win by the depleted Hawks against the Gold Coast with all of their best players on the field. We'll get back to that game slightly later on. Fremantle yesterday, Lingy, it is a nice segue into them. 6 straight wins for the Dockers. And Luke Jackson is proving to be an absolute weapon for them in the ruck and his ability to follow up at ground level. But where do you have the Dockers in your pecking order?
In a very, very good spot. And they're putting the little surge on in the competition right now with the way that they're playing as well. Really sustainable way of playing where they're scoring that. So scoring's always probably been that little issue. Justin Longmuir was clear, building the foundation of this Fremantle team on defence and teaching his mids to be able to defend, plus across the ground. The scoring layers are starting to get there. They're still clearly outstanding at defence across the ground, but the scoring is improving and it's feeling a bit more efficient while they're clocking up wins. This has been a nice build from Justin Longmuir. I know there was, I don't know, you probably know the temperature over there in Perth a bit better than me, Benny, but there was little moments over the last 3 years perhaps where the temperature went up on Justin. But I think across the board it's been a really good, solid build of where he wants this team to be able to go, which is a top tier team, not just a 6th to 8th type team, and they're showing it. So I've got them in that top few, that top 4 or 5.
Yeah, I think I'm with you on that. And what they've been able to do, Lingy, is add some dynamism and X-factor players to their midfield. So Shea Bolton, who comes in, he won the medal last night for best on ground. I mean, Jackson's going to offer a different look in the midfield, and when Darcy's been there, they've played him on ball. And then also Murphy Reid, who they've nailed in the draft at pick 15, who looks like a genuine difference maker, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. Just to go to Bolton for a second, see, this is really good coaching. I reckon Bolton, and I've said this already with Clinchy on this show, going back to last year, there were times where I thought, oh, hang on, has Shea Bolton just had this glorious Richmond career, got a massive contract, headed back home, and he's just going to plateau off a little bit. The fitness levels didn't seem to be quite at their peak. The sharpness wasn't quite there. He was still so talented that he could get by with the way he's playing, but it wasn't that true outstanding football that we'd seen him play. I reckon Justin Longmuir's clearly brought him along and said, hey, we need you back locked and at your very, very best. And clearly had a good pre-season. You know when you can just tell they've had a good pre-season? And he's flying across the ground. He's finding the footy. He's attacking. He looks dynamic in his movement. And right now, I mean, you pick the All-Australian team in this very second. Shea Bolton's right. Just put the magnet on the board. He's been unbelievable this season.
Yeah, so he's had 6 games of 30 disposals or more in his career. He's had 3 this year.
Yeah. And kicking goals still. Still getting goals, still score involvements, everything. It's forward half dynamic play. It's not cheap garbage. Shea Bolton doesn't get cheap garbage stats.
And for Carlton, obviously, there was a late withdrawal of Ollie Hollins after a big emotional week for him. This is what Michael Voss had to say post-game.
We come to win this game. You know, there's confidence growing in this group about what we can do, and we're as I said, I think we're a way better version than what we were 4 weeks ago. We're a bit more balanced in each phase, but clearly we've got this really obvious gap that we've got to continue to narrow.
They do have a bit of a gap to narrow, and it did feel again last night, Lingy, like their midfield transition was exposed. So
it was.
That's
they
been
were better
well
though. They were better. They've taken a step forward. I agree with Vossi there.
That is Cameron Ling. I'm Ben Cameron. This is AFL Sunday. For your Sunday, 0437 774 774 is the number. Love the show. 1995 to 2026 is long enough. Time to have the two grand final teams playing on Anzac Day. Two, love the stand rule and the jumping ruck duels at the 666. That's from Terry in Ballarat. And Michael says, I don't have any love for Essendon and Collingwood, but Mick's off again. There have been many GFs that have been blowouts, so there's never a guarantee of a close game. More to come next here on AFL Sunday.
Why do we collect things? And how much is too much? Join me, Annabelle Crabb, as I venture into the secret stacks of the State Library of New South Wales and discover that most of the collection isn't books at all. Search for the History or Hoarding podcast on ABC Listen.
You're listening to AFL Sunday on radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And take us with you on ABC Listen.
Welcome to AFL Sunday on ABC Sport for all of you in South Australia. And I'm sure at least half of you are waking up pretty happy today after Port Adelaide had a 30-point upset win over Geelong last night in their Anzac round match. And it was all behind Jason Horne-Francis, who had a career night, Lingy, 34 disposals from the Hornet, and he was everywhere on the ground. As Josh Carr just was the ultimate puppet master last night. He coached to perfection. 6 back half turnovers for Port Adelaide, and they were able to outpoint the usually very well prepared Cats.
Yeah, they were. They were outstanding, Benny. You're absolutely right. Jason Horne-Francis was brilliant. You're right. What about Mitch Georgiades? He could have had an absolute monster. He was excellent. Anyway, forget about a little bit of inaccurate kicking, but 10 shots at goal is very nice. Right across the ground. Oh, and it almost felt from moment one that Port were well set up. They hunted around the ball really well. They pressured Geelong and created those turnovers that you alluded to. And then their ball movement was really sharp. When to handball and release, and when to actually take it forward and kick and use somebody who'd either let up or got forward of the ball or get it into that forward line. They were superb. Durden was excellent in that forward line. He looked like he ends up with 2 goals. If you just watched it, it looked like he'd kick 5 because he was just everywhere, buzzing around in that forward line. Outstanding performance by Port, and a little step back by the Cats after such a good win against the Dogs the weekend before. Across the ground, well beaten in pretty much every area of the ground.
Does it change your opinion on Geelong, Lingy?
It doesn't fully change my opinion, no, because I still rate them. I watch a game like that and I start scratching my head about how it can be so different. Now, don't mistake last week's performance against the Bulldogs as it was because of all those injuries that happened in the back half of that game, the soft tissues and the concussions, and clearly the terrible one to Sam Darcy. From moment one last week against the Bulldogs, Geelong were really sharp and high quality and onto everything. Their ground ball gets were superb. They're set up well defensively. To go from that level of play early on in the game when it was there to be won, to then ending up with 35 inside 50s and conceding almost 60 to Port Adelaide, it leaves me scratching my head. Money in the bank, runs on the board, whatever cliche you want to use, you give Geelong maybe a little bit of a buffer before you panic. But, gee, I wouldn't want to see that again next week. They take on North Melbourne, who play later on today at home. North Melbourne are not there you go, there's 4 points in the bank team of 3 years ago. They are a really good team who can open you up. They're not quite in the great top teams, but they're a dangerous team. If Geelong play like they did again last night next week, they'll drop that North Melbourne game. And then please ask me the same question, Benny. But I'll just pause on it a little. They've bounced back enough times to not hit the panic button yet.
This is what Chris Scott said post-game in his press conference.
I don't make a habit in the immediate aftermath of games to speculate on gut feel. I appreciate you need me to say something, but, I mean, to be honest, if I was really clear on what our weaknesses were, I wouldn't tell you anyway. I know some do, but I'm not in the habit of explaining that stuff. You can speculate on that if you like, but we played well the last couple of weeks and had a bad one tonight. But as always, when you play poorly, it's multifaceted and clearly very heavily influenced by the way the opposition played, and they were really sharp. Besides their conversion, they were good.
They were good. So Scotty won't tell us what was wrong with Geelong, but that's why we've got Cameron Ling, the man who was the premiership captain under him. What is wrong with Geelong? What went wrong last night, Lingy?
Well, he used the term multifaceted, and he is correct. So they were beaten badly in the stoppages, really clearly, the clearances. But sometimes the clearances can be slightly misleading because often they are the ones in tight, and you can just get one forward outside, clear the area, hence the name clearances. That counts as a clearance, but can be quickly mopped up by you, and you can send it back the other way. But on this occasion, they were beaten at the clearance, and then they were beaten on the outside. So Port Adelaide got it to the outside really efficiently. So when you can, and I'll use a few numbers to try and explain it here, over the course of the game, Geelong had the same number of contested possessions as Port Adelaide, but they had 80 more uncontested possessions, Port Adelaide did, than Geelong. So, and a lot of contested possessions are around clearances and stoppages. So Port Adelaide were able to win it more often than not inside, or at least get something, and get it to the outside in a really efficient manner, and then they just exploded away. And Scotty said, apart from their conversion, it would have been even nastier if they'd kick straight. So that then says, what are the mids doing? Are they all 3 or 4 just hunting that one ball on the inside and there's no balance on the outside? Probably. Whenever Geelong got the ball forward, were the ground ball forward, so I'm talking about their high half forwards, your smaller players, were they winning ground balls, 50-50 contests, or were they allowing Port Adelaide to sweep the ball away and rebound 50 into their attacking end? Yeah, they were. So it was across the ground. Port Adelaide took them apart. Brilliantly set up, brilliantly played, and it was just a complete performance by Port Adelaide, except for conversion. It should have been what did the margin end up? 30 points? It should have ended up a 60-point margin.
Yeah, you mentioned Mitch Georgiades, 4 goals, 6. He missed a shot late the week earlier, which could have flipped the result against Hawthorn here at Docklands, where I am getting ready to call St Kilda and West Coast. Smacked them in a lot of different stats. They kicked 11 of the last 14 goals, Port Adelaide. And what about Jack Watkins too, Lingy? 25-year-old rookie, played on Friday in the SANFL, 25 disposals and a goal. Todd Marshall are laid out, so he plays on Saturday night, played 34% game time, but that wouldn't be easy. And Shane from Elwood has texted in as well saying, I knew Port were better than you blokes are saying. Go Port, says Shane in Elwood. So we like that. It was a quiet night for Danger too, who just had the 4 disposals. And Geelong will be sweating on the injury of Mark Blitzarve. So just that knee injury, they're not exactly sure what that will mean at the moment. Lingy, let's go back to Friday night. You were broadcasting the Anzac Eve fixture between Richmond and Melbourne, and you were exasperated by the umpiring on the night. What frustrated you particularly on Friday night?
Yeah, and I'm always hesitant, Benny, because I don't like umpire bashing. I'm not just going to go but it was I found it at a really low standard on Friday night. I thought the holding the ball rule was really frustrating. Desperately frustrating. The balance between did he have prior opportunity, and if you don't have prior opportunity, then and it's pinned to you, it's a ball up. If you don't have prior opportunity and you try to do something with it and it spills free, it's play on. That's the rules. If you do have prior opportunity, I know there's been a bit of a tightening of, if you try and fend it all, that's your prior opportunity gone, and then if you caught it, it's holding the ball. I just found it poorly umpired, but it is hard. Then add in the added frustration, really angry frustration of the stand rule confusion. And the one that stood out was when, I think it was Myercheck had the ball. Ben Miller is running clearly with Max Gawn. Clearly, both Gawn and Miller, yes, admittedly, were in that 5-metre area, but Gawn is there as well. And Miller just didn't hesitate, didn't get confused either way. He was going all the way with Gawn, and the umpire paid a 50 because Miller was supposed to stop and stay and turn around. it is counterintuitive to any instinct of any player who's running with his opponent and running hard with him as Gawn's going forward and is going to be a forward 50 option to then turn around and go, well, I should now just stop and man the mark because that's what it is. It is frustrating. It made it frustrating for the fans. I know you're going to play something from Damien Hardwick. All that. There is just the temperature's gone up on this, Benny, and I don't think that's a good thing for anyone, and I don't think it's a good thing for the umpires because it's only getting harder for them to adjudicate this.
So let's step our way through it. We did speak to Ray Chamberlain, the near 400 game umpire, yesterday as part of our broadcast, and he spoke about the Miller and Gawn instance.
If Miller was not in the marking contest and was outside of the protected area, he's permitted to obviously trail his opponent and stay with his opponent. So
inside the area.
The challenge is if he's in the protected area, someone has to stand.
Yeah.
And the umpire will call that player to stand. And in this instance, and you said, I haven't seen the example, but if Miller's called to stand, he's got to let Gawn go and he's got to stand on the mark.
So Ray has since seen the incident and explained that by the letter of the law, so that the issue might be with the law more than the adjudication here, Lingy, that the expectation is there that he would stand and he would have to let Gawn run free.
Okay, so I hope in Ray now seeing the incident, he understands why our frustration is there. So Ben Miller's no point is he in the marking contest. He's purely running with Gawn. I think the frustration... And Ray has just read out basically what the law is, and it states that Miller's supposed to stay and let Gawn go. But does he see, and I hope everyone's seeing, that that's why the frustration is building. I get it if Miller is in the marking contest at all, and then he then thinks, oh, I'm better off going with Gawn. I get that. Okay, Miller, you've got a responsibility. Someone's got to stand the mark. The umpire's called you there. But if he's flowing through with the play on Gawn, then there has to be some common sense in that. And that's why the temperature is up to 100 degrees right now on this rule. And it is not a good thing.
So I agree with you, Lingy, but I think that's a law issue rather than an umpire issue. I think they've got to change the law.
I get that. I get that. So let's make it easier for the umpires because the ones who we take our frustration out, myself included, is unfortunately on the umpire in that situation. But yeah, he is umpiring it to the absolute letter of the law, and it doesn't fit in that situation. Miller should be able to keep going with Gawn, and then Mychek should be able to run and play on because nobody's standing on the mark.
Yeah. So I think a big issue with part of this is that the AFL wants the rules in a certain way. So they want the player to stand the mark because they want 17 defending 18. So the ball is in motion and the ball can be moved into the corridor and it is set free. But I think they don't do an overly good job, I don't think, of explaining why they want certain laws written in certain ways. And then it gets adjudicated to the letter of the law by the umpires. And we all end up frustrated because we don't really understand the laws all that well. And we don't understand why the AFL want them in that way. So I think communication could be a key part of it.
I know why they want the stand rule, and I get it most of the time. Because the stand rule, effectively, you can have a runner coming from behind, and that forwardish handball releases him, so the man on the mark can't do anything about blocking him. So that's kind of a good thing for the game. So I'm not a problem with that. But if teams choose to not man the mark because they've continued with the play of trying to Miller with Gawn, then it should just turn into a scenario where Mychek can play on and run. You can't have somebody enter from 10 metres away and then run over and take the mark because that slows the play down. Now, bad luck. You've chosen not to man the mark.
Yeah.
Go for it, Mychek. Play on and run your 10, 15 metres beyond the mark, and then hopefully we're still getting attacking, flowing play.
So if you contest the mark and you are actively contesting the mark, then someone has to stand there. But Miller wasn't doing that.
Yes.
There was another instance of this yesterday in the game between the Gold Coast Suns and Hawthorn. So a kick up to the wing. Up goes Tom Barras, takes the mark in behind Jared Witts. Jamara Ugle-Hagan is standing sort of behind and in the corridor next to them. And this is how Damien Hardwick explained it in his post-match press conference. He was very frustrated.
We went through 3 examples that the AFL sent to us that these should be 50. There was one clear that we thought, yep, that's what the rules brought in for, and there were 2 others that it's just causing confusion. Like the Max Gawn-Ben Miller one last night, I tried to clarify that with the umpires before the game, and everyone's got a different interpretation. And even, from what I can gather, the umpires called stand, so Jamara and Jared are standing, and then both of them, Jared decides to leave because he says move out, and then all of a sudden it's a 50. It's like, well, that's just common sense has to prevail at some stage. Like, the game's hard enough for the umpires to do at present, I reckon, with the holding the ball stuff and now this manning the mark stuff. So can we just simplify it? I don't know what that looks like, but someone needs to take charge.
Do you feel the common sense is just like if they don't call someone's name out, they're confused, trying to do the right thing, just go back and take the kick in those situations?
Yeah, I think so, but hopefully someone with, saner thoughts gets there and figures it out.
So the umpire was saying stand and then clear out. He wanted Witts to stand the mark and Jamara to clear out, but Witts cleared out and Jamara stood. And so it was a 50-metre penalty.
Do we want that to be a 50-metre penalty? Ask ourselves that as an entire industry, an entire game, do we want that? No, we don't. Just because one player goes and the other one stays. And should we expect every umpire to know on site immediately what every player's name is? No, that's unfair as well, because number 38 for a team who's playing his second game and that umpire hasn't umpired that team for 2. We shouldn't need him to have this photographic memory of, you stand, Mr. Smith, and you can go, Mr. Whoever. That's unfair on the umpires as well. So I come back, do we want that to be a 50? No. Do we want the Miller-Gawn one to be a 50? No. They, to me, that does not look right as us as a sport and as a game, that those incidents should be 50-metre penalties.
You're not big on the holding the ball and the way that's being adjudicated either, are you, Lingy?
No, I'm not.
So if they get tackled quickly with no prior but have an arm free, the AFL wants them to make a genuine attempt. So be that drop it and try and get a boot on it to keep the ball in motion. But you're not a fan of that, are you?
Okay, but so that's fine. That's fine. That's what they're trying to do. So when a player stood up strong, tackled one pin, and he then tries to swing a boot at it, great. But what if he's being tackled to the ground with only one hand free? Yeah. He can't swing his boot, and if he does, he'll be in a vulnerable position.
Yeah, that's the trouble.
His head becomes at risk. He then almost takes it to ground with him and he's pinged for holding the ball. We are expecting him almost to just let it fall. Don't love that either. I just find that we are asking too much of them to, let's say, try and get the ball to boot or by hand. If there's no prior opportunities, immediately tackle it, and it's basically pinned a little bit, just ball it up straight away. We've got the new rules in place where, and this is one I do like, pick it up, chuck it up. Don't wait for any ruckman to be there, whatever. Just throw it up and get the game moving again, rather than saying, hey, we expect you to be a contortionist and get some sort of foot to that and not put your head in a vulnerable position. Again, it's too hard to adjudicate which one's holding the ball, which one's the ball up.
That is the voice of Cameron Ling. It is AFL Sunday, 0437 774 774. We'll let Bob from Carnegie have the last word on this. Why should anyone have to stand the mark? You never had to. It's farcical. I'm not sure I'm absolutely with Bob, but I'll let him have the last word on it. The other big news yesterday, Lingy, was around the Lance Collard appeal. We know that the decision was upheld, but the suspension was reduced to 4 games with 2 matches of those 4 games suspended. And then yesterday it really escalated when the AFL removed its appeals board chairman, Will Horton KC, just 2 days after the controversial judgment. It felt like it was out of step with community standards, this reduction, and the commentary that the appeals board provided around it. I know you were shocked by it.
Yeah, I was. The statement was terrible, and I think immediate on first read it was terrible. I'm glad the AFL made the move of removing the chair of the appeals board, because that's not a decision that was in line with everything that we're trying to do in the game, and it's certainly the statement that accompanied that decision made it even worse. It was completely unacceptable. And I'm glad there's been quite an uproar and outrage about it, the decision and the statement. And I'm glad something's been done about it. You've got to hold it to account. You can't have that put out there and we go, oh, but it's okay because it's a bit of a competitive game. No, we're better than that.
Yeah, I thought Max Gawn was brilliant on it yesterday on AFL Saturday.
Yeah, I appreciate the AFL and the AFLPA going quickly on this yesterday afternoon. I think it was an embarrassing day for the players for, roughly 6-7 hours while we had to stand behind that message that the appeals board gave out. So I'm glad of our bodies of the AFL and AFLPA that have come out and said we don't stand behind that. I don't know what the answer is. I don't know. I heard you guys talking before. How many weeks is too many weeks is weeks. I've never been suspended, so I don't know if weeks is actually something that really would affect me. So I don't know if that's the way to go. I don't know what that is and what that looks like, but I certainly know that the game is not that hard that I can keep my mouth shut when it comes to homophobic and racist and other vilifications. I'm well aware that is not the place for it, and I was sort of embarrassed when I was reading that stuff from the appeals board yesterday morning.
Oh, I thought it was great from Max Gawn yesterday, Lingy, and what a champion he is. I just want to give Max a bouquet here if I can, because he's an 8-time All-Australian, probably about to become a 9-time All-Australian. The first of those, you've sat on the All-Australian selection panel. He's one of the great fourth-quarter players, as Bob Murphy has pointed out throughout this year. He always speaks. Like, Melbourne have had tough times after their 21 premiership, and it's always Max Gawn who's there and available. He can be humorous, he can be self-deprecating, and he can be serious when he needs to. I think Max Gawn has just been an absolute champion and statesman of the game for such a long time. He deserves his flowers.
I'm glad you used that word, statesman. Yeah, true champion as far as a player. But, you're right. Speaks so well, so thoughtfully as well. And as I always say, who would have thought that young little Maxi Gawn at Melbourne now just so sensible in everything he does, and why Melbourne, almost their rebuild has been so fast because they got a man like that leading their playing group. Well done, Maxi.
Yep, I think he deserves a little bit of love for that. I love this part of the show each and every Sunday as well, Lingy, when I'm listening on my way to the Sunday afternoon game. Lingy's last word.
Geelong Premiership player Doug Wade to present the Premiership Cup to Cameron Ling and the Geelong Football Club.
Blackie, toughest opponent.
Cameron Ling.
Ben Cousins, toughest opponent.
Cameron Ling.
Dane Swan, toughest opponent.
Probably Cameron Ling.
The hardest defender you've ever played on Bucks.
Cameron Ling.
I'm glad you enjoy it, Benny, because it is very, very self-indulgent and a big pump-up for me as I head into my Sunday afternoon, so thank you for that. This one is Brisbane Lions related. It is a huge game they've got coming up this afternoon against the Adelaide Crows at the Gabba, 3:15 p.m. No Jared Berry, also Noah Answorth, both out through injury, but they do get a couple of players back. Darcy Fort, Connor McKenna, James Tunstall comes in as well. It is crucial. The Brisbane Lions are still the best team in the comp, but they're not playing like the best team in the comp just yet. I still think when the whips get cracking, they're going to be there. But they need to keep pace with the Swans, the Hawks and Freo, who just keep clocking up wins. Hawthorn, we didn't get to talk about them too much. Apologies, Hawks fans. But just another win, another complete performance. They have a couple of players out, doesn't matter. They get another win. Swans are just blistering with the way they're playing. And as we talked about earlier, Fremantle are playing great football. The Brisbane Lions, when they shift into top gear and come finals, are still the best. However, they don't want to be in a situation where they're having to come from the bottom end of the eights or, heaven forbid, in any sort of wild card games, adding extra games to their plate come later on in the year. They got to knock off the Adelaide Crows on their home deck, who've got Jordan Dawson back, which is great to see, and just make sure they, while not playing their best football, they keep pace with teams like the Swans, Hawks and Dockers.
Do you still have them as your best team in it, Lingy?
Yep.
Well,
form-wise, right now the Swans, absolutely. I agree with that. I'm not discounting them, but when it comes to it, the Lions are still the team you will have to go through, I think, to win this year's premiership.
Yeah, it's like the old days in the NBA. All roads to the championship went through Chicago. I think they still go through Brisbane. Coming up, the game for broadcast we're about to do. Bob Murphy and Cal Sinclair are in position. St Kilda and the West Coast Eagles is coming up. Is that a danger game for St Kilda? And GWS and North Melbourne much later on this afternoon in the nation's capital. Lingy, great to work with you. It always is.
Thank you, Benny. Enjoy your Sunday.
I certainly will. I'm ready to go. The Anzac round is about to continue in the match between the West Coast Eagles and St Kilda. This has been AFL Sunday right here on ABC Sport. Clinchy back next week.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season.
On ABC Sport.
AFL. On ABC Radio.
On digital. And ABC Listen.
Look for the AFL button.
Is this a banana peel game for St Kilda? Ross Lyon is driving the AFL sports car with Naz in it, Tom de Koning, all of his St Kilda stars, while Andrew McQualter, a former pupil of Ross Lyon, is in the garage working to build his car at the West Coast Eagles. The Anzac round does continue. Ben Cameron alongside Lauren Borden to call all of the action. Bob Murphy and Cal Sinclair for the broadcast. Joel Peterson downstairs as we can join the Anzac observance.
Please remove your caps. And for those who are able, would you please stand as members of the Australian Defence Force march on the catafalque party.
7 seconds, everyone. This is us.
Catafalque party, slow march. Catafalque party, hold. Catafalque party. Outwards, turn. Catafalque party, rest on.
They shall grow not old, as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun, and in the morning, we will remember them.
Catafalque party, attention. Catafalque party, present arms. Catafalque party, attention.
lest we forget.
Catapult Party, present arms.
Please remain standing for the Australian National Anthem, to be performed by musician Lauren Stewart.
Attention. Catapult Party, present arms.
Australians, oh, let us rejoice, for we are one and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is fed by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty, rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains, then let us sing, advance Australia
Catapult Party, inward, turn. Catapult Party, quick, march.
Thank you, everyone. Enjoy the game.
It's always a rousing moment at the end of the Australian National Anthem and a great moment of reflection during the Anzac observance, the Anzac round here on ABC Sport. Round 7 from Docklands. Ben Cameron alongside Lauren Borden to call all of the action here on ABC Sport. Loz, welcome along.
Thanks, Ben. It's wonderful to be here and for that moment as well, where they had poppies projected on the roof as well here at Docklands. So just something that they've added when they've got a roof here, and that's what they're using, and obviously the lights going out as well. But you mentioned this being a little danger game for St Kilda just as you were coming off AFL Sunday, and I think you might be right. They're both 2 and 4, which isn't where St Kilda would have wanted to be sitting right now, and just got some vision of Ross Lyon, who was in the rooms during the last warm-up, eating some chips, leaning against a post. So he looks like he's a little relaxed, but I'm not sure how long that'll last for, Ben.
It's great to have along, as always, on a Sunday afternoon. The former Western Bulldogs captain, fresh off the Premiership reunion on Friday night. I saw him in there, taking it all in, enjoying it. Bob Murphy, good to see you.
Good afternoon, team. It's lovely to be in your company, as always, on a Sunday afternoon, albeit a little bit earlier than what I'm used to. Lauren, great to see you. Always special to witness an Anzac round. Powerful ceremony, powerful symbolism, of course. And you mentioned Ross Lyon there, Lauren. Look, can't speak on behalf of Ross, but sometimes, you know, we all have our emotional food. Chips are mine. So maybe there's some heightened emotion for Ross today.
It's a primary school size one. You know what you're putting in your kids' lunch boxes? That was the size of it.
I'm an ice cream guy myself.
There you go.
I'm feeling emotional.
See,
and it shows.
This already feels cathartic.
Yep, it does.
Team.
And a man who played for both the West Coast Eagles and the Sydney Swans, as well as Subiaco in the WAFL. Cal Sinclair, great to have you aboard on a Sunday arvo.
I'm pumped to be here. I'm trying to think what mine's more of a savoury guy, to be honest, chicken schnitzel. But anyway, it's that savoury. I know you called by that, but no, I'm fresh from Launceston. I called the Hawthorn Gold Coast game yesterday, so slowly getting footied out for the weekend, to be honest. So, just to be brutally honest, but I'm looking forward to seeing my old mob. I don't know too many, not many of my cohort are actually out there, Benny, at this stage, but should be a good game. Loving all the Anzac ceremonies. One thing I am proud of is that every team's getting an opportunity to have be part of the Anzac festivities.
Oh, I thought you might have needed to go to the comfort food after seeing Nick Nat-Nui, who's here today from that time he jumped over the top of you.
Exactly. Well, I was chatting to Bob off air.
Talk about emotions and foods to cope with.
I was chatting to Bob off air. One of the most scariest things in a warm-up is actually watching, back in the day, Nick Nat-Nui jump into the bag, and you'd sit there as an undersized midget ruckman as I was. I'm going, this is going to be the worst 2 hours of my life. Like, how am I going to make a contest, Sinclair? Well, stuff you.
Easy to say.
Anyway, digress. We'll talk about it throughout the call.
We've got the full rave as we get ready to go. Quickly, Joel Peterson is downstairs for us today. Joel, great to have you along for the ride as well.
Hello, Ben. Hello, team. A little bit of sandstorm to get us going for this particular contest. Lenny Hayes was into the snacks as well. Benny on the bench, I'm not sure what he was going for. Looked like a muesli bar type setup, so maybe a little bit less stress eating there. The Saints jumper, it's striking, isn't it? Mostly black, the white cross across the front. They need a win, these Saints.
Thank you, Joel. Just about in readiness. The early game on Sunday from Docklands. Is it a banana peel game for these Saints under Ross Lyon? Umpires Howarth, Williamson, Clamp and Fry, as it will be Howarth who gets us going. You're with Lauren Borden.
Bailey Williams with the first tap towards Harley Reid for the Eagles. Hand passes it over the top of his head, looking for Marrick. It gets stolen. It'll be taken away by the Saints by Windhager, who tries to hand pass it away to Flanders, to Wood. Hand pass back to De Koning. Will kick the Saints to centre half forward. Ball will drop in a field of players. It comes to the bottom where Higgins can hand pass it back to Hall. Hand pass across to Wilson. He gets taken in the tackle, can get rid of the footy. Hand pass across to Wanganeen Miller. He's pulled to ground, can stand back up before sending a long hand pass forward towards Higgins, left forward pocket for St Kilda. It's taken by Jimby, shares it with Young, hand passes it to Hoff. He hand passes it to Will Dersma, who can clear for the Eagles.
Bouncing ball up towards the wing and tumbles out. Lasso free kick. And Jack Sinclair looks like he will take it. A free kick for the Saints. I do like these jumpers that Joel Peterson referenced. So Sinclair sends the Saints, Silvani rather, Jack Silvani, little neuron in my brain not firing properly as Bailey Williams clears for the Eagles up towards the wing. Silvani knocks it down. Wilson's there to gather, gives it off to Dougal Howard, back in the team, backfeeds a handball away to Bradley Hill, and he'll backfeed it to Windhager. Saints on the back flank, kicks out wide, and Silvani slides in and marks on the wing. Kicks infield to Windhager again, just the bare 15. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. No score through the opening minute and a half.
Done a good job here, West Coast, just to slow up St Kilda, even push them backwards as they try and move the ball forwards.
Windhager sends it right down the line, and Jimby's there to mark for the Eagles. Right half back for West Coast. Jimmy takes the intercepting mark, now settled down in defence for West Coast. Chips backwards towards Tom McCarthy. He'll chip backwards towards Young, and here we go. Here's our first standing free kick of this afternoon, coming early.
It's been a hot weekend for these standing free kicks.
I think he didn't come back to the 7 there, Liam Ryan.
I think that was a merciful one, though, for all of us, because both teams had gone backwards about 7 kicks in a row, so it was about time someone went forward, so the umps decided to do it.
Kelly for the Eagles, handball to Harley Reid. The snap from Davis goes high up and under inside 50. Going up after it, Wanganeen Malira can't take the mark. At the fall of the ball, Wilson gets rid of it. Free kick. We'll come back, and it looks like the free kick will go to Carroll here at St Kilda.
It's easy from the sidelines, Bob, to make my next comment, but it just feels like there's not much intensity out there in the first couple of minutes of this game.
I think it's a fair call.
There's no big bodies kind of going in. There's no massive tackles. I don't know. I just think both teams are playing an intra-club. So I feel it, particularly St Kilda, who need to get going.
Just on these umpires here today as well, Howarth and Williamson both backing up from Thursday night. So a little short with some injuries in the umpiring ranks, and
overtime
to back up as Howard kicks around the city wing for St Kilda. The mark taken by Owens.
Mitch Owens with the goal late last week against Adelaide that kept the Saints in it, but they couldn't get that extra point that they needed to draw things or go ahead and win it. So he just chips towards Flanders, right half forward for St Kilda, kicking towards the Lockett end in his first term. Dinks the kick inside, looking for De Koning. He slides, couldn't take the mark. It spills out of bounds for a boundary, throwing about 15 metres around from that right behind post.
Didn't quite work out there, but Flanders is a player whose ball use has been criticised at times early in this year. I actually really liked that entry. Didn't just bomb it nice and high. He just sort of put a little bit of an edge on it. Didn't mind it.
Bailey Williams and Owens. Owens takes it out of the ruck, snaps on goal and tumbles it just wide. Nearly got the bounce. It cleared Ruben Jimby and was trying to get a hand on it. First score, a minor one, goes the way of the Saints. One behind. We've played 4 minutes. It is Anzac round footy on ABC Sport. Round 7 from Docklands.
Tom McCarthy brings it in with a long kick out of defence, can get it almost towards the wing where Wilkie goes in after it for St Kilda. Can't gain control. Higgins is there, taps it behind him, and it'll be out of bounds for a boundary thrown as there's a little push there on Higgins, and then Harley Reid helps him up.
It's a good call from you there, Bob. I think Tom De Koning playing on Williams, this is a good matchup for him. We're waiting for Tom De Koning, considering the paycheck that he's on, to have a breakout couple of games, and I think this one's right for the picking.
There's De Koning and Bailey Williams in the ruck. Bailey Williams with 2 hands, palms it away. It's only to the advantage of Higgins, though, for the Saints. He can hand pass it to Carroll, hand pass to Windhager, hard up against the boundary in front of the benches. A little kick is a turnover, and it is yuck, and it went straight to Liam Duggan. No worries about that.
One of 3 West Coast Eagles premiership players from 2018 out there. One of them on the opposition in Liam Ryan, as Duggan goes back to Willem Dersma, who goes back to Jimby. At fullback for the Eagles, wants to take it out to the city wing. His kick looking for Marek, finds him. The Eagles on the left back flank, very wide out. Number 1 pick in the mid-season draft, Ryan Marek, as he goes really short away to Hewitt. Just twirling the footy in his hands. St Kilda with the only score of the game, a minor score. Kick up to half forward, they'll run and jump at it, and Dougal Howard juggles the mark for St Kilda on their back flank. They led it by a point, 5 played.
I don't know what West Coast expect there, particularly with the balls held up. You still got to move around the ground and try and find something in the corridor. There's just no running effort from them at all.
Howard back in the side today, spears the pass across to Wood. It's sitting at centre wing. He'll go long to half forward where it's tapped down by Owens. Hand pass across to Hall, and he'll put St Kilda inside forward 50 with a pass that went into the right forward pocket. It was looking for Ryan. He's gone down injured. Looks like he'll be able to get up there. Coming in for the ball, it's punched away, and he kind of leapt, maybe landed on his right leg a little uncomfortably.
Might have been that right shoulder that he's got taped as well, that just a little bit sore.
Physio's come out to him, but staying on the field, looking to play on here as the ball's to be tossed in. Forward 50 for St Kilda. Owens gets front position, hand passes it away into the pocket. Hall trying to bounce it back to him, can't do that. And in the end, it's Young that's taken over the line for West Coast, and we'll have another throw in inside forward 50 for St Kilda. They're leading by just 1 behind. That's the only score we've had so far in this match. 6 minutes have been played.
Just on the Eagles not looking corridor, Cal, they take the 45 corridor kick less than any team in the competition. As Bailey Williams palms it down, Wangane Malera gathers for St Kilda. Handball to Wood on their attacking arc. Baker goes in, wins it for West Coast and centre half back. Handball to Marek, handball to Kelly through the middle of Docklands. Kicks inside 50. Silvani goes back, gets in front of Waterman, takes the defensive mark. St Kilda by a point, the only score of the game, 7 played.
Moves it on quickly to Sinclair, right half back for the Saints, kicks down the wing. Here's De Koning, who marks. Right at centre wing, city side of Docklands Stadium. Thumps it on his boot to put St Kilda inside forward 50. Goes to the back of the pack, and here is Tyler Young again, who steps back to take the intercepting mark for the Eagles.
I want to see those longer kicks a bit more direct to goal. They're just far too easy to defend on that boundary side.
By Dersma, the ball lands in the hands of Goff, who marks it right half back for the Eagles. St Kilda leading by a point, 7 minutes played in the first.
Off retreats, back to Ruben Jimby. Had a great Western Derby. 92 minutes on Josh Tracy, maybe the form key forward in the AFL, and kept him to 1 goal as Jimby looks corridor and then goes back away to Duggan, who pokes it to Willem Dersma. The number 1 pick's been busy early. West Coast on their back flank. Dersma kicks long. Contest kick up the wing. In front, wrestling for it, Wilkie, and behind him, Jack Williams punched out a play. Throwing on the interchange gates. Sunday footy here on ABC Sport. St Kilda the only score of the game, 1 behind through 8 minutes.
Not a heap of intensity out there so far in this match, but it's been good in the commentary box here. Cal just dropped his footy record, but was that quick on the loose footy record?
Loose record get.
Loose record get. Magnificent, Cal.
Tore a hammy doing it.
There we go. It's a new disposal to put on champion data as Miller Murdoch goes in after it for the West Coast Eagles, pushes it away. And then players dive on top of the footy.
But just talking about that lack of intensity, I'm just wondering if Saints are kind of happy for West Coast to possess the footy. They don't like going in the corridor. So I don't know if they're kind of waiting for them and prancing on a bit of a skill error or a poor execution from West Coast. They don't seem like they're actually pressing the ball carrier overly as much, Bob. Just be curious to see how that kind of...
I'd be so curious to know whether that is their plan. And it makes sense in the way that you put it, but I think today screams to me not just that St Kilda should win, and should is such a dangerous word in sport. I think a lot of football people and St Kilda supporters would expect them to put West Coast away early, and that's not what we're seeing at all at the moment.
Tom de Koning bringing it down to the front. Harley Reid gets a handball out to Bailey Williams. Eagles ball. Milan Murdoch gets a handball away to Lindsay, who's wrapped up quickly. I love the story of Milan Murdoch, 25-year-old into the AFL. I like his dad, Sean, explaining his name. He has a brother, Roman, and a sister called Paris. And the dad said, you can't have Roman and Paris and then Roger. So they called him Milan as the Eagles kick up to half forward again. Bouncing ball, Wilson there for St Kilda, fumbles it. Coming through, Windhager carries it out. Throwing on the elbow of 50 in the boundary line. 1 point St Kilda's lead.
I wonder if Warrigal was ever in consideration.
That's a good name, actually.
There you go. Left off the list in that family. They made their
Paris,
choice.
Rome, Milan, Warrigal.
I'll live on Milan's
Missed opportunity. What number?
The ball is tossed back in at half forward for West Coast. It's picked up by Lindsay. Hand passes it to McCarthy. Hand pass to Marrick. His hand pass will be picked off by Sharman. And the Saints will be on the attack here. Long kick down to Caminiti, who marks. Half forward for St Kilda. He has to go quickly. Ryan's down and all alone, really, if he could get the kick to him. And it was a shocker of a kick. And an easy intercept mark is taken by Brock as West Coast are able to exit defensive 50 here. That is an opportunity that's gone begging for St Kilda as McCarthy marks. Still in defensive 50 for West Coast. They're trailing by 1 point. Advantage.
Sorry, Lauren. There's basic skill errors and then there's thoughtless kicking, and that had the combination of both. It was one of the worst kicks of the season because it had thoughtlessness involved and it just shanked to the wrong side. That would send me absolutely insane if I was Ross Lyon right now.
I don't think Liam Ryan was happy from that reaction.
It was just the worst of the worst options.
Here is our man, Milan Murdoch, kicking up towards the wing, looking for Yo. Hunter Clark right there with him. Spills down in the end for Hugo Garcia and St Kilda. On the logo, Filippo gives it back to Garcia. Does a little pirouette and then kicks on his left. Inside 50, looking for a marker. Caught behind Sharman. Jimby does well, brings it to ground level. Murdoch sticks in a boot. Hung in Marrick, no room to work. Nearly hatching an egg. Downstairs, Joel Peterson.
And Willem Dursman's been busy. He's on the bench at the moment, just getting his left hand seen to. He's actually running with Nasiah Wanganeen-Miller as well, so quite the task for the number 1 pick.
Next, Joel's ball's tossed up at the top of the 50 for St Kilda. There'll be a kick coming away from Philippou, who squares it up, putting it in the Ryan direction over the top of his head. Wood can gather, spin around, snap towards goal. Oh, it's bouncing off line. It was on line for a large portion, but then bounced off to the left-hand side. Another behind for St Kilda. They're leading by that margin, just 2 behinds. St Kilda ahead of West Coast, who haven't scored yet. 12 minutes played in the first term. Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport.
I reckon that's good coaching to put Dursma on Wanganeen-Miller, one of the best players in the competition. Good for his development and will most likely take him to the footy. Be interesting to see if that lasts for 4 quarters, that move.
Jimby, bullet pass onto the chest of Malachi Champion. Goes out wide to Lindsay. I like the look of this player for the West Coast Eagles. Might have found one here. Kicks up towards half forward. Yo jumping at the footy. Ball hits the deck. Yo goes again. Picking it up, Hunter Clark. Handball out to Hill. St Kilda down the city wing. Filippo to Garcia. Steps his man. Runs back into traffic. Back feeds the handball. Now Owens for the Saints. Kicks into the pocket. Ryan in good position. Young closes late. Spoils. And Ryan can't quite run it in. Kyler Young with a good late lunge. That last metre closing speed that you speak about, Bob Murphy. St Kilda 2 behinds. West Coast yet to score. 13 travel.
Well, that was a better opportunity for Liam Ryan there, but as you say, good pressure from the West Coast defence just to get a little bit of physical pressure on him, get that ball out of bounds.
Marshall rips the footy out of the ruck for the Saints, kicks inside 50. Higgins at the drop can grab it, tries to hand pass towards Caminiti. He's worked off it by Lindsay, who can hand pass it back to Duggan and just kick out to the outer wing at Docklands, puts it into some space. Windhager runs onto it. Yo pushes him off the footy and can grab it for the Eagles. He dinks the kick forward. He's hoping to gain some territory. In the end, there's numbers around the footy from the St Kilda. It looked like an absolute throw from Windhager to Hill. Umpire didn't see it. This kick, though, could be coming back the way of the Eagles. No, it won't, as Philippou picks it up, hand passes it away, but then Lindsay's in there for the Eagles. It's all a little messy and anyone's ball as Duggan hand passes it to Dersma. What can he make of it? He can put it into some space on the broadcast wing and he can leave Marek to run onto it.
Marek looks short for Waterman and he takes it 80 from home. Has Shanahan deep. Heads in that direction on the bounce. Shanahan gathers. Feeds the handball in. Fields a Hewitt Hospital handball. Met as soon as he got it. Champion goes and picks it up. Eagles in their forward pocket. Away to Shanahan. Onto Waterman. Left foot shot is tugged right. Minor score to begin for the Eagles. An underwhelming start to this game for both teams. St Kilda 2 behinds. West Coast 1 behind. Nearly 15 minutes into this opening stanza.
Certainly untidy, but I would maybe just suggest that the intensity has gone up a little bit in the last couple of minutes. Not to the standard you'd expect of two AFL clubs that are both desperate for a win, but it has lifted ever so slightly.
Sinclair brings the kick back in, across to Garcia, hand passes it away to Windhager, streaming through the centre of Docklands, goes inside, forward 50, Owens is there, can hand pass it across to Ryan, he'll dribble through the opener. Finally, we've got a goal on the board at Docklands this afternoon. And it's Ryan, who's been lively down there, who's able to put this major through, sitting at the back of the pack. And it's now St Kilda 1-2-8, moving ahead of West Coast, just that one behind. 7 points the margin, 15 minutes played in the opening term. It's Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport.
Well, Andrew McQualter will have a look at that defensive breakdown. That was a coast-to-coast goal. I can't recall who actually took the kick out, but there was a defensive breakdown. They pierced that about 55 metres up the middle of the ground. A handball receive, and there's not much you can do as a West Coast defender when you've got that sort of pace coming off the half-back line. But Owen's very clean at ground level and probably a good reward for Liam Ryan. He's actually competed pretty hard when he had his opportunities the first few minutes of this game, but a defensive coach killer for Andrew McQualter.
Got the 3 Brownlow votes the last time these two teams met. He was playing on the opposite side then, the West Coast Eagles. 14 disposals and 2 goals. West Coast win it back on the back flank here. Lindsay away to Yo. Handball over the top, trying to get it to Bo Allen. St Kilda pinch it. It'll come back anyway, and a free kick going the way of Bo Allen. He was the man taken with the pick before Murphy Reid a couple of years ago, which my West Coast Eagles supporting friends mention regularly. As Allen moves it on to Willem Dersma, who kicks around the wing, overshoots the target of Murdoch. Out the back, though, the Eagles are able to gather. A quick kick from Duff Tytler inside 50, and Jack Williams on the end of it. 40 metres out, 45-degree angle left of centre.
There's going to be some opportunities, I think, in this last part of this first quarter. Just as a little bit of fatigue sets in, space has opened up if you want to take some risks, and there's gaps through the middle of the ground that we weren't seeing earlier in this match, and it seems like, at least offensively, both sides are now wanting to take the game on a little bit more aggressively.
Last seen round 19 last year. His drop punt is offline. Away to the right, minor score. West Coast 2 behind, St Kilda 1-2. They lead by a kick, 17 into the opening term.
Wilkie to Wanganeen Miller again. They want to move the footy outside of defence quickly. Wanganeen Miller at a Carroll. Hand pass to Hill. Back to Wanganeen Miller, who's still running down the wing. Hand pass to Butler. And he'll dab the kick forward. Can find Higgins. He takes the mark in front of St Kilda's interchange bench. And Higgins swirls around and puts the kick inside 50. Owens is at the front. Pushes it down. Can't take the mark. Davis is there. Pulls it in for the Eagles. Hand pass across to Duggan. He's tackled holding the footy. Didn't get rid of it properly, and that's a St Kilda free kick. Mateus Philippou will have it about 52 metres out from goal. He'd have to kick from it if he wants to go the distance himself.
Well, you talk about reaction time there, Murph. I think Ross Lyon will be showing that on a Monday. Just Philippou's reaction time just to sort of change direction and mow him down. I thought it was terrific. Hopefully he gets rewarded for this.
In he comes, Mateus Philippou. Puts the ball towards goal. It's offline, and it's just a minor score. Just behind then for Philippou after all that hard work. St Kilda's lead extends back to 7 points.
Just on the coaches today, Andrew McQualter spent 5 seasons under Ross Lyon. between 2007 and 2011 while he was at St Kilda. Kick in away towards Milan Murdoch. Here comes infield to Brock, who moves it on towards the wing, and Elijah Hewitt. And the Eagles working it down that city side of the ground. Hewitt will try and step his man Sinclair and then goes short on the left. Out wide. Away towards Bo Allen, who's just assessing his options. Long kick up towards half forward. Waterman will fly from the back. Punched away close to the boundary line, and Harley Reid ensures it goes out as Hall takes it over the line. St Kilda by 7 points. 19 travelled Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Also our favourite, Anthony in Wild Dog Valley, who is famous for his fire pits while he listens along. Benny, can you please introduce me to Bob? He's not quite at Bawley standard yet, but I quite like his work.
At least you're getting a mention.
I'm digesting that.
Yeah.
There's a few layers to it, wasn't there?
Owes me a schnitzel roll, that ball.
West goes through the centre of the ground as Duggan takes it and kicks the Eagles to half forward. Garcia will pick up for the Saints. Hand pass to Wangani Miller. And they're off again here. Hand pass across to Philippou. He puts this one out wide for Sharman, who's running onto it. At left half forward, this time he spots up Liam Ryan. And Ryan is hit on the chest. And will have a set shot at goal this time from the left forward pocket for the Saints.
Well, they had 3 options out, didn't they, Murph? And I reckon your heart would have sunk if they turned that one over.
Honestly, I don't want to make this about me, but if that kick had have missed Liam Ryan, we might have been a commentator down. I would have had to leave.
He was in plenty of space. You didn't want to miss that one. But Liam Ryan, after 125 games for West Coast, switching to the Saints this year, puts this one to the goal, and he's put it offline. And it's another minor score for St Kilda. 1-4-10 playing West Coast Eagles 2 behinds. We've ticked into red time in this first term. Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport.
The Eagles haven't won an opening term in 2026. It's from the kick in. A long out towards the wing. Up they go. Holding free kick somewhere. We'll go to Bailey J. Williams. The second Bailey Williams to play at Docklands this weekend.
Nice, Benny.
The Western Bulldogs variety back on Thursday night as Bob Murphy was not watching the football, just reminiscing.
Watched it a little bit.
A kick from Williams up to a contest and the wall of Wilkie. Cal Wilkie marks on the back flank. 162 consecutive games from debut for Cal Wilkie. And St Kilda work it into the corridor. Sinclair feeds it forward to Flanders. Running through the middle of Docklands, kicks out wide. Owens marks 51 metres out. Offering a lead into the pocket is Higgins or Sharman. And it's the latter on a surging lead. 35 out, and there's going to be 50. Is there? Yes. No.
It looked like he was going to pay that 50. There was a hand movement there that just sort of brought the palm back into the chest. Bob?
Well, it certainly caught Benny's eye.
Yeah.
Not sure if I'd like to be up the other end if we were playing cricket together, Benny.
It's a bit of a yes, no, wait. Sorry.
Someone was about to be run out.
Sharman dishes it off, short to Flanders, improves the angle, maybe marginally closer to goal. He'll lay boot the ball from about 40 out on a 30-degree angle.
The promising sign here from the Saints, other than the fact they've got a more improved shot inside 50, is they're starting to own the corridor and they are starting to run and use hands and take a bit more risk, and they're just leaving the Eagles flailing a little bit the last few minutes.
The former son hasn't kicked a goal for St Kilda yet. He has now. His first as a Saint. And they're 2-4-16. The Eagles 2 behinds. It's 14 points, 22 and a half minutes into this opening term. Bob Murphy, the former Bulldogs captain, and Cal Sinclair, the former Eagle and Swan.
You mentioned that the West Coast Eagles statistically been reluctant to take that 45-degree kick from defence to open up the game. Well, it started with St Kilda in that run of play with Cal Wilkie down here right in front of us on the halfback flank. He was adamant with his body language and his vision that he wanted to get the ball on that angle. He was able to, and then St Kilda, it didn't look necessarily so fluent and tidy, but they took it on. They had enough numbers to run it with hands, and then they had a lot of space to work that ball inside 50.
Cal, why does Luke Ball owe you a schnitzel sandwich?
Oh, 1 for 1.
Oh, 1 for 1. Okay, it's simple as that. As it's tossed up in the middle again, Dersma takes it. He's taken to the turf.
It's quite awkward actually when you're at the checkout and who gets the card out first. But I backed myself and thought, you know what, I've organised it, but you will have to hold a
fumble ball.
Dersma kicks deep inside forward 50, and he'll just happily carry it through for a rush behind for St Kilda. It's all of the social norms that we've got to work our way through. St Kilda ahead by 13 points after that behind to West Coast.
Wangane Malera looking for Windhager. There's a shove on Windy. So a free kick in the back pocket. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. St Kilda by 13. Windhager in the back pocket. A long kick up to the city wing. Owens goes up early, comes down, lands and then marks. We'll have it just backward of the centre line. Here at Docklands. Roof closed today. Shorts his kick away to Flanders, who moves it on towards the logo and finds Philippou. Just a little bereft for the time being. Now puts a long left leg through it, a shallow inside 50 towards Caminiti, who is the late inclusion. Milan Murdoch wins it for the Eagles on the back flank. His handball is to a teammate with no room to work, and a ball up just outside the attacking arc for St Kilda.
I think if you're the West Coast now, you're just looking for someone to make a statement, a big tackle, a big bump, a really big contest in the air, just something, because they just seem to can't get any momentum in their game at all.
Who of the Eagles did you play with? Is Elliot Yeo just about the only one?
Elliot Lowe, Liam Duggan.
Yep.
Wangane Miller kicks inside forward 50, and Higgins will mark for a set shot at goal from the right forward pocket, tight angle.
Doesn't surprise me if Shannon Hearn was still playing, but
he's back in the Barossa.
Is he?
I think so.
What will Jack Higgins do here? He's a fair way out. It's a man on the mark, 35 metres out, tight angle. Will he just go the drop punt, or is he a snap left foot man?
Surely a snap.
Oh, Lauren.
That's what he'll do. Left-footed snap. Jack Higgins. The snap is good. And Jack Higgins gets his name on the scoreboard for the first time today. He joins Liam Ryan and Sam Flinders as the goal kicker so far for St Kilda and for the match as well. The Saints 3-4-22 leading West Coast. Just the three behinds. Nearly 6 minutes played in this opening term.
Lauren, you and I, that was more like Andrew Gay's Leonard Copeland stuff. Just alley-oop. What will he do? These are the two options. Well, I'll tell you what he'll do. Throw it up and I'll slam it down. Left foot snap from Higgins. Never in doubt.
And if you're Leonard Copeland, you head to the Boutique nightclub post-game.
Where he took up a residency.
Post-retirement, actually, too.
Such a hit of the 90s, referencing the NBL as well. Bob, I would have gone with Dwayne Wade to LeBron James, but each to their own.
Tony Ronaldson.
Tony Ronaldson.
The Bear.
There's a man. Former Perth Wildcat is in the middle. Bailey Williams trying to hurry a kick. Can't quite get it away, and then Wangane Malera comes up with it. Here's Higgins Sinclair for St Kilda, kicking up towards half forward. Gathered by Marek across centre half back. Swings a handball away towards the support in Bo Allen, who will kick out towards the wing. Nobody there. So a bouncing ball here for the Eagles.
Oh, big ball.
Coming up, Duff Tytler fighting after the footy. Liam Ryan takes it back for St Kilda. Hurries a kick up to Flanders. Flanders twisting, turning. Gets rid of it away towards Butler. Kick smothered. And it will ricochet away for Lindsay of the Eagles.
McCarthy takes it, hand pass to Marek, just shoves it on his boot to gain some distance down the wing for West Coast, but Cal Wilkie easily sitting back in defence. Takes it back for St Kilda and chips defensively to Hill. Goes out wide to Wangane Millera. Left half back for St Kilda.
There you go.
That's a great...
Wangane Millera puts it to Garcia. It was a beautiful kick through the centre of the ground. Garcia slips through his fingertips, though. Dersma's there to collect, and Garcia has to collect him and force a ball up in the centre of Docklands. St Kilda ahead by 19.
Bailey Williams slapping it down. Butler wins it for St Kilda, though. Handball away towards Hill. Handball to Philippou. Forward of the logo. Tom de Koning driving ball towards full forward. Up they go. Jimby. Big fist through it. Spills to Windhager. St Kilda ball inside 50. Owens elected not to kick. Drop the ball. And then emerging with it, Lindsay for the Eagles. Exits the defensive 50. Marek kicks out wide to Willem Dersma. Saints by 19. First 3 goals of the game. Dersma to his housemate in Harley Reid. Fellow #1 draft pick as well. And that will do for the opening quarter, and the Eagles, they hunch over as Ross Lyons saunters out 3 goals to zip, 3-4-22, plays 3 behinds at quarter time. The goal kickers Ryan, Flanders and Higgins. St Kilda by 19. This is Sunday Footy on ABC Sport.
Look at me.
Anne Edmonds, Kitty Flanagan, Magda Zabansky, and so many more.
Good morning, everyone.
No one cares. In comedy gems like Fisk, Kath and Kim, and Bad Company.
Fisk? No, thank you.
Comedy that leaves an impression. ABC iView.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
So brings the kick back in, across to Garcia, hand passes it away to Windhager, streaming through the centre of Docklands, goes inside, forward 50, Owens is there, can hand pass it across to Ryan, he'll dribble through the opener. Finally, we've got a goal on the board at Docklands this afternoon.
St Kilda work it into the corridor. Sinclair feeds it forward to Flanders, running through the middle of Docklands, kicks out wide. Owens marks 51 metres out. Offering a lead into the pocket is Higgins or Sharman. And it's the latter on a surging lead. Sharman dishes it off, short to Flanders. Improves the angle. The former son hasn't kicked a goal for St Kilda yet. He has now. His first as a Saint.
Wangane Miller kicks inside forward 50 and Higgins will mark for a set shot at goal from the right forward pocket, tight angle. Left-footed snap, Jack Higgins. The snap is good. And Jack Higgins gets his name on the scoreboard for the first time today.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
So the West Coast Eagles still haven't won an opening term in 2026, 0-7 in the opening quarter. Our experts, the former Bulldogs captain Bob Murphy and former Eagle and Swan Cal Sinclair.
Yeah, Bob, I don't know how to, I guess, probably a difficult one to make comment on that first quarter. For me, it just felt like both teams just, particularly at the start, didn't really show any sort of intensity at all. I'm going to put it on the crowd a little bit here as well. The crowd's very quiet out there, but there wasn't a massive tackle count. There was no real physical presence from sort of both teams. But I guess if we start with West Coast, I don't think they have any problems getting the ball. Like, they're getting the ball kind of, to be honest, off half back. They seem to propel, but they're playing very slow. It feels like they get the ball to sort of halfway and they're pulling back sort of off the mark, and then they kind of get a little bit lost. I don't know if that's sort of a tactic from Andrew McQuoll to just retain some possession and sort of avoid the corridor, maybe due to their lack of experience, but they can't get any connection kind of forward half of centre. And then I guess if you go to St Kilda, seem a little bit more composed with the ball, but I think going inside 50, they probably had 2 or 3 more chances than what they actually got to really hurt them. But for me, I'm going to be looking at like Tom De Koning and Marshall, who are out there. Like, I think the Saints need to utilise that advantage they've got, particularly with those 2 talls on the ground. Like, with one of them, they've got to put the ball to their advantage. I think they're playing, I guess, Williams, who is definitely a competitor, but I want to see them attack, I guess, the next part of this game as a bit of a Ned Reeves or a Lloyd Meeks sort of setup. So, difficult one to articulate that first quarter for me, but statistically there's not much of a gap between both sides at this point in time.
No, I suppose the inside 50s is the big one. 16 to St Kilda, just the 7 to the West Coast Eagles. I think you're right. The first half of the first quarter, it looked like madness, but it was a very dull type of madness because it was like 2 boxers who were just sort of bouncing around, sort of feigning jabs, but no one really wanted to throw anything that was meaningful. But as the quarter went, it was St Kilda who were able to use the corridor, but it was skill level, but it was partnered with, I think, a heightened appetite for risk, to use angles, to risk turning the ball over, but to actually spend a bit and go through that 45-degree angle through the middle of the ground. And once they did that, they actually got a bit of reward, St Kilda. It certainly wasn't like they set the world on fire. They missed a few opportunities that were there for the taking. I just feel like West Coast at the moment are waiting for something to happen, and that's often the way with young developing teams. We'll see if they can make an adjustment at this quarter-time huddle, but Andrew McQualter is down there right now looking very animated to me. If I'm just playing a bit of amateur charades, looks like there's a bit of intensity to it, but just to give a bit of oomph. So what West Coast don't have at the moment is a player like Bradley Hill. So Bradley Hill, he had 6 disposals, but he's got an intensity and a running power to him that just looked like he could be in for a big afternoon.
Oh, I could imagine you playing charades in the inner north. Just feel like that's an activity that Bob Murphy would undertake.
I don't want to give away too much of personal life today, Benny, but the answer is an emphatic yes.
Let's go downstairs. Joel Peterson has some news.
Benny, Hunter Clark's just re-emerged from the St Kilda rooms, came off late in that opening term with a bit of concern to his right leg, maybe his ankle. He's back out on the bench now, just given his injury history. He's a little bit of a watch. And Bob mentioned the animation from Andrew McQualter, really different approaches from the coaches. So Ross Lyon went out there, got the group in early and then let them just go and do their thing and didn't address them again. McQualter sat on the bench for a long time with his assistants before he went out there and pulled his team in. So they come from the same coaching tree, so to speak, as you mentioned earlier, but doing it in different ways.
Thanks, Joel. Joel Peterson downstairs.
Just looking at the midfield, really, for West Coast, just the names, Kelly, Reid, Yeo and Williams, who's a competitor, as I said. So you're probably looking at those three to really just get them humming. Just try and give them some run, particularly Kelly. Try and put the ball in his hands, get him into the game somehow. And he's probably the one guy that has some experience, probably Yeo as well, to just generate some really, really hard run and just gives the forwards some excitement and some ability to move to their advantage.
Yeah, if they play safe and stodgy, this will just be a really
tough game to call.
It'll just be a slow 50-point loss.
Yeah.
If this does get ugly, I've got something for us on the SMS line.
Oh, excellent.
0437 774 774. Bailey Williams wins the tap. Hugo Garcia goes and takes it for St Kilda. Sweeping handball to no one in particular. So Bo Allen tracks it. Kelly ends up gathering it, turns it over. Saints at half forward. Wilson. Strong tackle there on Ron Marshall from Bailey Williams, and the Eagles, they come away with it. Willem Dersma gets it away towards Hewitt, who kicks out
Don't
wide
go out
to
there. Don't.
That's exactly the issue. We had Williams made a statement, put a big tackle on Marshall, put him on his backside. They hit the corridor, and now we're back to the same position here. These guys just going out wide, and there's no movement across the ground whatsoever.
So Marek to Hewitt, where he held the footy for about 10 seconds or so before putting it inside forward 50 for West Coast. Garcia pushes it down to Silvani and he'll clear it out of defence for St Kilda into some space outer side of the ground. Higgins runs onto it. There's a whistle and it will be a West Coast free kick. Ruben Jimby wins it. So Jimby will have it just forward of centre wing, city side of the ground. Inside 50, he'll send West Coast to a pack forming. Yeo goes up, two hands to it. Well, we paid the mark. We didn't have it for long and he dropped it without pressure on him.
Generous.
Perceived pressure. And then he snaps this one towards goal. That's a shocker of a kick. It probably wasn't a free kick to start with. And it ends in a behind.
What was that?
Everything about that was just yuck.
What on earth was that?
Drops an uncontested mark. Plays on from point-blank range to snap it and almost kicks it out on the full. Maybe there's some justice in there.
Just look at Andrew McQualter. He saw a ghost.
Ball doesn't lie, perhaps, but what on earth Elliot Yeo was doing, I'm not sure. St Kilda inside 50. Hugo Garcia's handball a turnover. Allows in McCarthy. He gets rid of it. Tries to follow up. Now Bo Allen goes in. Wilson. He flicks out a handball. Fighting after it, Shanahan. And he's tackled, so a ball up.
More like Elliot, no. Huh?
It's just...
Okay.
Not his best and not yours either, Bob, as Yeo trying to make amends, wins it. Feeds it to Kelly. High kick up the wing. Howard underneath it. Comes down with the footy for St Kilda. Their ball on the wing. West Coast 4 behinds. St Kilda 3-4. They lead by 3 straight kicks.
Hard taskmaster, Benny.
That's a very delayed call. Sorry, Bob. As Howard moves it to Hill. Across to the outer side of the ground where the kick comes inside forward 50 for Wilson. It's out of bounds on the full, or will it be a throw-in? It's a free kick in the end to Ryan in the marking contest. So then Ryan wins the free kick for St Kilda. He'll have it in the left forward pocket. Almost went to snap and then went back. So Jimby's marking one side of the mark. And Young is right in front of Ryan as he gets set to snap. This will be from the left forward pocket for St Kilda. His teammate Higgins has already snapped one through today. What's Ryan got in him? Not a goal in this time. And that's just a point. And St Kilda's lead will push out to 19 points, an equal game high.
So McCarthy with the kick in to Duggan. Still inside the defensive arc. He just chips it away to Hoff. Hoff has McCarthy running by. Feeds him the handball. Forward handball onto Allen now, trying to stand up in the tackle, gets rid of it. Baker beelines the footy. Handball back into the mark, and Harley Reid is held up there by Dan Butler. So between these two clubs, 15 players have played for both teams. It's a motley crew. Very, very motley crew. Tapping it down, Rowan Marshall.
Today or in all time?
All time.
Yeah, say today would have been a staggering statistic, Benny.
So a throw in coming on the wing. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Ben Cameron, Lauren Borden, Bob Murphy and Cal Sinclair. Great to have your company. St Kilda leading by 19 points.
A little bit of pushing and shoving going on. Windhager and Yo as the ball's tossed in. Bailey Williams again, 2 hands down to Yo. Kicked it as he was being tackled. Baker picks it up for the Eagles and hand passes it in. The path of Kelly sits nicely for him, and he can kick the Eagles to left half forward again. Wilkie has front position on Jack Williams. Takes the ball, is wrapped up, and we'll have a ball up at left half forward for the Eagles.
David Sierakowski would be one of those 15. Benny? No, nothing from Ben?
He's one of them.
Okay.
He's one of them. You've ticked him off.
All right, so the ball is tossed up, and the umpire's found free kick in the ruck, and Ron Marshall will take it for St Kilda. Just still at half-back for the Saints. They're leading by 19 points, nearly 5 minutes played in the second term. It's Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport. Here's Ben Cameron.
Sinclair moves it short to Carroll, who kicks up the middle, finds Wilson for St Kilda, attacking edge of the square, Hill into the pocket, up goes Sharman, and he comes down with it. The spring-heeled Sharman. He marks 30 out, 45-degree angle in the left forward pocket.
Well, it was just clean. Just looked really, really clean. Probably the cleanest of both sides, that passage of play we've seen all game. But just the handball receive. Bob at about, that gold zone territory.
Sharman hooks across his body and misses to the left-hand side. So St Kilda just leaving the door ajar here with their own wayward goal kicking. 3-6-24 plays 4 behinds. 5 played second term.
In comes Tom McCarthy, who had 28 disposals last week, takes a second bounce, which he drops, can still collect and clear out a defensive 50 for the Eagles. Finds Waterman, hand pass across to Kelly. Along the city wing at Docklands, his kick is no good. Sharman can easily pick it up for St Kilda. Hand pass to Garcia, flicks it across to Higgins, goes backwards to Wanganeen Miller, who again kicks defensively for the safety of Dougal Howard. And Howard will go right down the corridor.
Yeah, they are owning the corridor now, St Kilda. Not on that occasion.
No, Windhager takes it, turns it over directly to Will Dersma. Inside 50, he'll go for the West Coast Eagles. It's a one-on-one. Howard had front position, 2 hands on it, spilled out the mark. Higgins came in after it, or Sinclair did rather, and it's a West Coast Eagles free kick for a little nudge, I think it was, on Harley Reid.
I think Harley Reid was probably a little bit lucky there to receive that free kick, but Dersma, a really nice intercept, but they've just got to go. Take the one-on-one ahead of the ball. Just feels like there's a bit of a contagious theme in the West Coast mob at the moment where they just want to, always take a mark and pull back. As you said, it's going to be a very, very slow and long loss if they want to continue to play like that.
I think the free kick might have actually been there. It was on the subtle side.
Yeah.
Reid from almost directly in front to put through a goal for the Eagles. There it is. The first one for the West Coast Eagles, the visiting side, coming at the 7-minute mark of the second term. And it comes off the boot of number 1 draft pick, Harley Reid. It's the Eagles 1-4-10, St Kilda 3-6-24. And it is 7 minutes played in the second term.
It's the conundrum of footy, and it's particularly the conundrum of footy under the roof here at the Docklands Stadium, because whilst it didn't work out for St Kilda on that occasion because they tried to force the ball through the corridor and it didn't work out. So West Coast go down and they get a score. But you have to take the game on here. And what's gotten St Kilda in front so far has been that type of play. So I would be looking for now for St Kilda to commit to that style of play because it actually has served you. We'll see if they're a little bit gun shy because of that one error and see if West Coast can maybe find their bravery.
Restart in the middle. Marshall with a hand on it as well as Bailey Williams. Over the top, Flanders. We'll get another ball up inside the bullseye in the middle of the ground. St Kilda by 14 points. Got a scoring end. All 4 goals have come at the Lockett end of the ground. Free kick from the restart. Non-controlling umpire. Perhaps it was the controlling umpire because it'll go to Marshall. Marshall kicks a floater inside 50. Sharman again. He marks 40 out directly in front for St Kilda.
Looks dangerous, doesn't he, Sharman?
Well, it was a horrible kick there by Marshall. Just a complete flutter. They're very difficult to catch.
Defender's
particularly
nightmare, really.
Exactly right, but when they come through, so very nice clean hands by Sharman. He should put this one through. What would he be? 35, 40 metres out. Slight angle, but pretty much deadly in front.
25-year-old now, out of Woodville, West Torrens. His drop punt is just missing left. Just left. So a minor score for St Kilda, 3-7-25. West Coast 1-4-10. 9 played, Joel Peterson.
Benny, Hunter Clark back out there. He's got the right knee taped, so both knees taped at the moment as well. And Bob's man, Elliot Yeo, came to the bench. He had a cut on his right knee. It sort of felt like when you miss hit a golf ball and you turn around and you sort of stretch the back and go, oh, I just don't know that felt right. So maybe he was looking for an excuse more than having an issue.
So it is West Coast with the footy now, moving it from their back line and along half back to Duggan, who has the footy and puts it down the wing to Yeo, who tried to take a mark. He got taken high or clipped high by De Koning and went straight to ground. Will get up and get a clear free kick as well. That had a bit of force to it from De Koning.
Perhaps a West Coast player come in there and tell Tom De Koning what they think of him after that. I thought, yeah, was that not one West Coast player?
Bit in it.
Yeah, so Elliot Yeo kicks inside forward 50. Shanahan was close to it. There are a whole swarm of players around the footy, and it will be a throw-in inside forward 50 for the Eagles. Kicking towards the locket end. St Kilda ahead by 15 points. Harley Reid with West Coast's first goal in this second term, the only goal of the quarter so far.
A better second term here from the West Coast Eagles. Trying to bring it down to the front, Jack Williams, he does, and Waterman can't come away with the footy. They all pile on top of him, so a ball up. 30 out from the attacking goal here for the Eagles. Williams into Koning, that's Jack. Comes down for Hewitt, who cuts a swathe through them. And he leaves the ball behind, allows in Windhager. Saints on their last line to Flanders, to Clark. Away towards Wilson, and a clearing kick for the Saints. Up to the wing, through the hands of Caminiti. At the back, the Eagles are able to work it out through Duff Tytler. He sends the kick to half forward, and Windhager intercept marks for St Kilda on their back flank.
Windhager moves it on to Wilson, and then he gets the hand pass back. Marcus Windhager. Hand pass across to Sinclair. Centre wing for the Saints. Will kick them all the way to right half forward. Ryan's got front position. It was a 2-on-1, and Young just swipes in from stage right to intercept the footy for the Eagles. Hand pass across to Davis, across to Murdoch, and it's a string of hand passes to Harley Reid as they can put the footy inside 50 here for the Eagles. They've moved it quickly down there. Waterman was at the back. Yeo tries to collect, tries to bounce it to himself, and in the end ends up bouncing it out of bounds and across the boundary line for a throw in. It'll work for the Eagles here as it's tossed in deep inside their attacking 50. St Kilda ahead by 15 points, 11 minutes played in this second term.
Like the speed of the ball movement there, Kel.
Well, you give yourselves opportunities if you actually take the game on. Not necessarily a risk, it's just having a go.
Short throw in, Tom De Koning attacks it, and the umpire wants to do it again.
Staggering how evident it is, really, when you see them sort of go in by hand and actually try and generate some run. I know it hasn't worked out, hit the scoreboard just yet, but you feel that it got to
commit to it, yeah.
Shanahan and Tom De Koning inside 50 for the Eagles. Tapped down by De Koning. Yeo tackled immediately after reading it from De Koning's tap. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. St Kilda by 15 points. All up, 30 out from the Eagles' goal. Palming it down, De Koning again, and there to gather Hill. Away to Wilson. And an exiting kick, not a good one for St Kilda. Marrick will get there. Fights after it, but the support provided by Butler. Marrick turns tackler. Now Kelly gets it off the handball from Butler, and the Eagles back with it in the middle of the ground.
Carthy just chips it inboard towards Duff Tytler. At a wood end, he'll flare it across to centre wing, broadcast side of the ground where Jimby will mark. Running into some space, he can take it and put it inside 50 for the Eagles. A little kick. There'll be a shallow entry. Yeo going after it. Then De Koning grabbed it, and Yeo just tackled him to the turf as well. Spills out of attacking 50 for the Eagles. Jimby doing the tackling work to wrap things up as he holds Philippou. And it'll be a ball up left half forward for the Eagles. St Kilda ahead by 15 points. 12 minutes played in this second term.
Tapping it down neatly there, Duff Tytler towards the boundary line, but gathered by Flanders, who kicks St Kilda around the wing. Big collision. Ryan and Jimby both going at it. Ryan's down hurt, and the umpire, I think, is going to pick out a free kick in amongst all of this. Maybe after that collision. Ryan still hasn't moved. And not in a good way. Yeah, maybe a bad corky here for the Eagles premiership player. Now playing for the Saints, Joel Peterson.
Bob mentioned that shoulder. Of course, he corked that against Melbourne at the MCG with a high-flying attempt, and he gets a knock. You'll see on the replay here on the big screen. He gets a knock from Jinby in that shoulder and sort of under the ribs. So, yeah, he's had a couple of knocks today, Liam Ryan, and he's in a bad way.
Oof. Yeah, I think he might have got corked on the buttock as well. He sort of just put his hand on to the glute, and how much will that hurt tomorrow morning, gents?
Oh, that's not a good spot.
Not a good spot. Glute, not good. Hip pointer, worse.
Hip pointer can be a few weeks.
Hip pointer's season for someone like me.
I don't want to read too much into this, but there was a big hit on De Koning about a few moments ago, and no one really came... No, sorry, a big hit on... De Koning did a big hit on Elliot Yeo a few moments ago. No one came in to sort of just fly the flag for the Eagles, and I just kind of watch... Albeit it wasn't intentional with what Liam Ryan got hit there, but not many St Kilda players sort of getting around to check on him.
Yeah, he can barely
move.
He can barely walk off the ground here, Liam Ryan, assisted by 2 trainers.
That's a sore right rump.
Jimby goes up to him, though, and pats him on the head.
Coughing's the worst with that one, and sleeping, so...
So after that is Tyler Young who'll get the free kick for West Coast and take it. And he kicks it inside forward 50. De Koning is at the front of the pack, can't take the mark. It spills to the ground. Players dive on top of it. Hills there, Wangani Miller are there as well. And they'll earn a free kick as they stop Duff Tightler in his tracks. It'll be a free kick to Wangani Miller. Joel Peterson on the boundary.
Liam Ryan's going down into the rooms, Loz, and of course that's important because he's one of Benny's 15, isn't he, having played for both clubs?
He certainly is, Joel. You're all over it.
Michael Gardner would be in there as well, I reckon.
He certainly is. Brendan from Hobart was able to pick that out as St Kilda work it down the city wing, and then Wood cuts infield with his kick. And Owens marks right on the arc of 50.
Fraser Garrick as well.
G-Train is one of them. Owens gives it off to Wangani Malera from 55. It's out to the right. And through for a minor score. Trying to mark down there Rowan Marshall. St Kilda lead by 16 points. Quarter hour mark, second term, Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Fraser Gary gave me a hard time one day, just questioning my standing within the game that should garner a newspaper column with The Age. Just thought I hadn't reached that status.
Was he the scariest person to come up against? You were talking about Nick Naitanui, but I'd be scared of Fraser Gary streaming down.
Well, look at you now, Bob.
That's it.
Look at you now.
Yep. Just spurred me on. Big Fraser. I didn't come back at him with much.
I think he's in the landscaping game these days around the suburbs of Bayside.
Big man. Big, strong man.
So look out for Fraser Gehrig.
Could play too.
Ball's kicked to the wing. It spills out and it'll be a throw in centre wing out of side of the ground. Bailey Williams taps it down and it's just sockered forward. It'll be picked up though by Duggan. Hand pass to Williams. He flicks it out across to Davis. There's a free kick. It'll be coming back. The umpire's calling the footy back. There's a little bit of confusion in the ground as well until the ball's tossed back to the umpire. We're going to a review.
I think it's a real shame.
Oh, wow. We're not going all the way back to the score review from a minute and a half ago.
I'll just finish what I was saying. I think it's while we're waiting for the decision here, I think it's an actual shame that guys like the Fraser Garricks of the world, the Mick Martins,
hang on, Cal.
Tony Lodgers.
We can't be doing this. The game's gone on for a minute after the non-score review, and now we're taking the ball all the way back from the point.
And they're saying it wasn't a behind, it was out of bounds on the full. Is that what we're doing? That's surely not what's happening.
It's going back to Rowan Marshall, who I mentioned was there, and they've paid the mark to Rowan Marshall.
Oh.
They're saying it hadn't crossed the line. This is truly remarkable. That cannot... This cannot happen.
Why?
And it's the wrong call.
Oh, dear me.
That was the 16-minute mark of the quarter. 17 minutes and 40 seconds.
We've got a minute 40 back.
I've got 2 letters and a solution for you. AI.
So Rowan Marshall in the right forward pocket is going to snap for goal. Marshall arcs out, hooks it through, and it's a goal. I have never seen anything like it. A minute 40 after he wasn't paid the mark. The Arcers said take it all of the way back. Have yourself a shot, Rowan. And he's kicked the goal.
So what do we do now with the time? What happens to the time?
That's gone. It doesn't come back.
So we don't have a little mini daylight saving situation in the game?
Where we roll the clock back?
So
No.
the clock is the same. The game is different.
Back to what I was saying. I just think it's just anyway.
What happens if the Eagles go down the other end and kick a goal?
Exactly.
Well, you just bring it back and you correct it.
That cannot be the way we want this adjudicated.
That's the least efficient way that's ever been executed.
That is one of the most remarkable things I've seen in the game.
That was bizarre. So now we're back in the middle.
Something to talk about at least.
Oh, absolutely. Tom McCarthy takes it and he's streaming through the centre for West Coast inside forward 50. Jack Silvani runs onto it, takes the intercept, and now the Saints will go and try and work it. The length of the Docklands kicks comes to Wanganeen Millerer. Kick across to Marshall, the most recent goal kicker, the recipient of that mark. Hand pass across to Hall, inside a hot spot for St Kilda. Spills at the bottom. Jack Higgins goals. And that is 2 in a minute for St Kilda. Marshall gets a chance to go at it again. And then they turn it over with Silvani down one end. And they work at the length of Docklands all the way to a goal for Higgins. That's his second of the afternoon. And that means St Kilda can work it out to a game-high 27-point lead. 19 minutes played in this second term. It's been a little bit of a bizarre couple of minutes.
Well, it started with a really skillful intercept mark from Jack Silvani, and he ran it up and taking a couple of bounces, which is not usually his go. But it was Max Hall, I think, as he was approaching the 50 on a tight angle, and he hoiked the ball across himself to put it into a much more dangerous position. All it needed was a contest, because then Jack Higgins was there just to clean it up.
Oh, I can't wait for the Eagles fans to text in on 0437 774 774 out of the middle. Harley Reid bursting away with it. Kicks long inside 50. Duff Tytler goes up through his hands. Out of play. Throw in right forward pocket. St Kilda by 27 points. West Coast fans, if you're listening, what did you make of that? 0437 774 774. Beansy in Broadford says, can we go back to 2009 and change Hawkins behind to a goal?
So it's tossed in now, inside forward 50 for West Coast. Yo takes it out, just has a shot at goal. It's across the face. Work its way very close to the boundary. Baker almost throws it back into Jack Williams, then gets it back from him. A long hand pass to the top of the goal square. It'll be fumbled by Carroll, but does get to Wilkie. He's taken to the turf by Duff Tyler. The umpire crosses his arms and will have a ball right at the top of the goal square.
I'm really happy that you made that call, Murph, about Silvani's terrific intercept of that last passage of play.
Yo takes it from the restart, snaps towards goal again. He was 2 metres out, couldn't get the distance on the kick, and Wilkie taps it over for a rushed behind for West Coast. It is West Coast 1-5-11, St Kilda 5-7-37. 21 minutes gone in the second.
It was an up and down kick from Elliot Yo-Yo there, and just point.
2 in the game.
Oh, I think if we were being generous, it was at least 90 seconds between...
It's time to move on, Benny. Come on. It's time to move on.
Not for the West Coast Eagles fans. They are flooding the SMS line.
Love to see the West Australians right up on this.
St Kilda by 26 points. Sinclair takes off on a darting run, tries to bounce, coughs it up, doesn't come back to him. Baker wins it for the Eagles. Off to Bailey Williams, snaps inside 50. And Wilkie marks 45 out from the defensive goal for the Saints and moves it on to Dougal Howard.
Yeah, the Eagles are needing to put more thought into their inside 50 kicks. Oh, that is horrific.
Oh, Howard turns it over straight to Willem Dersma, 49 out, and he looks inside 50, but only over the shoulder as he goes back to kick for goal.
We'll see if Dersma takes the shot or whether he does pass this off, because just in their last few entries, West Coast, they've just thought that kicking it haphazardly as far and as high as they possibly can is enough, and with St Kilda getting numbers back, it's just not working for them. But it looks like Dersma will have a shot.
The number 1 draft pick with number 1 on his back starts it right, and it'll go right to the line and be swatted through, getting back the Koning, able to swipe it through. Joel Peterson downstairs.
Liam Ryan's back on the bench. Ben, he looks like he's going to give it a go. I'm not sure he'll be moving too freely tomorrow, but at least for now he looks okay.
Thanks, Joel. As St Kilda try and work it out of defensive 50 as Carroll kicks down the wing. The mark's taken by Marcus Windhager. City side just backwards of centre wing. Puts the kick in front of him. Looking for Owens. Front position. Couldn't take the mark, though. It'll allow an in for Lindsay, who can take it for the Eagles and moves it across to Duff Tyler. Little hand pass across to Kelly. Chips inside forward 50 and Baker was sitting there standing by himself and able to mark at the very top of 50. He doesn't want to take the kick. He almost shanks this one completely. Looking in the right forward pocket. Davis is there to collect it for the Eagles, but he's taken over the boundary line by Carroll, and that'll result in a forward 50 throw-in for the Eagles. 24 minutes played in this second term. A goal to either side in this quarter. St Kilda's lead 25 points.
Oh, I love this from the Eagles fans. Now that they're reviewing missed calls, maybe Sampi has a chance to get a shot on goal for Ty Kennelly, holding him in the dying moments of the 2005 Grand Final. Ball at half forward for the Eagles. Milan Murdoch rushing a kick to full forward, and back there Wilkie, as he always is for St Kilda. Kicks laterally to Silvani, back pocket. St Kilda leading by 25, as Loz said. Exiting kick for Silvani to Hunter Clark. On the right back flank. Clark kicks around the wing for Sharman. St Kilda just chipping it around the dockside wing. Sharman looks up, sends it towards the attacking arc. Doing a good job, Brock spoils it away, but it falls to Wangane Malira, pokes it into the pocket, onto the chest of Higgins. 40 out, 45-degree angle, and that is the class of Naz.
He's a player that is spoken about a lot of written about him, a lot of eyeballs watch him every week. And that is why, because a lot of players in that situation gather the loose ball, caught between two West Coast players under a fair bit of pressure, and just has the vision, composure and skill just to be able to find Jack Higgins with a little outside of the boot, 20-metre kick, pure class.
It was a terrific kick, but also the ground ball. Just one-handed gather up.
Higgins with the drop punt, drives it straight through the middle. And the three-time reigning goal-kicking champ at St Kilda has got 3 already today. 6-7-43, plays 1-6-12, 31 points closing in on half-time. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Be curious to know your thoughts on this ball with Jack Higgins. I don't know if he gets as much recognition for one of the best small forwards in the game. Like, he's those guys that when the ball hits the ground, they can collect and gather and score. And what he's great at is he takes his opportunities in front of goal, similar to like a Tom Papley type, a Nick Watson. I honestly think he's probably one of the top 2 or 3 small forwards in the game.
He's got real power too, and you look at that set shot of his, that's a powerful leg on him. Yeah, I think he might be underrated.
46 goals last year for Jack Higgins. He's already got 14 this year so far. It's from the middle, it'll be St Kilda again. Here is Wangane Millera. Gathers the footy, takes a bounce, running past centre half forward, spots a target. It's Liam Ryan. He hits him on the chest. Oh, he just couldn't take the mark. He's injured again here, Ryan.
He might have had recorked.
Yeah.
Yep.
He's fallen to the turf. He's sore getting up. It's all rushed through for a behind as well. So St Kilda's lead is 32 points. But Ryan's been just in the wars a little bit today.
If he gets one more knock to that right buttock, there could be a reconstruction during the week. First ever in the game for a buttock. Benny?
Thoughts of Bob Murphy as the Eagles through Lindsay onto Marek, kick up to the wing, overshoots Dursma. Yo gathers it, gives the handball back to Allen. His kick too hot for Bailey Williams. Out the back, Willem Dursma going after it, but Filippo takes it from him. Steps the man, Murdoch, gives it off the hill.
There it is.
St Kilda on the logo. Kick to Sharman at centre half forward. Handball to Higgins. Handball to Garcia. Running room. Steadies from 30. Slams it through. Slick from the Saints. And they lead by 38 points. 7-8-50 plays 1-6-12. 27 minutes into the second term. They've kicked the last 4. And they've kicked 7 of the first 8 goals. Bob Murphy and Cal Sinclair.
Yeah, there's been some signs this quarter as this game gets away from the West Coast Eagles. Well, those signs in that bit of play have turned to alarm bells because there were a cluster of St Kilda players in the middle of the ground calling for the ball arms in the air, give it to me, because there wasn't too many West Coast players who wanted to see them or had an appetite to defend them, and it ended up in the capable hands of Garcia, who's got a bit of speed and he's got some bright pink boots, and they kicked truly on that occasion. But there's alarm bells now for West Coast, because that was you could see that happening from a fair way out.
Saints up by 38 points. It's another centre clearance for them. This time it's off the boot of Flanders. Kicks them inside the arc. Ryan chasing in after it. He's beaten to the footy by Young. He dodges around his opponent, and then he's able to dart the kick out to Will Dersma.
Corridor.
No, he's on centre wing and he chips it very close to the boundary line, out wide to Marrick, who takes and curls the footy inside forward 50. It's a whole contest. Marshall gets himself in there, 2 hands to it, brings it down. Wilkie comes in. He's taken by Jack Williams, and we'll have a ball up the very top of the attacking 50 for the Eagles.
If you're going to pay Elliot Yeo's mark at the start of this quarter, well, pay Rowan Marshall's just then.
So Reid takes it out of the ruck. He's tackled, hand passes it away. That's a last touch lasso free kick. And it's Brad Hill who win it for St Kilda. He kicks off to Wanganeen Millera. St Kilda ahead by 38 points late stages of this second term.
Wanganeen Millera kicking on the 45 to the left back flank. On the bounce, running onto it is Howard. He kicks around the wing. Mark taken by Windhager, who wheels and goes for St Kilda. Kicks inside 50. De Koning rises. Ball out the side of the pack onto it. Sharman can't keep it in. He does in the end. Then gives the handball back to Hall, who goes back to Windhager. St Kilda by 38 points. Windhager 60 from home. Drives it to full forward. Ryan goes up, doesn't mark. And Dersma roves for the Eagles. Just whacks it out of there. Clear and kick. Marshall backtracking. Marks for the Saints.
Yeah, just lost his composure a couple of times, Dersma, in the last few minutes.
Chips to Wanganeen Millera. Chips it inside forward 50. And it'll be a mark to the Saints as well. Mateus Philippou on the end of it.
There's a real lack of intensity and even just the ability to run from West Coast. Like, that ball was skied out there by Dersma, albeit not a great kick. But I reckon all 18 players just literally stayed back in the defensive half of the ground, and not one of them actually broke out of a jog.
There's a little bit of white flag about this from the Eagles.
Mateus Philippou from 53 metres out curls this one towards goal. It's just offline.
Absolutely, there is, Bob.
St Kilda's lead out to 39 points. We haven't hit half-time yet, but it's grown from 19 points at quarter-time.
Now Lindsay with the kick in, that neat left boot. Overshoots his target there of Allen, and it's picked up by Butler of St Kilda, back inside 50 with the kick. And Job Shanahan, they love this young man. And the Eagles, as they should. His clear and kick up to the wing, punched away by Caminiti, off the knuckles, out of play, and a throw in between the interchange gates. St Kilda by 39 points. Can't keep up with the text on the SMS line. We'll come back to them at halftime when we revisit that. It's like the telethon out west. Joel Peterson.
Job Shanahan swung into defence, Benny. That was his first mark of the game, and looks like they've dropped the Dersma run with Wanganeen Millera. Naz has got 20 touches nearing half-time.
Thanks, Joel, as the ball's tossed back in right in front of your position. Reid takes it, can hand pass it away. Bailey Williams runs onto it, hand pass to Marrick. He was hand passing towards Bo Allen, was bumped off the footy, allowing St Kilda and in to swarm the footy. Nian Cully gets there first, and then he's swarmed by that mob of St Kilda players, and they lock him up in the centre of Docklands.
Well, they smell a kill, St Kilda. Gang tackling now. They're all getting involved.
Ball gets flicked up, and it's taken by Flanders, who hand passes backwards towards Wilson. Kicks as he's falling to the ground towards De Koning. Has to gather it, and then hand pass it to Garcia. Just kicks hurriedly inside forward 50. Ryan's there chasing onto it. Young goes in after it, gets 2 hands, the footy overruns it, can still collect. Hand pass to Lindsay, hand pass across to Brock, who flicks it towards Marrick, who can kick right down the wing. Will Dersma will be able to mark for the Eagles.
He looks long, has Baker back leading towards goal. Hill's right there with him, bouncing ball, and free kick against Baker. The Eagles forward trying to work his way into space, and Hill will take it for the Saints inside D50.
That's the
away to Howard and then out to Sharman.
That's the third time Dersma, young star, love his game. He's going to be a great player, but he's just blazing away at the moment. That's 3 kicks in a row that I'd just like to see him take a bit more time.
On to Windhager to Sinclair, and on the end of it inside 50, Tom De Koning, 40 out, slightly left of centre, and he will kick after the half-time siren.
They literally walked the ball up the ground, St Kilda, during that passage of play, and just watching sort of the body language during that passage of play of everyone from West Coast. A lot of pointing, Bob, about you take this guy, I'll take him, but no one actually coming forward and actually trying to make a bit of an impact in a statement. Just allowing them to just walk all the way through them, to be honest.
A lot of hands on knees and hands on head and hunched over Eagles players out there at the moment.
Tom de Koning, his big left slipper through it. It's out to the right, just to behind. St Kilda will lead by 40 points at half-time. 7:10:52 plays 1-6-12. The goal kickers, it is 7 goals to 1. It could have been a lot worse if St Kilda had kicked accurately. 3 going the way of Higgins, and then it is singles to Ryan, Flanders, Marshall and Garcia. 1 goal, the lone goal for the Eagles, going the way of Harley Reid. The big goal in that half will be Ryan Marshall's. We'll get to that, but first and foremost, the former Bulldogs captain Bob Murphy and former Eagle and Swan Cal Sinclair. How did you see that first half?
Oh, pretty ordinary from the West Coast Eagles. You can look at them now. I'm not sure who's speaking to them at the halftime break. They haven't even gone into the rooms yet, but I reckon they'll be looking at themselves saying, we can cop skill errors, we can cop some maybe breakdown in structure, but there's one thing we can't cop, and that's effort and attitude. And I just felt like, particularly towards the back end of that quarter, Bob, that no one really at all was having any sort of power or any effort, not even an ability to run. I haven't seen other than probably Bailey Williams at the start of that quarter, lay a big tackle, or anyone from that squad show any sort of physical presence. So they're going to probably cop it from Andrew McQualter, who was quite animated at quarter time. But you put it perfectly only a few moments ago, Bob. But St Kilda, they're sniffing an absolute kill here. I don't actually think they're even playing that well, the Saints, to be honest. But what they are doing, they're taking the ball in the middle of the ground. They're getting a couple of nice handball receives. They've made a couple of good decisions going inside 50 with Max Hall, top of the goal square. Higgins has finished his work a couple of times in front of goal, so he's been superb. And Wanganeen Miller, they've dropped, I guess. I don't know if it was a tag, but maybe a little bit of a run with or accountability from Dersma, but that obviously hasn't worked. He's had above 20 touches. No, he's had 20 touches, and he's absolutely firing. So trying to really think, Bob, on the West Coast, has there been any sort of green light player that you can say that, they go in at half-time and have set the standard? I'd probably say no, really.
Look, I think there's a few players who've had, a couple of nice moments, but nothing that would arrest this sense of lethargy that it just seems to be pouring through the West Coast team at the moment. St Kilda were with them for the first half of that first quarter. They looked lethargic as well, but since then they have been able to adjust. Their appetite for risk went up, their intensity and speed in offence went up, and then their real desire to defend and impact and tackle and fight and scrap and run in numbers just went through the roof. So there's a big, big win on offer here for St Kilda if they really want to go after it and if they can finish their work, because they have been a bit scratchy in front of goal. But it's the type of day that's an important one for St Kilda to actually destroy a team and make a bit of a statement for the rest of the competition and to themselves, because at the moment, West Coast, they haven't met the standard of AFL footy.
The thoughts of Bob Murphy and Cal Sinclair here on ABC Sport. The big moment in that half that is going to be spoken about on the footy shows, because it's not going to be name a game this fixture, as people watching it on a replay, that's not going to happen. But the Rowan Marshall goal. So a shot on goal, it goes across the face from left half forward, close to the ear, behind post on the opposite side of the goals. Rowan Marshall tries to take a mark. Now, whether he actually clunks it behind or on the line is to be debated.
It's as close as you could get, put it that way.
But irrespective of that, play goes on for about a minute 30 to a minute 40. Let's say, if we're generous, 90 seconds.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
the ball is then on the wing. Whistle from the umpire. Stop play. They give it the TV umpire sign that we'd see in cricket.
Yep.
And they say we're going all the way back to the behind post, and Rowan Marshall's getting a mark and a shot on goal. I have never seen it, and I don't think we want it officiated like that.
So let's call it 90 seconds, just because I like nice round numbers. Before that, what's the longest anyone has seen it changed and reversed and moved?
Well, it'll probably be that one.
That's really the longest.
So so I'm saying that's the longest for sure. But what would the next longest be? Because it feels like the gap would
It wouldn't be near that.
No, it wouldn't be anywhere near it.
I don't even think once play's resumed, I've seen it go back.
We're talking like 15, 20 seconds.
Yeah.
But Benny, I think just you're very passionate about this topic, and I can definitely see why. But is your criticism on the fact that we should just let the play go on, or are you criticising the fact that it wasn't timely enough?
My criticism is in two parts. Either hold the play up and work it out quickly, or once the play's back in motion, it's gone.
Well, there's obviously there's been a communication breakdown between the ARC and the umpires at that point in time. But, it was line ball, though, wasn't it?
It was
that mark, let's be honest. But I see the frustration. I just think, it's probably a little bit of human error in communication issue up there from the ARC. But you're right, Benny, it shouldn't go that long. But it is what the ARC is there to do. So it might not be the best decision, but they made a decision. So,
yeah.
Ooh, yeah.
I think.
I know what you're saying, Cal. I think what Ben's also saying holds true. At a certain point, if you can't decide what it is, then you just got to let it go. 90 seconds could have been all sorts of things happen.
What if the Eagles go and kick a goal? Does that goal get wiped off?
Yeah.
Yep.
It would.
Based off what we just saw then, yes, it would.
Do the stats get wiped off?
Yep.
What if someone gets reported in the interim? It's just a can of worms that I don't know where it ends if you're going to take the ball back. So, I mean, the phone lines...
Thankfully that didn't happen.
Yeah.
And, of course, Marshall ends up kicking the goal. That was the only thing we knew for certain.
Yes.
Once all of that drama happens, you just know for a fact that the player will kick a goal.
So celebrated hard too, Marshall, after that one. So he was very, very happy with his efforts on that.
Well, he'd forgotten he'd taken the mark. It had been that long ago.
Some of the texts at the game from WA, what a joke that was. Charles in Jan Juck says, rules. Who's surprised? AFL constantly changing rules year after year after year after year. Nobody understands. Frustration, wrong decisions, injuries, confusion. Rob in WA, absolute shambles, says Rob. A lot of upset Eagles fans. Brendan in Hobart says, do we go back to the 2018 grand final when Ryan blocked Maynard off the ball during the dying seconds of the game? Sia was happy you had me moving on, Cal. And, Bob in Tassie says, can we have another look as to whether Wayne Harms was really in the front row? So the Eagles fans weren't happy.
I think a point that I'd probably like to make on this is that the AFL, obviously, I think the narrative is they want a speedy and a fast game. They want it sort of free-flowing. So you implement rules such as, we've removed the boundary throw-in for the last kick. So if you want to speed up the game sort of that much, potentially those are the consequences, is that, every person out in the ground understands that, we want to get the game going. We don't want big stops and starts in play. But I don't know if I'm probably explaining it well enough, Bob.
I totally understand what you're saying. I think what would have to be looked at, and look, there may just be a basic technical error here of,
hand up.
Let's say the phone line went down, for just as a basic example. Perhaps that's what happened. But I think if you want the game to be moved fast, so we're not going to be absolute. If there is a certain point where you say, you know what, there's 7 seconds or there's 12 seconds where you either make the call or you don't. So, okay, we may miss the odd one, but you can't have 90 seconds and then go, actually, you know what, we'll bring it all the way back. I think that's where the adjustment or the explanation will hopefully make things clearer.
And this isn't a game where you can look at everything. You've just got to accept that there's going to be some calls that it's not the round ball game of football where you've got a goal, you've got an offside, it's fairly straightforward. This is just, it doesn't work as well, technology in this game, as other games.
I'd probably say if I'm working in the ARC and we always talk about, the human element of football, I'm probably giving the guy a nudge, just going, just let that one go, mate.
Yeah, I reckon.
At the end of the day, we're creating a fuss, we're putting a rod for our backs here.
Yeah.
It'll be spoken about a lot during the week, no doubt about that. Rich from Ocean Grove says it is an iron law. Every attempt to use video and technology to solve a problem in sport creates a new problem. We might let that stand. Right now, though, we can pause and get the latest from the ABC newsroom. Those of you in SA, you'll be off to the pre-match of the Crows and the Lions after the news. If you want to keep listening, you can find us on ABC Listen. But news time.
ABC News, I'm Eliza Getzi. US President Donald Trump is uninjured and other top White House officials were evacuated from the annual White House Correspondents' Dinner in Washington after reports a shooter opened fire. Larry Buttrose has more.
A 30-year-old man from California is in custody after the incident, in which it's alleged he fired on a Secret Service agent at a checkpoint outside the dinner, which was being attended by 2,500 people. They included Mr. Trump and First Lady Melania and top US officials and the International Press Corps. The president was rushed out of the dinner and taken to safety at the White House. The White House has released security video of a man rushing a security checkpoint. The agent was struck by at least one shot, but protected by a bulletproof vest. Mr. Trump says he's spoken to him and he's doing fine.
The head of the Washington Metropolitan Police, Jeffrey Carroll, has described what happened at the lobby checkpoint.
An individual charged a U.S. Secret Service checkpoint here in the lobby area of the hotel. He was armed with a shotgun, a handgun, and multiple knives. As he ran through that checkpoint, members of law enforcement from the United States Secret Service intercepted that individual.
The ABC's America's editor John Lyons was at the dinner and says there was minimal security controlling who was getting into the event. As he explains, the alleged gunman was able to get inside the Washington Hilton Hotel, outside the ballroom where the President of the United States and a lot of his government were dining.
In my view, this was one of the most vulnerable moments ever for an American government, because this man, and I got into the whole hotel just to talk about security. All I needed was this. It's a ticket to the White House Correspondents Association dinner. No name on it, nothing. No passport. I took my passport and everything along thinking it's going to be high security. I arrived at the Washington Hilton. I got into the gate just by showing this. Anybody could have found this. And then I got into the hotel itself. No security.
The federal government says it's providing zero assistance to a group of Australian families with links to former Islamic State group fighters who are seeking again to return to Australia. 4 women, along with 9 of their children and grandchildren, left a Syrian refugee camp on Friday where they've spent years stranded. It's understood they're trying to travel home to Australia. Facing questions today, Government Minister Chris Bowen couldn't say if or when the group was returning.
We have no role in assisting these people. Let me make it crystal clear. We have no role. We intend to play no role. And we will obviously continue to monitor the situation very closely.
Nationals leader Matt Canavan has told a crowd outside Parliament House in Canberra that Australia will be more prosperous and unified when, quote, the Patriots are back in control. Senator Canavan spoke to a crowd of hundreds of people gathered at an anti-immigration rally taking place in the capital today. One Nation leader Pauline Hanson and Queensland MP Bob Katter are also addressing the crowd. Senator Canavan says clamping down on immigration would make the country richer.
When the Patriots are back in control, when people are back in control, we're going to unleash the potential of this nation like you've never seen before. So we've got so much. We're going to be unified. We're going to be prosperous. We're going to be rich. And we will be unified again.
The South Australian government says it'll introduce laws to increase penalties for service stations failing to comply with real-time fuel monitoring requirements. 2 regional sites have been fined over price discrepancies, while 7 others were fined for fuel types being unavailable when listed as available. Consumer and Business Affairs Commissioner Brett Humphrey says people should be able to rely on the information provided.
The fuel pricing scheme gives the consumer the option at home or parked in the car at work to sit there and make an informed decision about where they're going to buy their fuel, how much fuel they're going to buy and what they're going to do. And they should have confidence when they attend that service station that the price is the same on the browser as what they've seen on the app.
And to sport now, Australian surfer George Patar has won the Margaret River Pro in Western Australia. The 23-year-old from Sydney defeated Brazil's Gabriel Medina by more than 2 points in the final. It's Patar's first win on the World Surf League Tour. And in the women's final, American Lakey Peterson beat Brazil's Luana Silva. That's all the news for now. You're up to date with the latest from ABC News. For more news at any time, you can head to our website. That's abc.net.au, or you can look up news on the ABC Listen app.
Okay, ready?
Little listeners have a new space to get all their favourite podcasts, like exclusive new episodes of Bluey Listen Along.
Let's dance to celebrate!
Create a kids profile today by heading to the Kids tab on the ABC Listen app.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Oh, wow. We're not going all the way back to the score review from a minute and a half ago. We can't be doing this. The game's gone on for a minute after the non-score review, and now we're taking the ball all the way back.
And they're saying it wasn't a behind, it was out of bounds on the full. Is that what we're doing?
It's going back to Rowan Marshall, who I mentioned was there, and they've paid the mark to Rowan Marshall. Marshall arcs out, hooks it through, and it's a goal. I have never seen anything like it.
Kicks comes to Wanganeen Miller. Kick across to Marshall, the most recent goal kicker, the recipient of that mark. Hand pass across to Hall, inside a hot spot for St Kilda. Spills at the bottom. Jack Higgins goals. And that is 2 in a minute for St Kilda.
Filippo takes it from him. Steps a man, Murdoch, gives it up the hill.
There it is.
St Kilda on the logo. Kick to Sharman at centre half forward. Handball to Higgins. Handball to Garcia. Running room. Steadies from 30. Slams it through.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Half-time in the match between the Eagles and St Kilda. 7:10:52. St Kilda leading the West Coast Eagles 1-6-12. 40 points at the main break. What can the West Coast Eagles do to turn things around in this second half? The good news for the West Coast Eagles and Eagles fans listening out west, St Kilda haven't won a third term this year. 0-6, and they are 18th in the competition in third term. So maybe if the Eagles can get something going here, Bob Murphy and Cal Sinclair.
Yeah, well, they need to find something, West Coast, and if they continue to play safe, stodgy football, this could get really, really ugly. And I mean losing by 3 figures sort of ugly. That's how it started to look at the end of that second quarter. So if they need run and they need some burst, you're looking to guys like Tim Kelly, Elliot Yeo, who we've mentioned, Harley Reid we know can do it, Dersmer, who's a young star, but, I mean, he's in his first year. But they're the sort of players who actually have the physical capabilities to show a bit of intensity that we haven't seen from West Coast in this first half. But I think the bigger concern for me, and it's a watch for me in this second half, is when they get the ball at half back, it's not that they have to use the corridor. But what you have to do is you have to look in the corridor. And there were numerous times in that second quarter in particular where West Coast players won the ball, took a mark, turn around, don't even look in the corridor just because they're fearful of making that mistake. Now, that's typical of young teams. But when the game is going the way it is right now, it's just not up to standard. So you'll watch St Kilda, and we'll get a good chance in this second half over these next 2 quarters. When you watch St Kilda, any of their players, when they win the ball or take the ball at the wing half back, you'll see them eyes darting to look inside. Now, yeah, there's more options, but it's the chicken and the egg. So we'll know early on in this third quarter whether they've been able to make an adjustment. Let's see if they can actually look in there for a start, and then the second part to that is whether they've got the courage and bravery to kick the ball inside that corridor. And the third part of it, of course, is just the actual skill execution itself, because it is a tough kick.
And if you're St Kilda, you're probably going in a half-time going, like, we are a significantly better team than West Coast. We've got a lot more talent in the park. We've got a lot more experience. We're arguably a lot more well-connected with our ball movement. So they should be going into this game, going into this second half, going, let's absolutely put the foot to the throat against these guys and not allow them to sort of come back in. So, and I'll even one-up you, Bob, on your corridor comment there from the West Coast Eagles. Yes, they need to look corridor, but like you said, they don't have to use it, but they have to try and move the ball at some point. So even if they go out wide, you still have to try and move it. For me, it feels like they're a little bit spooked to do it. Every time they're taking a mark, they're kind of not looking to sort of give it. They're not even getting the supply of even some run coming past them to even have an opportunity to move the ball and go effectively inside 50. So it'd be a tough day if you're a West Coast forward. But Ross Lyon was very animated at half-time. I saw some footage of De Koning and Marshall having a very in-depth and deep chat with Ross, who was not angry, but he was animated and looking pretty, I guess,
trying to think of the right adjective. Enthusiastic with those two
Robust.
boys.
Well, we've just got Harley Reid, who looks like he's gone to Naz here. Might be a tag situation.
St Kilda ahead by 40 points as the third quarter gets underway. There is Harley Reid, who can take it hand pass to Yo, quick hand pass to Dersma. Puts West Coast inside 50. It'll be a deep entry into the forward pocket, looking for Waterman. At the back was Silvani, who worked him off it.
Well, there's the three. Reid, Dersma, Yo. So they all get involved. Tim Kelly's the other one. He's on the bench, so it would have been a bit tough for him to get involved. And they went to Waterman. So it's a good early sign.
As Ben mentioned, the Saints have dropped off in games this season as the ball is tossed in. Jack Williams doing the ruck work for the Saints inside forward 50. For West Coast rather, but it is the Saints that emerge with the footy as Flanders takes it, hand passes it to Windhager, and he can clear outside defensive 50 for St Kilda, only as far as Bailey Williams though, who intercepts the footy at left half back for St Kilda, left half forward for West Coast.
Williams with a high kick back into the pocket, launching at it. Shanahan, he juggles it down, and this guy just keeps going to new heights. He marks deep in the left forward pocket and will go back and kick for goal.
You made the point of, I guess, Yo, Reid and Dersma, but also Bailey Williams. You know, he jumped very, very well in that first centre bounce, towered over to Koning, and he also took a great intercept mark, forcing a repeat inside 50. So he started very well and made the statement and set them up.
That was a gorgeous pack mark.
For the perfect start, Shanahan curls it through. His stocks are on the rise. West Coast with the first of the second half, 7-10-52. Plays 2-6-18, 34 points, 90 seconds into the second half. Bob Murphy and Cal Sinclair.
Well, there is a phenomenon in our game of past players who are very influential in the media, and I refer to them often as the key forward mafia, and I mean it lovingly, but there is a very influential group. They've got big voices, they often talk from their chest. That would have been the type of mark where I can imagine them all looking at each other and just giving a bit of a nod of approval. The timing, the leap, the congestion that was taken in. Job Shanahan, that was a mark of the highest calibre. And to finish off the work from a tight angle, that would have made the Mafia happy.
Took the game-saving mark in Adelaide earlier this year as well.
Elliot Yo from the centre, inside 50, West Coast go again. He tried to pinpoint Shanahan, couldn't pull in the mark this time. It might be St Kilda that try and pull it out of defence as Wilson and passes it away to Sinclair. Still deep in defensive 50 for St Kilda. He puts it out wide to Wood, who can mark 60 metres from goal for St Kilda. Wants to move the footy on quickly and puts it long down the wing for the Saints. Owens was at the front, taps it away. McCarthy will collect, hand pass to Duggan. Hand passes to Dersma, who kicks West Coast down the wing now, looking for Reid. He was just wobbled out of it by Wood, but the ball ricochets back to Reid, who can kick it down the wing again. Sinclair takes it, spins around, and it'll be going back St Kilda's way again as he chips it out wide. And now Wood's marked yet again centre wing for St Kilda.
He moves it on to Hill, who handballs it to Flanders. Handball up to half forward for Butler. Just stops for a second, goes back to Hill. He's corralled, so rushes a kick inside 50, turnover. Milan Murdoch marks, kicks to centre half back, and Waterman.
That's it. Take it on.
Yeah,
keep going, son.
Loops the handball to Champion, who gives it to Baker. Baker looks inside 50, leading up Jack Williams. Doesn't mark. Champion punches it on. Now he tracks it towards half forward, buffing it off it. Goes back and wins it though, Champion. Throws it out.
Oh, he didn't see it, the umpire.
Work it out to Davis.
The arc will find it in a sec.
Who moves it on to Baker in the pocket. He'll centre it. Good kick. And Yo at full forward takes it. 20 out, slide angle.
That's actually a good point. I'm not going to pump my tyres up. The point that I'm making, like that was clearly a throw. Can the arc now say, no, hang on, that's not a shot on goal?
Only for scoring plays, so no.
Okay, thank you.
So they argue that by the letter of the law, the Rowan Marshall one, they're allowed to take back for a scoring play. It just took too long.
Define a scoring play.
Yeah.
Anything that contributes to a score.
Over the line.
So a missed free kick doesn't contribute to a scoring play.
And we are allowed to pump ourselves up on this show. We'll also check that.
A drop punt this time for Elliot Yo, and he slams it through. Here come the Eagles. Starting the second half like they've been shot out of a cannon. 7-10-52 plays 3-6-24, 28 points, 4 minutes into the second half. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, we've had Elliot no, then we had Yo-Yo, now we've got Elliot go in this third quarter. He has lit up the West Coast Eagles with centre square bounce clearances, And now he's found some space forward and he's banged that one through. So maybe, just maybe, West Coast, some signs of life here.
I don't like the joke, but I do respect the fact you haven't given up. But I think
not done.
I think they definitely have copped a spray at half time because the guys that we're looking at are the leaders. Yeo, Bailey Williams, Dersma, Reid have all had an influence in the first few minutes of this game.
2 quick goals to West Coast to start this third term means the lead's been cut down to 28 points in Kilda's advantage. There's a free kick in the centre as well, and it's going to Will Dersma.
Oh, get out of there, Naz. Putting the hands up. That's how you get 50.
Will Dersma coming up to possession number 18. It's a thumping kick inside forward. 50. Waterman was there on the lead, slipped through his fingertips. Silvani takes it and passes it away to Carroll. He's brought to the turf, pulled to ground, holding the footy. A West Coast free kick directly in front of goal. Millen Murdoch was part of the tackling crew.
Well, it's just amazing, Bob, isn't it? When you go out there with some intensity and some attitude, and dare I say, just an increased level of effort.
And speed,
exactly
velocity.
Right.
Just get the ball moving forward at a bit more pace and you might unsettle the St Kilda defence, which is, you know, it's not exactly the top brass of the competition. At least ask St Kilda the question. And right now, that's what you feel like West Coast is showing. Just a few little sparks of aggression and intensity.
It's Millen Murdoch and Job Shanahan who are doing the tackling. So rightly it's gone to Shanahan, the kick. He puts this one towards goal. Oh, it's offline to the left.
Just poked at it, didn't he? Just didn't look convincing. It was like he was just trying to nurse that one through. He's got to kick through it, son.
Can't add to his goal to start this third term. St Kilda's lead cut back to 27.
That would have really given the Eagles a little bit of momentum. Jack Sinclair taking the kick in. Long up towards the wing. Pack forms. De Koning brings it down. Here is Milan Murdoch. Turnover. Back to De Koning. Hurries a kick for St Kilda. Into the middle of the ground. Sharman keeps it in front of himself, then gathers. Handball to Flanders, who darts off through the middle. Little 1-2 with Garcia. No, Garcia goes wider. Out to Carroll. Left foot kick for Ryan. And he's leading laterally to mark. 40 out. Very tight angle. 5 in from the boundary line, left half forward.
I do want to highlight, I guess, the collecting of the ball from Sharman. Like, that was a very, very difficult ground ball. It was kind of a half volley that popped up really high. He just kept it in front of him enough at above his head height. But you just see when they actually move the ball, they look a lot cleaner and a lot better when they get the opportunity than the West Coast Eagles. But not much you can do as a defender when that's coming at you like 1,000 miles an hour. But it's funny what happens to Liam Ryan when he's out. That hip looks okay.
Let's see how the power in the leg goes with his sore right glute.
Battered and bruised today, Liam Ryan, but as skillful as ever. And a Spider-Man celebration. Liam Ryan doing it against the old team. 33 points, St Kilda's lead. They just settle it down. 8-10-58 plays 3-7-25. 8 played third term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, it's pretty stark, isn't it, Cal, when both teams have the ball. If there's any pace on the ball, there's so many options. And that was a glorious pass. Liam Ryan, who's able to find a fair bit of space, which with a sore glute, you'd probably want a little bit more from the West Coast defender there. You'd think if Liam Ryan was ever going to be vulnerable to having close checking, it might be with that corky to his hip, but he's able to find enough space, and the kick was stunning, to be fair.
Ryan with a couple of goals against his old side, signed on at St Kilda now until 2028. It's from the middle, it'll be All Saints. The ball is sockered forward. Howard goes in after it. He loses the ball and it's picked up by Hewitt of the Eagles. A little stab pass forward. Finds Murdoch. He hand passes it back to Hewitt, who's kept running. It'll be partially smothered. Hewitt goes back in after it and just bashes it forward inside 50. It'll work to get some distance into the left forward pocket, but it's all St Kilda defenders around that can clear it. Hill kicks it away. There's a whistle. It was out of bounds. Out of bounds, and we'll have a throw-in deep inside forward 50 for the Eagles. St Kilda with a 33-point lead after the Eagles kicked the first 2 goals of the quarter before Ryan came in with the most recent for St Kilda.
Left forward pocket here for the Eagles. Jack Williams and Tom De Koning. Jack Williams reaches over, palms it to the front. Hugo Garcia picks it up, handball to Wood. Saints in the back pocket to Hill, to Hunter Clark. Exiting kick up towards the wing. Flyers are there out the back. Mitch Owens runs onto it. About to be chased down. Brushes the tackle Handball infield to Filippo. Stops, runs into a nest of Eagles. Just gets the handball away. Bouncing ball. Carroll leaves it behind, or Wilson rather. And the Eagles work it out through Davis and then Lindsay. And now they go through the middle. Kelly.
Kelly takes it. He's dodging and weaving in the centre circles. Can finally fire off the hand pass away to Murdoch, who kicks this one out wide. Miracle mark. Still a couple of kicks from home for West Coast. He tried to poke it into Baker. Couldn't take the mark. A little too high for him. And Silvani can clear it away for the Saints. Puts it out wide. Woods in a little battle there with Marrick. Neither of them can pick it up in the end. It spills out the back. Jinby gets it. And then Lindsay has a crack at it. And finally it's Yo that kicks it to half forward where Reed marks.
Alec Waterman was completely out running back to goal then. He was furious that ball didn't get kicked to him, but Harley Reid's going back with a fair bit of confidence here. He'd be looking at kicking this from about 55, 60 metres out, but
man on the mark just outside 50, which can play mind tricks with a lot of players.
What will Harley Reid do? He puts this one towards goal. Harley Reid hits the post.
That looks good.
Oh, he had the distance off the kick. And he just rattled it into the right goalpost. A minor score for Harley Reid. He kicked the West Coast Eagles' first goal of the game early in the second term. St Kilda's lead 32 points.
Wilkie with the exiting kick. And it's out of bounds on the full, looking for De Koning, who charges off to the bench. St Kilda by 32 points. Free kick to Duff Tytler. He'll just set it up towards a warmish sort of spot. Shanahan hands to it very nearly. Wilkie steals it on the last line for St Kilda. Off to Hill, who moves it on to Windhager. Thumping kick right out to the wing, and Jinby marks for the Eagles. Wants to come infield, looking for Kelly or Duggan. Former marks. Just inside the centre square, attacking edge for the Eagles. Kelly looks long. Towards full forward, Shanahan goes up through his hands. Jack Williams, handball out to Baker. Works through them and snaps the goal. West Coast improved in their second half, and it's back to 26 points. 8:10:58 plays 4:8:32. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Bob Murphy and Cal Sinclair.
Well, it was scrappy. There wasn't a heap of method to it, but you certainly wouldn't describe the drop-a-ball defence there from the Saints as close checking. It just looked like a real chaos cluster of players, and Baker ended up with it in the end, but it was more through luck and lack of defence more than anything. Been a big fan of Bradley Hill's game up until this point. Had a big influence on the offensive side of things, but Baker was just left to his own devices there, and a pretty sharp pair of hands, to be fair, from, was it Bailey Williams there?
I think there's actually some good key forward representation with Shanahan and Waterman.
So from the ruck, Marshall takes it, hand pass to Wangani Miller. He'll dab it inside forward 50 for St Kilda. It works for the Saints. Cooper Sharman marks. And quickly from the centre clearance, Sharman will have a set shot at goal. About a 45-degree angle. He'll kick from 45 metres out as well.
That'd be an interesting centre bounce to review. I don't know how Wanganeen Miller, with his precision, is allowed to get sort of goal side of that centre bounce and come out the front. And I wish this would, for those listening at home, he just kicked that on the outside of his boot just to a subtle advantage.
He's finding more angle on that slice kick than just about any player I've ever seen, Nazaya.
Cooper Sharman kicks towards goal, puts it through the middle. And now it's the second goal for the Saints in this third term. West Coast have kicked 3, a little steadier for the home side. The lead back out to 32 points off the back of Cooper Sharman's eighth goal of the season. 13 minutes played in this third term. It's Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport. Your experts, Cal Sinclair and Bob Murphy.
That execution by skill from Nazaya, that can't be taught, Bob. Like, you can't teach guys at training to actually take those kicks inside 50. Maybe yourself, but
you would be encouraged to not coach players to do that. So he's running towards his left, and then he just has half a step where he can just sort of stop and find a player on his right, and using the slice of his right boot. I've never seen a player do it with quite as much panache as I'm seeing today from Nazaya.
His first touch of the quarter as well. Wanganeen Miller just in that play.
Marshall in the middle, palming it down for Garcia, who kicks up to Sharman, the goal kicker. Sharman looks inside 50 for the Saints. Ooh. Ryan, another collision with Jinby. Overshoots both of them. Free kick, Ryan. Ryan got a little shove in towards Jimby, coming from Tyler Young. And Flying Ryan did just that. He went flying.
They have the recipes to be disasters, those sort of situations on footy field. And hate being critical of defenders. I know it's coming in really hot, but you've got to be careful doing stuff like that because it can be absolutely carnage if it doesn't go your way. And
eyeing a third, Ryan delivers. And the Michael Jordan shrug. 38 points, St Kilda's lead. 10-10-70 plays 4-8-32. Quarter hour mark, third term, Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, he's looked dangerous all day, Liam Ryan. On that occasion, it was a free kick. He was wasting opportunities in the first half, and then he had some almighty damage done to his right buttock, done a couple of times. And the irony there, of course, is he hasn't missed a goal since that, so read into that what you will. But he's such a difficult matchup because if you're a defender, do I stand in front of him where you open yourself up to probably having mark of the week taken on you, or do you play him from behind where he's just as adept at leading at the ball? So when he's on like he is today, he's still engaging with the crowd. He's winding them up. He's a dangerous forward today, Liam Ryan.
And it's play restarted in the middle. It's another clearance from Wanganeen Miller up. He'll kick to the very top of the 50, and Mitch Owens is on the end of it. St Kilda pushing in these last few moments. It's resulted in a couple of goals and now another mark inside forward 50. Although he's going to have to ask photographers to move.
That was another clearance by Nazire where no one showed any accountability to him, particularly when he's standing at the front of the centre bounce.
Mitch Owens from the paint of 50, a tough angle. He'll pop it to a hot spot across the face of goals. It's a mark. It's not paid a mark to Caminiti. Spills out the back. Butler will take it in the left forward pocket. He tries to square it up. Wanganeen Miller are getting himself involved there. So is Mitch Owens, and Mitch Owens goals. Has a shot from 50 metres out, then he takes the shot from dead in front. It looked like a goal. We're going to have a score review straight away.
No, Mitch Owens knew that was touched. He told his teammates, no need to celebrate. That's going to the arc, and that'll definitely be a kick in. But
good appeal by the West Coast defenders. Strong appeal.
There it is.
Yep, Ruben Jimmy's hand. And that's a behind for St Kilda.
We'll reveal it in 90 seconds' time, Benny.
Yeah.
Double check.
Might have a West Coast player dealing with a corky here.
Alarm Murdoch.
Young Dersman's got a corky to his right thigh. We'll see how he was able to work his way through that.
Murdoch was zipping off, not the man Bob was thinking of. Short kick in from Lindsay to Hoff. Gets it back, Lindsay. Kicks the Eagles to just backward of the wing for Davis. Davis gestures, come at me, then overshoots his target, Champion. Bouncing ball, attacking at Hewitt, off to Duggan. Dump kick inside 50 for the Eagles. Up they go, Marshall. Gets back, defensive mark for the Saints. Inside there, D50.
I want to see more of that from Marshall, going behind the footy. They're worth their weight in gold, those sort of possessions.
Moves his kick up towards Wood on the wing, who gets it onto Carroll, onto Clark. His handball a turnover. The Eagles back the other way through Duggan. Duggan to Waterman. Waterman to half forward for Baker. They stream inside 50 for the Eagles. Nothing he likes immediately, so he kicks to the lateral lead. Up they go. Duff Tytler impeded. Free kick.
The game has changed so much, like with just free kicks like that. Like, I get it, it's probably in the rules, but I just don't know what you're supposed to do when you're trying to defend and you're trying to win the ball back. I just don't think we need to play a game where you just have to concede and let them take the mark, but don't know how to interpret your facial inspection there, Bob.
No, I know exactly what you're saying. I mean, there's contact to the arm. I wouldn't say it's a chopping motion.
Is it a free kick?
It's pretty soft.
The best big man in last year's draft, Cooper Duff Tytler. 200 centimetres, and his kick is into the woodwork. St Kilda by 38. 19 minutes into the third term. We're asking for the 15 players who have played for both of these teams. We've had David Sirakowski, G-Train, Fraser Gehrig, Liam Ryan, Michael Gardner. We've still got 9 more to get.
Wanganeen Miller brings in the footy. hits Silvani on the chest. A long hand pass across to Carroll, who then darts the kick out wide towards Wilkie. Baker tried to intercept it, just couldn't hold on to it. Had a good effort. Wilkie hand pass to Wanganeen Miller. A free kick will be coming back the way of the Saints. And 50 as well. So Wanganeen Miller will win the 50. And will be brought probably to the top of his attacking arc as well. He walks down. Could almost line up from here if he wants to, Wanganeen Miller.
Now, if you're a role player, you're told to kick this to the top of the square.
It's not what Wanganeen Miller does. He doesn't need to be a role player. He chips it towards Hall, who's leading into the forward pocket and marks.
I needed to finish. I was saying if you're going to be a role player in the team, which some of us get categorised as, you go to the top of the square. If you're Nasiah, you probably get the licence to have a shot from outside.
You've got to stop putting yourself down. You called yourself a list clogger when I was listening to you in Launceston yesterday.
I think a bit of honesty in the world is what it is. We know where we're at in life and...
Play your role.
You play honesty. I'll go with delusional on my side of the headphones.
Yin and yang. Max Hall now to have a shot for St Kilda. Left forward pocket has curled this through beautifully, Max Hall. A wonderful kick from Max Hall to put through the goal. Made his debut last year in round one and hasn't missed since. 11-11-77, West Coast 4-9-33. St Kilda have pushed out its advantage to a game-high 44 points as we tick into the 21st minute of this third term. Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport.
Your point is right, though, Kel, because Nasiah, I got the impression, with the man on the mark right on the 50-metre line, all of his body language suggested, I'm good enough, I've got the skill set to take responsibility and kick this goal. It just so happened that while everyone else stood still, Max Hall was the only one who thought, you know what, there's a bit of space over there, and he leads at a red line pace, and that did just draw the eye, and it was a good lead and a good pass and the right result for the Saints.
In the middle, Marshall wins the tap, but Bailey Williams onto it for the Eagles, sends them inside 50 into the pocket. Duff Tightler can't mark, and Wilkie cleans up at ground level. Clearing kick up towards the wing, and Mason Wood. Lots of text coming in with more of the 15 across these two clubs. St Kilda by 44.
Kobe Stevens?
He is one.
It's a great call.
Kobe Stevens, you would have seen him on Friday night at your reunion, Bob.
See him. He was one of the best dressed there.
Wood goes back to Wilkes, who moves it out to Dougal Howard. Right half back to Wilkes. Now consider the double switch here, St Kilda. They're at fullback. So Wilkes just stabs it short away to Hunter Clark. 30 out from his defensive goal. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. St Kilda by a comfortable 44.
Clark will put it towards the broadcast side of the ground. In the end, it goes over the top of Wood, who he was aiming for, and it's picked up and hand passed away by Davis, though that's picked off by Wanganeen Miller. Just a grubby kick forward. We picked up by Duggan, who basically threw the footy to himself. He couldn't quite get the hand to it to hand pass it. He hand passes it across to Hewitt, and his hand pass, an absolute turnover straight to St Kilda. Brad Hill takes it, one bounce, and will kick inside forward 50 for St Kilda. No mark can be taken. Marshall was part of the pack. The ball just spill into some space. Higgin goes in after it. Hand passes it away. Then Marshall taps it towards Windhager. This will allow him a chance to steady and snap. And there's another one for St Kilda. After a burst from the Eagles to start this third term, when the visiting side mounted a little comeback, the last 4 goals have gone the way of the home side, and St Kilda now move to 12-11-83. West Coast 4-9-33. That's a 50-point advantage the Saints hold. 23 minutes played in this third term. It's Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport.
Well, it's one of those moments that stress coaches out because you put so much effort into team defence and centre square bounce structure and all the sophistication of football. But if you've got players who can't execute a left-hand handball and it just rolls off the wrist, then the opposition will pounce all over it, and that's exactly what happened. West Coast couldn't get the ball to their teammate. St Kilda, easy as you like down the other end.
We'll get to Joel Peterson in a moment, hooking it down to Koning, then throwing a boot at it. Bailey Williams scrapping after it at ground level. Wilson wins it for St Kilda. Off to Windhager, the goal kicker. Onto Hall, rolled like a crocodile in the tackle. Half forward here for St Kilda. They lead by a neat 50, Joel Peterson.
Ryan getting plenty of work still done on that right hip, Benny. Willem Durs has been able to get his right leg going, and I want to add to your list Tom Hickey.
Tom Hickey is a good one. There you go. A few nominations coming through for Tom. The Eagles with a quick kick up to half forward. Dougal Howard scrapping after it at ground level, going in Hewitt for the Eagles. Half back here for St Kilda. They work it out through Clark and Carroll. Carroll's kick up to the wing, a turnover. There is Dersma. Had that leg worked on, marks it back for the Eagles. True centre wing.
How many have we got left on this list, Ben?
Still a few.
Desmond's kick is a turnover in the end. De Koning marks it in the centre square. Chips it out towards Marshall, and he'll kick St Kilda to half forward. Owens, good nudge. Off the body, takes the mark, hand passes it to Hill. He can chip it to the top of the goal square. Cooper Sharman puts it into the third tier. They're on a roll now, the Saints. And Sharman puts through his second with one that's been marked by someone in the 10th row of the top tier. And St Kilda lead by 56 points. 13-11-89. West Coast 4-9-33. 25 minutes played in the third term, and it's a big lead to St Kilda now.
I thought Tom De Koning then, really nice intercept. Got to put it on Tim Kelly at that part of the ground. Didn't even make a contest on Tom De Koning, but they blazed away. They're moving the ball the last 4 or 5 minutes, but we just feel like they're just running. They've got plenty of run in their legs. They're moving it efficiently, but tell you what, I really like Bradley Hill's unselfish sort of execution there by foot. Could have easily had a shot, but just thought, nah, I'm going to do the team thing. Sharman standing on his own in the goal square, and it just looked a lot more polished. And I think if he didn't put it through the sticks himself, Bradley, it wouldn't have been a good look. But well done to him.
Geez, they're zoning the space of the ball drop, and then there's what Owens showed there. That was high class.
Equal highest score to three-quarter time for St Kilda this year. Eagles out of the middle through Yo. Gets rid of it. Away towards Davis. Kicks to full forward, and the mark taken back there by Wilkie. So often the saving grace for St Kilda.
Doesn't make many mistakes, does he?
Incredible. Since he was a mature age pickup from North Adelaide. Hasn't missed 162 consecutively. Gives it to Carroll, who goes for a gallop. Kicks to the wing. Looking for Hill, and doing a good job there, Lindsay, to spoil it out right in front of Joel Peterson.
Benny, you were calling Cal Wilkes a couple of minutes ago inside defensive 50. Were you just burying a little Easter egg, a Bo Wilkes Easter egg there?
I was. Nice. Either Bowmeister, Bo Wilkes. He is one of the 15. Joel Peterson, you're all over it.
So that's what we're trying to do. Players who have played for St Kilda and West Coast and both of those clubs. Still a few names left on that list. 27 minutes played in this third term. It's St Kilda ahead by 56 points as from the throw-in, Wilson takes it and kicks inside forward 50 for St Kilda. But Young's there, the former Tiger, to collect an intercept for the Eagles. Kicks out wide towards Bo Allen, who's streaming down the outer wing, takes a bounce, has a second one, and then fires off the hand pass to Goff. Will kick West Coast inside forward 50. It was a hurried one. Shanahan was in a 2-on-1. Wilkie wins out at the back. Hand passes to Carroll. Hand pass to Higgins. Hand passes back to Carroll. Comes off his shin. And there's a free kick going the way of Higgins in that as well, who might have been bumped late by Baker and bumped to the face as well. So Jack Higgins with 3 goals for St Kilda this afternoon. He's now in the right back pocket and gets the free kick for the Saints.
Long kick up to the wing, looking for a contest. Up they go, off the hands of the pack, down at ground level, picked up by Bo Allen. Gets the handball away to Champion, kicks infield and Murdoch. 60 out from goal here for the Eagles. Murdoch kicking into the pocket, punched away by Caminiti. And a throw in off hands. So some of the text coming through. Liam Glenorchy says Jamie Cripps, who was omitted by the Eagles for this game. He is certainly one of them. Jay and Mike, both in WA, say Jason Heatley.
Phil Narkle.
Jason Heatley.
Phil Magic Narkle is another.
Ball tossed inside forward 50 for West Coast. It's pulled away by Garcia. He kicks to centre half back. De Koning taps it away, but Marek is there to pick up. Hand pass to Lindsay. Hand passes it away to Murdoch, and then it's hand pass back to Lindsay, who darts the kick inside forward 50. Bailey Williams was on the lead. Again, couldn't pull it in, but he might have had a tug of the jumper. And it'll be a free kick to West Coast.
Competes hard, Bailey Williams. I watched him pretty closely today, particularly at the centre bounce. An undersized ruckman. He probably, he's filling the role probably until they find someone a little bit more established as the years are going on. But he's a survivor and a great competitor, and I reckon probably just a good reward here for his hard work. He has given them a fair bit of first use from the centre bounce today, but that particular instance just got front position on Marshall, tested him forward, which he tends to do to other ruckmen.
Bailey Williams, slight angle to the right, sprays this completely to the right. And it's just a behind. St Kilda's lead cut back to 55 points. We're about to tick over to the 30-minute mark of this third term.
Was it Phil Narkle with the unorthodox helmet?
Yep, it was. The bicycle helmet.
Yep.
Kick into Silvani, who hurries his kick. Turnover as it ricochets away, and he has to turn tackler on Champion with a little bit of help from Hugo Garcia. St Kilda by 55. 90 seconds away from three-quarter time. Marshall takes it out of the ruck. Centre half back for St Kilda. Free kick. Was it a throw? For Marshall it was. Free kick, Duff Tytler.
Lovely guy, Phil Narkle, who was our Indigenous officer when I was at the West Coast at the time, and very, very kind gentleman. Very good guy.
Duff Tytler kicks into the pocket. Not his best effort, and off hands it goes out of play. Free kick, though, going the way of Butler in the back pocket. St Kilda by 55 points, 30 minutes into this third term.
Lucky for Dan Butler, who spilt the mark, but gets the free kick. Left back pocket, looks like he's going to dodge and weave, and in the end goes long down the wing. Duff Tytler's at the back. Jinby comes in and just kills the footy over the boundary line for a throw-in.
Just get the feeling with West Coast, Bob, they just need a few more names in each line of the ground just to kind of give them stability. You just feel that guys like Reid and Dersma could probably just use with a, I don't know.
There's a lot falling to the talent in that under 22 age bracket, isn't it? Which is that's a challenge in a long footy season.
Shallow throw in. Marshall picks it out of the ruck to Garcia. Hand pass to Wilson. Back to Garcia, who kicks straight along the line. Jimmy had front position, just spills it out of his hands into the hands of Mitch Owens. Hand pass across to Wanganeen Miller. The ball kind of spilled out of his hands, went around his body. He just couldn't gather it back. Balls to ground, but Mitch Owens is there to collect. Hand pass it across to Hall, who can hand pass it inside 50 across to Higgins. He snaps, he's falling. It's a Higgins specialty. And he's put through his fourth. Higgins able to kick it straight towards goal despite being off balance. And St Kilda, their lead is now out to 61 points after they led by 40 at half-time. St Kilda 14-11-95. West Coast 4-10-34. 32 minutes played in this third term. And what's the goal song? It's the Beatles.
Just with that passage of play there, Bob, you just felt like it had the reminiscence of the Buddy Franklin, Cale Hooker situation back in the day with Nazai. But I tell you what, Gibney just put in a lot of effort, but just the bounce of the ball, a little bit unlucky there for West Coast. They probably weren't set up on the fat side of the ground well enough, but Jack Higgins, as good small forwards do, they find their space and they find their opportunity.
He knows where the goals are, Jack. He doesn't need much time and space, and he slams home his fourth.
Last 6 goals of the game to open up a 10-goal plus lead for St Kilda. Eagles take the advantage out of the middle through Reid to Marek, and a bullet onto the chest of Waterman. Mullet flowing as he leads up to mark. 45 out, 45-degree angle right half forward.
I tell you what, there hasn't been a lot to celebrate or have anything to hang their hat on today, the Eagles, but I have loved the discipline of Marek, who's spent a lot of time on the wing. He's been able to really influence team defence, and he was able to influence there just by holding his width and get the handball from Harley Reid, and the delivery to Waterman was first class.
On a 12-game goal streak, but goalless today so far. Jake Waterman is no more. Nice finish from 50. And it's back to 55 points. 14-11-95 plays 5-10-40. So the goal kickers, 4 St Kilda, 4 for Higgins, 3 for Ryan, 2 to Sharman, singles, Windhager, Flanders, Marshall, Garcia and Hall. While for the Eagles, all singles, Reid, Shanahan, Yo, Baker and Waterman just then. St Kilda by 55 points. This is Sunday Footy on ABC Sport.
She's gotten worse. Lots of anger.
Ursula Carlson, No Filters, brand new comedy.
She's contracted early onset Karen.
Ursula starts Wednesday, April 29 on ABC TV and ABC iView.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Well, he looks long. Towards full forward, Shanahan goes up through his hands. Jack Williams, handball out to Baker, works through them and snaps the goal. West Coast improved in their second half.
Inside forward 50 for St Kilda. No mark can be taken. Marshall was part of the pack. the ball just spill into some space. Higgin goes in after it. Hand passes it away. Then Marshall taps it towards Windhager. This will allow him a chance to steady and snap. And there's another one for St Kilda. Turnover in the end. De Koning marks it in the centre square. Chips it out towards Marshall. And he'll kick St Kilda to half forward. Owens, good nudge. Off the body, takes the mark. Hand passes it to Hill. He can chip it to the top of the goal square. Cooper Sharman puts it into the third tier. They're on a roll now, the Saints. Wanganeen Miller, the ball kind of spilled out of his hands, went around his body. He just couldn't gather it back. Balls to ground, but Mitch Owens is there to collect. Hand pass it across to Hall. He can hand pass it inside 50, across to Higgins. He snaps, he's falling. It's a Higgins specialty. And he's put through his fourth.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Great to have you with us. St Kilda by 55 points. Another text from Cam in Belmont. When I was a kid, Phil Narkle had a ripper black and white helmet playing for Swan Districts in the AFL. We've been asking for the 15 players who have played across both of these two teams. So we've got Bo Maister, David Sirakowski, Fraser Gehrig, Jason Heatley, Kobe Stevens, Liam Ryan, Michael Gardner, Phil Narkle and Tom Hickey. There's a text suggesting Mark Hutchings. No, sir, was on St Kilda's list, didn't play for them.
That's a technicality though, Benny.
Went on to become
Benny runs a very tight ship, Cal.
Yep.
Bit of it like bordering on Grinch.
Yeah.
He still hasn't acknowledged any of the three yo gags that I've gone with today. Not one reference.
And we did get a text from a friend of both of ours, Bob. Brad Wirra, who I used to play this game with.
Yes.
Pre-ABC commentary calls in Perth.
In an under type, Brad Wirra.
Dale Kickett.
Dale Kickett, of course. He played for everyone, so of course he played for these two.
Bob Murphy and Cal Sinclair. St Kilda blew it open there. They kicked 7-4 in that third term to open up a 55-point lead at the third change.
Well, I'm going to be worried if I'm the West Coast Eagles with this. It's going to be a long, long flight home if it turns into an even further blowout than what it is. So if you're the West Coast Eagles, if you're Andrew McQualter's team, you're going, guys, let's just walk away with a bit of pride and a bit of respect and a bit of, I guess, improvement because we've had a good probably, Bob, 10, 15-minute patch in that kind of quarter where, I probably gave you guys a rocket at half-time. So they had a little bit of a response from Dersma, Yo. Not sure what's happening with Tim Kelly today. He can't influence anything. I thought they gave their key forwards a bit more of an opportunity in that, particularly in the first half of that quarter. But I think just probably the experience and probably just a little bit more class and a little bit more, I guess, just more stronger patterns in their ball movements in Kilda. They just managed to just be able to really hurt them on the outside when they got that opportunity, particularly off the half-back line. And Liam Ryan, that hip sort of feeling okay when the ball's coming at him like 100 miles an hour. So he found the goals a couple of times. Jack Higgins been absolutely superb, probably close to the best of field. Wanganeen Miller, we're just marvelling really at what he can do by foot. It's been patchy, that role of who's going to him today, Bob. It just felt like they had Dersma, then it got dropped, and then Harley Reid went to him at the first centre bounce of the third quarter. Yet he's still having more of an influence. I think personally West Coast are a little bit confused about what actually are we doing with him. They've been very, very patchy with that sort of decision. Not sure how you're seeing that.
Yeah, it was interesting because at the start of that third quarter, the way Harley Reid took on Nazire at the centre square bounce, I thought, we could be in for a tagging situation here and a one-on-one battle. And it lasted about 12 seconds. So clearly the instruction wasn't for a shutdown role or even anything like it, to be honest. It was they just happened to be both in the midfield at the same time. Maybe that's something they could look to do in the last quarter. Teaching one of their young guns what it's like to reach elite status in this league, because that's what Nazire is. So that the margin at the moment, 55 points, you could quite easily imagine Andrew McQualter dusting off the old classic of, okay, well, let's start the scoreboard at 0-0 for this last quarter and see what we can do, see what we can work with, and maybe even go a step further and say, well, next week starts right now. We've got 30 minutes to forget about what's happened in the first three quarters because it's been really poor. Let's see what we can get out of this last 30 minutes of football that may set us up for next week.
Just under plus 50 for disposals, St Kilda. So they're obviously getting their hands a lot more on the ball, a lot more ascendancy.
Final quarter underway. St Kilda by 55 points. Bailey J. Williams taps it down. Nasai Wangani Malira handballs it back into the contest. Hugo Garcia for St Kilda feeds out a handball. Then Wood crashes in, wins it. Off to Sinclair and then to Carroll. Saints with the footy. Short kick on the city wing, away to Windhager. Gives it back to the run of Carroll. That left foot kick inside 50. Owens hands to it, doesn't mark. Hall at the fall of the ball, almost throws it out. Butler outside of the boot. Beautiful. Great finish. And back out by an equal game-high margin, 61. St Kilda. And they cross 100. 15-11, 101, plays 5-10-40. Less than a minute into the fourth, Bob Murphy and Cal Sinclair.
Oh, Butler just serves that one up with the outside of the right boot. Nice little finish there. It was Owens that was a bit lucky to miss out on a free kick, but it was Butler who was onto the loose ball. Class finish. There were numbers and opportunities everywhere again for the Saints. They just look a bit disorganised in all three lines today, the West Coast Eagles. Often the way with young teams, but they've been outshone, out-organised and outplayed today.
Means the margin's down 61 points as Bailey Williams rises over the top, taps it down at Shark by Garcia. Hand pass to Wangani Miller and he puts it out wide, running onto it is Hill. He's got space in front of him, uses it to run into and then put this kick to the top of the 50, looking for Mitch Owens. Jumping in front of him in the end was Sandy Brock. He marks for West Coast and just chooses to chip backwards to Duggan. And moves the ball forward to Lindsay. And then Lindsay shares it back with Duggan, who'll kick West Coast outside defensive 50 on the half volley. He was looking for Jack Williams, couldn't take it. Spills to ground, which means Owens can come in, pull it in, hand pass to Hill, hand pass backwards to Garcia. He puts it even further backwards to Marshall, who eventually chips out wide to Brad Hill, who'll mark on the defensive side of centre wing. St Kilda ahead by 61 points.
As big as the margin's been, Hill kicking around the wing. Up they go, Harley Reid contesting it. Hewitt arriving to take the football away for the Eagles. Moves it on to Duggan and gives it off to Sandy Brock, a nephew of Peter Brock, believe it or not, as he kicks up to Malachi Champion, who forces a contest down at ground level. Davis for the Eagles. They're at half forward. Back feeding the handball. Shanahan to Reid. Kick smothered. Jack Silvani doing the dirty work. Forces it out of play. Thrown between wing and half forward. St Kilda by 61, nearly 3 into the final term.
It's a good ABC Australian story on Peter Brock. I would highly recommend having a view, Bob.
ABC iView?
Yep.
Or Monday nights at 8 p.m. if you're watching it. So on Channel 2.
Interesting home life.
Interesting. So it's thrown, tossed back in. The ball will be kicked just to the top of attacking 50 for West Coast until it's cleared away by Dougal Howard. But it's straight into the path of Harley Reid, who looks around him and then wants to dart the kick away quickly. In the end, it ricochets back to him inside forward 50 for the Eagles. Silvani there to pick it up. Hand pass to Wilson. Hand passes it to Howard. Flicks across to Garcia. And he sends it by hands to Windhager as well, who eventually puts the kick right down the wing. There was no one there. And in the end, Young easily stands back to intercept it. The Eagles.
His kick hangs in the air as he tries to centre it, and Jimby earns himself a free kick. St Kilda by 61.
Again, I'm not sure you're allowed to compete in the air.
Jimby to Young to Milan Murdoch. Defensive point of the square. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. You don't like that?
Oh, a bit lucky.
Murdoch kicking through the logo. Trying to pick it up is Carroll low down, and he does, but he's quickly tackled.
I don't mind those kicks from Murdoch because at least they're actually having a crack. They've got nothing to lose. They're down by, over 60 points. I'd rather them have a crack at them at that stage of their development than just going long down the line.
That's right, yeah.
Bailey Williams and Marshall in the ruck. Comes down to Reid. Hand passes it back to Waterman. And he can hand pass it away to Allen, who'll put the kick not just inside forward 50, all the way to the top of the goal square. He needs a teammate to run onto it. And then it's Hill who runs it through for another rush behind today. Did that in the first term as well. Just happy to concede. And then the Saints can restart from a defensive kick-in. St Kilda ahead by 60 points. 4 minutes played in the final term. Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport. Brisbane and Adelaide just getting underway as well.
Been very good today, Bradley Hill. Probably chance to feature in Kel Sinclair's votes a little later in the afternoon. Leading the witness.
Good text coming in from Domin Faulkner. A question asking you guys, I'll paraphrase. You're both speaking about the experience needed in the Eagles Midfield, would Jack Viney be a trade option? Hard to see him fitting in at the D's moving forward, but could provide leadership and stiffen up the Eagles. The Saints still kicking it around inside defensive 50. Eventually, Carroll exits away to Wood, half-back flank. What do you think, Bob and Cal?
If he's fit, I don't mind the thinking behind it.
So maybe not him, but someone?
I like that type of thought.
St Kilda work the footy to the broadcast side of the ground, and then the kick going towards Butler is intercepted by Brock, can move it to Lindsay. He kicks towards Hewitt. It was a flat kick and it was low. Silvani is allowed to get in, grab it, hand pass it across to Wilkie, who flicks it across to Sinclair, and he can hit up Garcia in the centre of Docklands. He can't. In the end, Reid swipes in and taps it away. He hand passes it towards Duggan, who can only tap it too, couldn't pull in the footy, so Butler can run onto it. He's tackled by Brock. Ball spills out again. Owens picks it up, hand passes it to Hall, and he'll kick inside forward 50 for St Kilda to no one in particular. And Bailey Williams trucks it for the Eagles. St Kilda ahead by 60 points, 6 minutes past in this final term.
Kicks the Eagles out of defence, launching out at Jack Williams, brings it down but doesn't mark, and Wood gathers for St Kilda on the wing, off to Sinclair, kicks to half forward. Mark taken by Sharman, kicks infield, Garcia. Uncontested mark, 40 out, slight angle to the left.
I think it's not a bad suggestion there, Jack Viney, from a leadership perspective, but there's a guy playing at Hawthorn, and I would like to probably have a further discussion on this, called Finn McGuinness. Struggling to get a game at Hawthorn, got put in the team yesterday after literally is having it on a string in the VFL, literally 35 plus every week. 24 touches yesterday and 2 goals against a pretty good outfit in the Gold Coast Suns. He'd be one to watch at trade week this year.
Hugo Garcia, his drop punt never looked like missing. St Kilda are piling on the pain. 66 points. 16-11, 107 plays, 5-11, 41. 7 minutes into the fourth before Bob Murphy and Cal Sinclair. Joel Peterson.
Benny, Hugo Garcia's in some great form. Second goal there, as you mentioned. He's got 29 disposals on the day. He's actually got the 3 best games in terms of disposals on his career in consecutive weeks. So 24, 26, up to 29 today. So from going to being a fringe player for this Saints team, he's one who's really lifted his output this season.
I was here last year when he was subbed off in the second quarter by Ross Lyon in a very affirmative move from the Saints coach, but
no ambiguity when the message was handed down, Benny.
He's been able to turn it around since then. Hugo Garcia.
The Gabba as well, 2-1-13, Brisbane ahead of Adelaide, 1 straight 6, about 14 minutes played in the opening term. Of course, full call of that available on ABC. Listen, if that's the game you're looking for here, that's St Kilda v West Coast. There's a free kick in the middle and a 50-metre penalty as well for Marcus Windhager to be marched right to the top of the attacking arc for the Saints.
Yeah, we've talked about the big man at West Coast, Bailey Williams, fighting it out against 2 quality ruckmen today in Rowan Marshall and Tom De Koning. There, he just had it's a bit of a brain snap, really. The free kick was paid, and he just had that little reflex. He just wanted to quickly sort of reach and touch the player's wrist, and the ball bounced free, and that's all it takes.
Gives Marcus Windhager a set shot at goal directly in front. Was never going to miss. And Windhager celebrates his second goal for the afternoon. And St Kilda celebrate their 17th. 17-11, 113. West Coast 5-11, 41. That's 72 points, St Kilda's advantage. About 9 minutes played in this final term.
In terms of risk-reward, for the actual action itself, Bailey Williams there, he just reaches out and taps Windhager's wrist as the free kick's been paid. It would barely feel like a butterfly on Windhager's wrist, but you can't do it. 50-metre penalty is paid and he kicks a goal. It's a big penalty for such a minor thing, but you just can't do it.
Highest score of the season for St Kilda now. 113. Williams back in the ruck, and a free kick going to the Saints. Will go the way of Garcia. He'll feed it off to the run of Sinclair. Driving ball back inside 50 for the Saints. Up they go. No marker down in front of the pack. Marek there doesn't take it. Flanders does. Gets a handball out. Caminiti, handball knocked down. Back into the rubble, and Elliot Yeo with nowhere to go.
Anything on the text line, Benny, for my Elliot Yeo trilogy?
Nothing.
Material?
Zip, nilch, zilch, nada, nothing.
Interesting.
I'm sure Shakespeare got
that's
bigger after he died, so maybe they're waiting.
Maybe people haven't got it yet.
Maybe. But your kids are going to love it as Wilson chips the kick inside forward. 50 and Windhager's on the end of it and marks for St Kilda. About 50 metres out, tight angle. He just peels away and pops this one to the hot spot. Is he looking for Ryan? He goes beyond him and Jimby.
That was a great mark by Jimby.
Jumps in and intercepts the footy. Good mark. Big pack mark too.
He's had some nice moments today, Jimby.
He's tried hard.
Jinby across to Lindsay. Ryan coming in, taps it away, but Lindsay can still collect and put the kick out to Marrick, who can't mark. It was good work there from Wilson to tap it away to Hill, who darts this kick inside forward 50, bounced a few times, and Jinby collects again, works it in a 1-2 with McCarthy, gets it back and then clears it outside of defensive 50, looking for Dersma. Wilkie taps it to ground, and now Dersma has to go after it. He can pick it up, hand pass to Hollins.
Gives the handball infield and Marrick on the logo, kicks to Yeo. Yeo in the middle of the ground. Eagles with it. Yeo sends it out wide and Kelly marks. He's got Shanahan on in the pocket and takes that option. So big Job Shanahan, 35 out, tight angle, 45 degrees, will go back and kick for the sticks.
Well, a little bit better with their ball movement there. Probably the first time today they've actually played with through the middle of the ground and played some tempo footy and changed some angles, Bob, and Jamie Shanahan probably getting a little bit of a gimme here and found some space inside 50. Maybe a couple of St Kilda defenders caught napping, but hopefully the big fella puts one through.
Trying to become the Eagles' first multiple goal kicker of the day. He hits the post.
It's a tough day for the key forwards if you're a West Coast Eagles player. They just haven't had any opportunity.
Margin back to 71 points.
Liam Ryan's just come to the bench. I think that glute soreness has finally done him in for the day. It looked very, very ginger as he loped towards the interchange bench.
It was a slow jog, wasn't it?
It was
Getting
very slow. There was
bench.
a lot of wincing. You could feel it from here.
Their unique injury is because you can somewhat deal with it in the immediate, but overnight, tomorrow morning...
tomorrow morning, the whole right side of his body is filled with cement.
So what's he going to do? Ice bath? Is that your...
Myth? Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
So St Kilda just working the footy along
Waste
here
of
from the
time.
wing, back through defence. Waste of time, okay. Don't worry about that.
Not for a corky in the early parts, but...
What about the soreness? Just...
I think you'd throw everything at it. Hot, cold, light massage, light movement. Bit of Reiki if you're that way inclined.
St Kilda have worked the footy to centre wing as Hall takes it and kicks to a pack at left half forward. Plenty of players surrounding the footy, and in the end it's dished away by Duff Tyler as West Coast try and move it the length of Docklands. Hand pass to Kelly. Hand pass to Millen Murdoch. Hand passes it across to McCarthy, who can now kick towards Shanahan. He's running onto this inside forward 50. He's got to step back, track it, take it, hand pass it back to Waterman. He'll put a little dinky kick into the left forward pocket, and Baker marks it on the turf.
Good grab.
He had one go at it. It almost looks like he slipped out of his hands, but it went into his right arm, and he's pulled it in, Baker.
And a good call by the umpire. They're not easy calls for the umpire to make, or for special comments, and I felt like we both got it right, umpire and Murphy. That's how we do things in here, Kel Sinclair.
So here is Liam Baker. 2 goals last week. Can he get 2 goals this week? No, that is completely across the face. It'll still stay in play. Wangani Miller will pick it up, and it'll cross into the right back pocket where Carl Wilkie can mark. No score there, 71 points in Kilda's lead.
Brisbane with an early 13-point lead in the other game. 10 minutes into the opening term. Hill on to Wangani Malera. Kicks for Flanders on the logo. Flanders inside 50. Marshall tracking it back, getting back there with him and doing a good job, Young. Now to play it goes right forward pocket for the Saints. They lead by 71, 14 to go. We missed 4 players on our list. I'll be very impressed if people can get them on 0437 774 774 who have played for both of these teams. You're looking back in the 90s. Duff Tytler palming it down. Picking it up, Kelly. Marrick, back pocket for the Eagles. They've got the footy. And they'll clear through Dersma. High kick. It'll come down on the 50. Dropping it to Koning. Allows in Lindsay. Gets rid of it to Champion. And then a clearing kick for Hoff. Wilkie He's got a free kick.
If De Koning wants to be one of the best ruckmen in the competition, I'm talking like, the Darcy Camerons, the Max Gorns of the competition, those sitters, he just has to gobble them up because they're going to come.
Hunter Clark inside forward 50 for St Kilda. Caminiti runs onto it, punks the mark.
And that's part of your craft as a ruckman. You've got to take those intercept marks, particularly against teams like these, like the Max Gorns of the world. They just gobble those up, and it's just the biggest breath of fresh air for the rest of the team when your ruckman takes them. He's had a couple of those moments today, Sam De Koning.
So Anthony Caminiti from a tough angle, about 20 metres out, runs over the boundary line, puts this one towards goal as he snuck it through. He has, Anthony Caminiti. Wasn't on the team sheet when it was lodged on Thursday night, and now gets a goal for his efforts. Anthony Caminiti just threaded that one through superbly. 18-11-119, West Coast 5-12-42. 15 minutes played in his final term, and the crowd posted as 29,017, Ben.
Just on that, it was very bizarre. So, wasn't named Anthony Caminiti, then was added to the squad. Liam Stocker went out with load management. So, I don't know what's happened there, but Caminiti ends up playing in the AFL and Stocker doesn't end up playing.
Well, yeah, Caminiti, he'll be dining at Rockpool this week with a... not sure of his contract situation, but if there's match payments involved, you're thrilled, particularly in the early parts of the career.
4 goals to none in this term, and the text has come in from Jamie in Freo. Paul Harding, also Jim in Moama, got it right as well. Hall out of the middle. We've got 3 to go. Kicks inside 50 for the Saints. They lead by 77 points.
Paul Harding, moustache. Yeah.
Now works as a dentist.
Does he?
I believe, says Jim. I don't know.
Tall dentist.
Young kicks up towards the wing. Contest there off the hands of Marshall. Yo's onto it. Dribbles a kick to half forward for the Eagles. Silvani, the first responder, gathers for St Kilda. Kicks inside the defensive 50, and the mark taken by Clark. Saints ball. They lead by 77.
Clark whips it out to Dougal Howard. Still in defensive 50. A little chip to Flanders. His first goal in St Kilda colours after switching across from Gold Coast today. His kick towards Mitch Owens nearly hit him on the chest, was good. And then Duggan tapped it away. It goes over the boundary line. St Kilda ahead by 77 points. Joel Peterson on the boundary.
If they're not corkies, they're cramps down here, Loz. Liam Ryan looks like he's given up on the day. Hugo Garcia's a bit sore. Brad Hill's a bit sore as well. Tim Kelly's been getting treatment throughout the day. And I just wanted to offer my support for Bob Murphy. Some brilliant comedic work from him today.
Thank you, finally.
There was a text in support as well, Bob, but I've lost it off the screen. The Eagles, through Willem Dersma, tight ropes the boundary line with his kick. They find Baker. 77 points. St Kilda's lead. Baker kicks up towards half forward. They come at the footy. Jack Williams spills the mark. And at ground level, they scrap after it. And we'll get a ball up. Duff Tytler at the bottom of the pack. Left half forward here for the Eagles.
Thrown up. Duff Tyler, unopposed in the end, just taps it down, but he finds Wilson of the opposing side, kicks down the wing. Here's Bailey Williams running onto it, standing next to De Koning. He just pushes it towards McCarthy, who hand passes it towards Duggan. Can't pick it up cleanly in the end, does. Spills it out under some pressure. Reid takes it, hand passes it to Williams inside forward 50. We've got a free kick. I've been paid against Harley Reid there. And Max Hall, nope. Mateus Philippou with the free kick for St Kilda. There's it out wide to Windhager, who has a couple of goals to his name this afternoon. Hand pass across to Flanders. One bounces, it hits Wanganeen Millerer. And then a hand pass towards Wilson. Doesn't quite reach him either. So Lindsay comes in, takes it, and hand passes it to McCarthy. And the Eagles will kick the footy to centre wing. Looking for Duff Tyler. Hunter Clark was there. And he can intercept the footy for St Kilda. Chip across to Mateus Philippou. Centre half forward for St Kilda. He might go all the way himself. From outside the blue arc of 50, Mateus Philippou has kicked a huge goal for St Kilda. And that has pushed the Saints' margin out to an 83-point advantage. 19-11-125. They're playing West Coast 5-12-42. The Eagles haven't scored a goal in this last term, and there's been 5 on the St Kilda side of things. 19.5 minutes played in the last term. This is Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport.
Oh, it's been an emphatic performance by the St Kilda Footy Club today, and the scoreboard tells you exactly what happened out there. But just something that is true of all teams that are in that middle cluster or are still discovering just who they are. And that's what St Kilda are. They're still working it out. We've all got a curious eye on them, a bit like the Melbourne Demons Footy Club. They need to get more depth, and when they get performances from guys like Philippou and Windhager like we have today, they just look like a different team.
On track to be the biggest winning margin in Ross Lyon's second coming at St Kilda. Out of the middle, Philippou short to Hall, 40 out directly in front.
To add to that, Bob, it's a really great point you made, but I think teams in the middle of the road, like guys like Philippou, Higgins, Higgins is probably pretty well established, but Philippou is a really, really good example, is that they take opportunities against the West Coast of the world and the Richmonds, but they need to be a lot more competitive at the top end of the ladder. So when you're going to go play Sydney Swans and you're going to play the Geelongs of the world, I'm not asking you to necessarily win the game, but be in the mark, be around the mark,
that's
be
right.
competitive.
And that's when we watch St Kilda and think, if it's not Naz, then who?
Yeah.
He needs a lot more help than what he's currently getting this year.
Max Hall, a player on the rise.
This player helps him.
And he thumps it through nonchalantly. St Kilda by 89, 21 minutes into the fourth. His second, 20-11-131. Plays 5-12-42. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Sear from Tasmania has got another one of the 15. Peter Malesso.
I wouldn't have got that. That's a deep cut.
There's a lot of tools out there to our audience's disposal to get these 15.
There is.
For a minute I thought you were calling our audience tools, and I just was almost fell off my chair, thankfully.
Absolutely not, Bob.
Thankfully.
We're missing two more.
We've
got 13. St Kilda by 89.
I had a PE teacher refer to me as a spanner.
Were you a lemonade sandwich as well? Was that you that time?
I was. A footy coach said to me, not to me, but his team's a bunch of lemonade sandwiches.
Lemonade sandwiches?
Yeah. I don't know. It's just they're a bit...
I mean, I know it's not good.
Yeah, it's not good. Yeah.
Oh, in the middle, we've got a free kick to Wangani Miller, and also it's Darcy Wilson who'll take it. There was a bit of confusion with everyone on the field, and Darcy Wilson will take it from the centre of Docklands and just thump it to the hot spot inside forward 50. A pack of about 15 players, and in the end Waterman can bring it down. Hand pass it to Marrick. He's under some pressure. Hand pass to Young. Top of defensive goal square. His kicker gets nudged off it by Sharman. Jack Higgins. Rhodes takes it, snaps it. A wonderful goal for Jack Higgins, and a good team goal as well for St Kilda as they put the pressure on West Coast, trying to exit out of the danger zone. Jack's got 5. 5 goals to Jack Higgins. 21-11-137 St Kilda. The Eagles 5-12-42, and St Kilda have kicked 13 of the last 14 goals.
You know what you're looking for, Cal, when you go on a fishing charter? You're looking for some snapper, and Jack Higgins, he is one of the great snappers in our game. 5 today. I think just about all of them bar one might have been around the corner. That one on the left foot snapper. Absolute first class.
It's funny what you remember from people who more like the officials and the coaches from your football career. There was a guy called John Payne, no longer with us, he's a general manager of footy at the Swans, and he said to me, Callum, we're all back in the same horse in life, and that horse's name is self-interest.
7 goals to zip in this final term. The way of St Kilda, they lead by 95 points. Hall goes to full forward again. No mark. Ball spills out into the pocket. Gathered there by Sharman. On towards Wood, who gets rid of it away towards Carroll. And then Sharman, who hooks it back towards full forward. Gathered there by Wilson. Runs away from them. Hooks his snap on goal and overcooks it. Too far out of bounds on the full. St Kilda haven't won by 100 points since 2015. Round 14, 2015. So it has been a long time. It's 95 points at the moment, 24 minutes into the fourth.
Jack Higgins with 5 goals. He's never kicked 6. So maybe he's got that opportunity this afternoon. As the kick out comes to Duggan in the left back pocket. He chips it towards McCarthy. A little unsure of where to go and ends up squaring it up.
6 snapper might be over the bag limit. It's the only problem.
Oh, we'll have to check that. Where Joel Peterson on the boundary is pretty good with fishing limits, so we can ask him if that's over the limit. Kick comes into the centre of Docklands. It will be St Kilda winning the footy back via Sinclair, who can take it. Just chips it out to Wilkie, who lethargically takes the mark. He's cramped. He's cramped
with ball in hand. Not what you want.
All eyes on him. He's cramped, but able to chip the footy across to Wood, who then sends it to right half forward. Wanganeen Miller darts this kick inside forward 50. It wobbles its way into the centre towards Young, who hand passes it away to Shanahan. Tough work for West Coast to get this footy out of defensive 50. In the end, it's Goff that can hand pass it away to Brock, who kicks down the line. But Wilkie's there to take the intercept mark. Joel Peterson on the boundary.
Bag limit for snapper laws in Victoria is 10, 3 of which can be above 40 centimetres.
There you go.
Thanks, Joel, as the kick goes inside 50 from Carroll and Filippo to potentially push the margin into triple figures. It has been a long time coming for the Saints since they've won by triple figures.
I'm convinced that those who fish on the piers of Port Phillip Bay never catch fish. I've never seen anyone catch a fish. So if you're out there, text in. Call me out.
Depends if you count blowfish.
Here comes Filippo from 52, and that was never missing. And he holds the jumper, I think, to show a little bit of respect to the Anzacs, more so than the St Kilda Football Club, but maybe both. St Kilda by 101 points, 22-11, 143, plays 5-12-42. The Eagles have stopped to a walk, 8 unanswered in this final term.
Well, this is what we spoke about, Bob, at three-quarter time. Like, it's going to be a long flight home to Western Australia with Virgin Airlines. With a 100-point loss potentially, like, I know they're young and they're inexperienced, but I reckon that today there's just been, majority of the day, I reckon there's been an attitude and effort conversation needs to be had.
Well, they've shown more this year. They've shown they should be beyond performances like this. So today has been
a disaster.
It's been pathetic, really. They haven't really given much of a yelp at all, the Eagles.
Kelly has a kick inside 50 for West Coast, but Carroll sits back and marks it for St Kilda. It's 8 consecutive goals to St Kilda in this final term. The kick out wide towards Windhager. Can't mark, taps it away enough for Butler to pick up and then chip it towards Windhager. Juggling mark, gets it in front of McCarthy. We paid it. Marks just forward of centre wing on the AFL logo for the Saints. 101-point advantage they have against West Coast late in this final term. The kick inside 50 is punched away by Shanahan. It'll stop at the top of attacking 50 for the Sainers until Duggan comes in to pick it up. Hand pass it away to Hewitt. Hand pass to Yo. West Coast trying to bring it along the broadcast side of the ground, and Yo darts a kick inboard towards Jack Williams, will mark on the AFL logo.
Williams backing back off the mark. So we're missing one of the players. We only need one more.
Is it gettable, Benny?
Yeah, look, late 80s, early 90s. As Harley Reid kicks inside 50 and Bo Wilkie marks. Moves it on to Filippo and on to Carroll. St Kilda by 101 points. As the kick from Hill exits the defensive 50 and Sinclair slips over, time to recover and go back to Bradley Hill. Back to Carroll.
More of a Saint than an Eagle, or an Eagle?
Didn't play an awful lot for either of the two teams, if I'm honest.
All right, okay. No need to criticise the bloke.
Played 11 AFL games. 10 for St Kilda, 1 for the West Coast Eagles.
Oh, no chance.
Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Been running through them all day. The players to have played for both of these clubs.
It's a good segment, Benny. I reckon we should be carrying this throughout the whole year.
Like it?
Yep.
St Kilda by 101 points as Dougal Howard kicks up towards the wing, through the hands of the pack, out the back. Duggan for the Eagles to Murdoch, to Yo, half forward, snaps it back centrally. Punched away by Carroll. Bouncing ball coming through. Garcia gathers it. Flicks it away to Flanders, and the Saints can kick it out to the wing.
And Sharman will mark in plenty of space on the outer wing. He'll kick long down it, looking for Philippou, who marks on the siren. And St Kilda sink the boot into West Coast. They raise the bat with a 101-point win against the Eagles.
Oh, when the Saints go marching in, oh, how I want to be with St Kilda. When the Saints go marching in.
St Kilda led by 19 points points at quarter time. They extended that out to 40 points by half time. For the Eagles mounted a little comeback in the third term. In the end, it was St Kilda kicking 7 goals to 4 in that third term, which put them out by 55 points at three-quarter time, until an 8-goal final term means the Saints win by 101 points. Kilda had 7 multiple goal kickers today, headlined by Jack Higgins, who kicked 5. That's an equal career best for Jack Higgins. Marcus Windhager had a couple. Mateus Philippou kicked 2, both from outside 50 from Philippou. Hugo Garcia had a couple. Max Hall and Cooper Sharman all had 2. Of course, Liam Ryan had 3, even though he was battling through some injury and corkies. Slam Flanders got his first goal for St Kilda. Dan Butler, Rowan Marshall, all individual goal kickers for St Kilda. Well, on the other side of things, it's a little leaner for West Coast, kicking just the 5 goals this afternoon. Job Shanahan, Harley Reid, Elliot Yeo and Liam Baker and Jake Waterman, all with singles on the West Coast side of things. But St Kilda, 101-point victors, their third win of the season. 22-11, 143. West Coast 5-12, 42.
So round 14, 2015, the last time that St Kilda won by 100 points. They haven't won a game by more than 82 since that point on. And the biggest win for Ross Lyon in his second coming as St Kilda coach. 22-11, 143, plays 5-12, 42. Bob Murphy and Cal Sinclair, sum it up for us.
Oh, it was a total domination, really, after the 15-minute mark of the first quarter, where neither side really looked like they wanted to engage in any sort of AFL-level intensity. There's a little bit of sort of jousting and nudging and pushing the ball around. And then it was St Kilda who decided, well, enough's enough. And they started to move the ball quicker. They started to defend with some more intensity. Their appetite for risk and their ability to take the ball through the middle of the ground just exposed West Coast for, well, I was about to say for what they are, but I would have thought that the West Coast we saw today was a thing of the past, because that's them in the dark old days of last year and the last 4 or 5 years, really. They were pathetic, West Coast. They didn't show up. They showed a little glimmer of fight at the start of the third quarter, but other than that, the St Kilda Footy Club did as they pleased. They even butchered quite a few opportunities, particularly in the first half, so it could have even been potentially worse if you can imagine that, when the margin's 101 points. But they just had players with more run, with more skill, and they played with more connection. They made easier and quicker decisions, and in the end, it was just a simple drubbing. It was a devastating performance from the St Kilda Footy Club, and one that they needed to do and execute, and they did it.
Couldn't agree more. They definitely needed to do that, Bob. You really wanted to get a grasp of probably where St Kilda are actually at. If they kind of just scrape through beating West Coast, you probably walk away as a St Kilda supporter and go, oh, okay, we're not really where we think we are. But St Kilda haven't won many games by 100 points over the last few years. I couldn't even recall when they've won by that margin for a long time. So you'd be really, really pleased. They just seem to have a method of ball movement, which West Coast just didn't have anything. Like, we made the point in the start of the game, like, they just had no run. They kept playing. They played really, really slow from the start of the game. So I don't really know if there was maybe a bit of a directive from the coach's box to before the game for Manager McQualter and his coaches to play a bit of a possession game, because they felt like they were playing very cautious and safe. But we saw the animated Manager McQualter at quarter time showing, I guess, as you put it in quotations, some enthusiastic talk to his team. So they fired up eventually for that third quarter. They had a couple of moments there. They gave their key forwards a bit of an opportunity in that third term, but really it was all St Kilda today. Like, I thought Wilkie was terrific. He ended up taking 16 marks in the end. 16 marks in the end. I think he was fantastic.
More than a German bank.
Windhager was unreal. Wanganeen Miller,
does his thing. Jack Higgins, 5 goals. He was superb. Like, he just finds space, and I just feel like with Jack, he just doesn't get the accolades that he deserves as one of the best small forwards in the competition. But they just were able to move the ball. They looked a little bit more polished, and they're slowly starting to get a bit more of an identity. But as we said, Bob, you just want to see how they compete against those sort of top 6 teams on a regular basis. You want them to be around the mark of testing those teams. You don't expect them to win those games, but if they can start testing it and not getting blown away like they've done in previous years, then they're on the right path. But I still think St Kilda supporters are going to have to show an element of patience with this footy club.
So the Saints just gathering, about to head down into the rooms. We'll reveal the final player. A lot of people onto it. The Freo Cookster, Mike in Country WA. And a few others, I think, have texted through. Pete?
Got it? They've got it, have they?
It is Ian Dargy, a Subiaco man.
Ian
How
Dargy.
like your good self. So as St Kilda head down into the rooms, the full list: Bo Maister, Dale Kickett, David Sirakowski, Fraser Gehrig, Ian Dargy, Jamie Cripps, Jason Heatley, Kobe Stevens, Liam Ryan, Michael Gardner, Paul Harding, Paul Malesso, Phil Magic Narkle, and Tom Hickey. That's the list. As we send it down to you, Joel Peterson, in the victorious St Kilda rooms.
I've got the water bottles laid out in the circle just to get things started and get them all lined up here, Benny. There was a young Saints fan before anyone came in here, a young boy, maybe six or 7, who was absolutely screaming at the top of his lungs, kicking the celebrations off. So they are in fine form. The sort of historic nature of the win today, and you said right from the start, well, it was a little bit of a banana peel game potentially for them, but they did what they had to do and did it in emphatic style today, the Saints. Here's the song.
Saints go marching in. Oh, when the Saints go marching in. Go marching in. Oh, when the Saints go marching in. Oh, I want to be a St Kilda. Oh, when the Saints go marching in.
Brad Hill to come over and have in fact, Mark Swindhager to come over and have a chat to us shortly. And Bob, more marks than a German bank is quality. Das ist sehr gut.
Thanks. Still nothing from Benny Cameron.
I like that.
You gave that one.
I did like that a lot.
I've written it in my book. I'm going to use it and claim it as my own, Bob.
Oh, that's how it works. I'm sure there's no way I would have come up with that myself. It's stolen from somewhere, someone.
What's the saying? Good artists borrow, great artists steal.
Yeah.
Bob. So, you're in that category, my friend.
Just the other game, the Brisbane Lions only leading by 4 points early in the second against the Adelaide Crows. Very shortly we will send you off to the game between GWS and North Melbourne a little bit later on today, so plenty of time to wrap all of this up and pick it apart for the West Coast fans as well as the St Kilda fans. Chad Peris has texted in the White Tiger, one of Australia's sprinters. Dale Kickett for both Saints and West Coast. Been a tough listen along for this Eagles fan while gardening on a beautiful Canberra day. Good on you, Chad. Great to hear from you. Chad was actually my first direct opponent in junior footy.
Is that right?
Yeah, a bit of a speed difference, unfortunately, but he's a good man. His family in Perth listen to ABC Sport religiously.
What position were you playing? I
think we trotted out to a wing, which I don't know what we were doing out there.
Benny.
Media manager.
You don't strike me.
That's a good gear from you, Cal. That's very funny.
See, he laughs when they're funny, Bob.
Well, I just think the yo material was at such a high level.
I was wondering if you were going to have a third one. But you had a third one, so that's where I was impressed.
If Elliot Yeo had a big moment late, I was going to go with something pretty strong. But look, just the lack of encouragement, I was a little bit sheepish. So, that's okay. Hey, you can't win them all.
No, you can't. But speaking of Elliot Yeo, like, where did you see his game today? Like, I thought, he found some footy, but I felt like, they're just crying out for probably just some leadership and some, I don't know what it is with Elliot at the moment. He's probably feeling the weight in his world a little bit, trying to carry this young team. It wouldn't be an easy position for him to be in.
He wasn't their worst, but they just didn't have enough winners on the day.
Let's go back down to the Saints rooms and Joel Peterson.
Thank you, Benny. Marcus Windhager's been good enough to share a bit of time with us. Marcus, 25-2 for yourself, 100-point win for the club. Ross Lyon said after last week he felt like you guys had improved more than your record showed. Do you feel like that improvement got franked today?
Yeah, I 100% agree, and I think we all do. We all feel there's a sense of improvement around the club. Obviously, the record doesn't show it, but I think we've raised our standards about ticking off our values and playing to our system.
It was a slow start. It felt a little bit low energy out there. What did you need to get clicked into gear to make your game work today?
Yeah, it was a bit funny, but all week we've spoken about being in the contest and getting in and not just staying on the outside. Ross was really strong on that all week. Oregon was pretty good from our part to start with, but we just dialed down on it and went again and again and kept on getting in the contest. And we sort of, just outweighed them with that and finally just outworked them.
You're a young player. The last time the Saints won by 100 points, round 14, 2015, Josh Bruce kicked 5, Nick Reebok kicked 4. What were you doing in 2015?
2015, what's that, 11 years ago? How old am I now? God, 12. I was a big Hawks nuffy, so would have gone to a couple of Hawks games, loved my basketball, but yeah, I was saying to the boys after the game that was my first 100-point win, so it's good.
Ever?
No, for the same.
I was going to say, surely you tout someone up in juniors or something like that. So the big talking point out of today in part will be the score review, second quarter. So Rowan Marshall takes the mark on the behind line, and then about a minute and a half later, we all go back and he has the shot and kicks the goal. Where were you? How did that unfold for you? And is that just too long to be going back in your mind?
Yeah, that was bizarre. Don't know what I thought of it. I was on the bench at the time. We're all confused. Had no idea what was going on, but I didn't think that was even possible that you could go back about 2 minutes and play. But we'll take it. Free snag for Big Row.
Well, we've seen a little bit of it with the arc and the last touch rule. Do you feel clear as a player on what they can and can't bring back?
Yeah, it's sort of, if you're going back to the centre bounce, that feels like it's playing like going back to the goal square and having a kick in if it was touch. But God, that felt like you can't go back that long. Like the play had gone out for about a minute. Felt a bit weird. So yeah, I don't know what I think of it. Leave it to the umpires and the AFL.
I'm sure it'll be talked a lot about during the week. Marcus Windhager's with us on ABC Sport. I'll send you upstairs, Marcus. Ben Cameron, Lauren Borden, Cal Sinclair and Bob Murphy.
Marcus, congratulations on a win, mate. And more importantly, thought you were terrific today with, I think you had 25 touches and 2 goals. But, mate, I know you probably can't answer this, but I'm going to have a crack. But where do you guys see yourselves? What's the expectation for you guys this year? You know, I think to put away teams like West Coast, and let's to be frank, they're a lot less experienced than the West Coast Eagles. But do you guys talk finals? Like, is that the expectation to be able to compete and actually get there, or do you kind of just give us the week by week sort of conversation?
Yeah, it's so hard to live in the, the win-loss record space, and looking forward to the future. I mean, around the club, all we focus on and all Ross focuses on, and as a leadership group, we always speak about just focusing on the week coming up. But yeah, we've, I guess, this first sort of part of the season, we've really tried to play 4 quarters of Saints footy, and we've struggled with that in the first six games. So I guess to be able to sort of stamp them in that third quarter when they got a little bit of a run and get some momentum back, that was really positive. But yeah, it's hard to look forward and to the future and playing big games against bigger clubs, but we certainly want to challenge those big clubs. And make a run and push for finals.
Mate, I'm scrolling through your socials now. One thing that's really popped up is you're a golfer and you're in my favourite part of the world, which is Queenstown. Mate, talk to me through your golf game. How's that tracking?
Yeah, I love golf. There's a bit of a golf crew at the club. Me, Big Rowan, Butsy. Who else plays?
What do you play off?
I'm off 12, but
it's good.
Speaking of Queenstown, I reckon that was one of the best trips I've ever done. Went up north first and played Tiari with a few mates. That was out of this world, and then played in Millbrook and what's the other one down there? Jack's Point. It's beautiful there with the mountains in the backdrop and great courses.
Marcus and I actually have the same golf coach, Cal, believe it or not. So I see him from time to time.
Don't name the coach.
I'm not, but I see.
I've seen you play, Benny.
Yep, I see Windy on the way out as I'm heading in. Just quickly, Marcus, a little bit of a bizarre one around Caminiti coming into the team and Stocker going out with load management after he was originally named. What happened there? Do you know?
It's a bit above my head, that stuff, but all I can say is Big Hammer took the piss at training. That sort of helped him make his way back in. But yeah, Hammer obviously was out with a hammy for a few weeks, so I think he was going to play in the VFL and to work his way back in. But yeah, it's above my head, all that team selection stuff.
Marcus, Bob Murphy here. Congratulations on an emphatic win and your own performance. It was a strange start to the game, mate. The first 15 minutes, it was like neither side really wanted to give the best of their intensity or offence or defence, really. It was just a bit of a slow, lethargic start. And then about halfway through, it was players like yourself and Bradley Hill and Nazaya that were able to bring some real run and dare into the game. Was that something that you were conscious of at the time and just the impact of those two other teammates that I mentioned?
Yeah, I don't think I was conscious of it. Like I said before, we were really focused in the contest as a midfield group, but we've spoken as well about our run from the back half, and we're a really strong running team, so those guys like Brad Hill and Naz who just take off, they're really hard to stop, so if we can get in their hands and just bring our simple brilliance of our handball chains, we can really hurt some teams.
And just last one from me, what sort of impact does the structural effect of having both Ruckman, Rowan Marshall and Tom De Koning in the side at the same time, just the options that it gives you guys?
Yeah, it's a great threat. Big TDK's been huge for us so far, and then for him to go forward and then have Rowan, who's equally as damaging, it's good to watch, and they both work really well together. But it's awesome to watch them go to work in the midfield, and at times other teams are going to get a bit of a run on, but I was really happy with the group today that we were able to stamp them at centre bounce and get it going back our way.
Marcus, appreciate your time. You're playing outstanding football, and keep working on the chipping, and I'm sure you'll be shooting some great scores very soon.
No, thanks, mate. I need to start practicing my chipping. It's awful.
There is Marcus Windhager. He's a good man and a good player, playing very well at the moment. Moved down back and really finding his feet.
Is that some intel from your golf coach about his chipping game? I thought there'd be some confidentiality if you're a golf coach.
Okay.
Yeah, interesting.
Wow.
Fair enough.
He mainly is a short game coach.
Geez, you're serious.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm actually not. It's just
unfortunate with golf, isn't it? It's a great game, just the golf outfits, of course, holding a lot of people back from playing it.
You could go, well, yeah, it's not good for you because no denim allowed, and you'd have to be minus 2 pieces of denim.
I can't be getting around in what those golfers are playing.
It's getting better.
Let's pick it all apart here today. Let's talk about the big issue, or one of the big issues out of the game that will be spoken about, given this is a game that we'd expect St Kilda to win. They've done that. They've won big, a record margin, or their biggest winning margin since 2015, biggest winning margin in the second coming of Ross Lyon. We heard Marcus Windhager speak about it there. The minute 40 or 90 seconds that passed in between a kick that went across the face of goal, big Rowan Marshall tries to take a mark on the behind line. Seemingly it's called a behind. Play goes on for a minute 30, and then the ARC intervenes and says, take it all the way back. That's a mark. Multiple possessions, disposals have taken place in the interim. Mm-hmm. The ball goes back. Windhager snaps the goal. How did we feel about it in that moment?
Well, I feel for the people in the ARC having to make that decision. So, they need time. And I think you can't necessarily, if there's a human, I don't know much about the ARC, but there's a human element to review vision, take a look. And it was really, really line ball, Bob, with where he marked.
Well, I don't want to add any more chaos to the conversation, but I'm not even convinced that they got the decision right after all. It was, it was so close.
Tight.
So that's why they've taken so much time. The question I have is, at what point do you just have to let it go?
My point's I believe once the ball's back in motion. Once the ball is back in play, I feel like the toothpaste is out of the tube. It's gone. I don't feel like then you can call it back.
Particularly after a minute.
I don't know if I'm as hard and fast as you once it's back in play, because that can happen really, really quickly.
And that's what the point I made to you at halftime. They want the game to be quick. They want the game to be fast, which is fun. They don't want these pauses in play. But if you do that, you take away the ability for those in the ARC to actually make quick decisions, because it does take time. Well, hang on. This is a real unique one. As you said, the ball was really, really tight. I don't have 3 or 4 seconds to make that actual decision. I need, I guess, a minute and a half to actually review and take a look at it.
So then, Do we want it to come back after a minute?
No, we don't want that.
Yeah.
No,
It is what it is. It is what it is. And I think, we can make a massive deal out of it. It happened in this game. If it happened in the grand final, well, okay, fair enough. There'll be a lot more things to go on. But I just think it's a storm in a teacup, this thing. Like, there are mistakes happen. I think everyone goes out there with the right intention.
No, I understand what you're saying,
but
that's the part. I understand, mistakes happen, and maybe it isn't the biggest thing to happen in footy at the moment. But it seems like there was an error. What is it? Was it the fact that it just took too long? Was there a technical error of the communication broke down, that they weren't able to get the message down? Something went awry that you actually need to find out what it was. Otherwise, do we sit here and think, actually, there is no time limit to this thing. It could have gone for another minute.
And it's what you want the score review to be. So it used to be, has it grazed the post? Is it a behind? What's the umpire's call? This has now gone to almost a separate side of things where was the mark taken, which then will result in a shot at goal and not pay the behind. So it's another kind of nuance to what we're looking at in the arc.
So they do it in the NHL, in ice hockey, but it's usually the other way, where the ball is slapped into the back of the net so quickly and it bounces back out, and the officials don't know that it's scored. Then a big horn sounds and they review it and they say, no, that's actually gone into the back of the net, and that's a goal. If it's no goal, they're usually reviewing it in the time that they go back to the centre and drop the puck. But it's just...
Well, maybe as an audience, we need to be a little bit more accepting that these things are going to take time, and things will get called back. It's not going to be pretty, but if we want to be really precise and, to the letter and to the minute, these things are going to happen and we have to deal with it.
So that's the counterpoint, isn't it? So are we willing to either accept that, one, if we're not going to review it, we might get the wrong decision. There might be a mark that should have been paid, or vice versa that isn't, so a score that should be and shouldn't be that goes the wrong way? Or are we willing to stop the game for 10 to 15 seconds while we check it? Or are we happy with that? Because those are, as far as I can try and reconcile it in real time, are the only three options we have.
Yeah, it's what your expectations of effectiveness. And if you think that we're going to get absolute, then I think you'll be disappointed. But it's at what point, what can we live with? What are we comfortable with?
So if you could choose, what would you choose, Bob?
I would probably err on the side of pick a number. I mean, I would like to do it as an activity where you actually went through the process. How long does it take? Call it for that incident. You got 15 seconds. Arc. You've got 15 seconds.
And we'll hold up play for that 15 seconds?
No, you just keep play, but it's 15 seconds from the moment, and then that ball might have just got back into play and kicked, and they go, whistle, bring it back.
Yeah,
we've made a call.
I think it should be on the players to make the challenge. So if Rowan Marshall believe he took that mark, right, he should be able to say, no, hang on, I've taken that mark inside 50. You get a couple of those a game. So, yeah, why not? Well, it's exactly it's probably a smoother way to do it. Like, if you can call it for...
Do you get unlimited?
No, probably not. No, probably not unlimited. Because you could use that as a tactic to...
I know you're a ruckman, but you're happy with the ruckman being given that licence?
Yeah, you probably...
I'm passionate about this topic. There are a lot of ruckmen out there. I haven't met... There's this narrative out there that ruckmen are a little bit kind of, I don't like using the word dopey, but I tell you what, there are some midfielders out there that... I've got some challenges.
Your former assistant coach in Sydney
totally took out of context. That's not where I was going.
Now a senior coach, Dean Cox. Stephen King is a senior coach. So lots
both
of
very both very bright intellects. Both those guys.
My man Brendan Lade, maybe a future senior coach.
I've heard good things.
So we've got three.
Matthew Primus is also a very acclaimed coach for the Southport Footy Club.
Anyone want to offer up a bit of balance on the other side of it? No?
Speaking of tall people in occupations, Peter Street. He's a
very,
very tall policeman.
Very tall. Yeah. Very tall policeman.
He was the original 2 metre Peter.
He was.
Yeah. We've got Peter Bell, who's 1 metre Peter.
That's right.
Sam in Joondalup. Ben, the Saints have just won by 101 points, and everyone has been on them all season. Can we please talk about that? So, how much weight do you give to a 101-point win over the pretty lowly West Coast Eagles. Were there signs? Were you happy with what you saw from St Kilda? How do you judge it all?
I like the evenness of their performance. So, they were dominant, and, Kel, you're about to do the votes, and, there's a fair few St Kilda players to pick from. So they were up against a team that's substandard, really, for AFL level from West Coast today. That's their aberration. They should be beyond performances like that, so I won't give them another one like that for the rest of the year. They've had their one. Every club gets one in my book, so they've had theirs. It's players like Jack Silvani was sensational today, and he's had a quiet start to his time at St Kilda. But when you have players like Philippou who stepped up, Max Hall, he steps up every week at the moment. But some of their lesser known role players, I felt like we got something from all of them today. And it wasn't just in terms of offence and beautiful play to look at. I just thought there was an even contribution, which is one of those footy cliches. But St Kilda are a club that they need their, call it bottom six, whatever, role players. They actually need contributions every single week, because as good as Nazire is and as good as Bradley Hill can be and as good as Cam Wilkie, they don't have enough superstars and match winners to rely on them to get enough wins to play finals footy.
It'd be interesting to see Max King. He's actually getting some minutes in the VFL today, so he'll be obviously an interesting watch to see.
That's a big one.
It's a very big one, but they've played a lot of footy without him now, and the guys like him, I guess they demand a focal point within the team, and there's probably a way in which they're playing. There's probably been a little bit different to probably when he was last in the side. So I'd be curious to see what they do with him over the coming weeks and how, fingers crossed, he actually gets through. He's had a horrible run, but if you're Ross Lyon and you're reviewing that game, you go, all right, we've improved. Probably 12 months ago, we probably played the Eagles, and we're still beating them, and we're probably, but we're not beating them by over 100 points.
Scratch out a win.
Exactly. We're not beating them over 100 points. So
the King Marshall de Koning trio,
I was just going to say
those three together,
he's the one they need.
That's the most optimistic version of St Kilda. I think we think, oh wow, if they could get the balance of those three, that's a nightmare for opposition.
It does seem like he's edging closer. So
just on the VFL, they're in the final quarter. He scored one behind, 4 disposals, but I'm obviously not sure how much time he spent on the field or how they've eased him.
As long as he didn't get injured.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, they are
5 shots on goal. It's good.
They're pretty low numbers.
Let's go back to the rooms and Joel Peterson.
Thanks, Benny. I was actually keeping an eye on Max King's numbers throughout the day. I reckon he's had those 4 disposals for about a quarter and a half, just quietly. So either he's not getting the footy, or so we'll do a little bit of work to find out a little bit of an answer there. I'm just in the Eagles rooms. It's probably not as sort of sombre a mood in here as I thought. I think that's in part because there's a lot of player families here. Of course, they don't come over here every week, and they get the opportunity to come in and celebrate with family and that kind of thing. So there's plenty of player families in here that are keeping the mood a little bit up, but there's some pretty flat faces from a playing perspective. And just to give you a little bit of an insight here, Benny, they've got this sort of area roped off just as you walk in the door from the sort of the main thoroughfare out the back here. And there's 2 people that stand head and shoulders above basically everyone else. One is Cooper Duff-Tytler. The other is Cooper Duff-Tytler's dad, Jason, who was a very handy footballer back in his day as well. They are sort of the 2 tallest people in that crowd at the moment, and it's not hard to spot where the Duff-Tytler family is situated in all of that.
Great work, Joel. Good job right throughout the afternoon. We will certainly chase up that King information. That is a real concern. If he has been injured again in the VFL, I've sent a text message to St Kilda to try and find out what is going on there. I think that's hopefully a good answer that you guys gave around St Kilda for Sam in Joondalup of WA. Sounds like a St Kilda fan that there's improvement. We're judging it even against a pretty disappointing West Coast Eagles side, but it feels like they've improved on last year. What about the Eagles? I'm watching Harry Schomburg do his running out there. He got moved 20 metres to his left because the sprinklers had come on, but the Eagles overall, it wasn't what they would have been hoping for coming here today. There were suggestions from both of you that they need more experience in the midfield. Is that something they should target as they move forward?
Oh, I think they need more, of a lot of things. They're working their way back from, the bare bones. So the year so far has been a successful one. We've seen them jag a few wins and play some good footy. So that's why today was so disappointing. Now, I wasn't expecting them to win today, and I probably expected for St Kilda to win well. But when I say win well, I mean by 6 or 7 goals. So 100 points, and it was a 100-point defeat that didn't shock you by the way they started. There was no real, West Coast have shown up here. It was almost as if West Coast had resigned themselves to the fact of, probably not our day today. That is unacceptable. Their development, any AFL club, that is just, that you just can't accept that. You can't go into a game and play safe, look lethargic, not even look like you have that sort of appetite to, we might be a chance today to ask the opposition a question. They didn't ask St Kilda any questions today, either with the ball or without. So that's why I think it's disappointing. But look, it's a long year. I give clubs one game a year where it's an aberration. Well, West Coast has had theirs today.
Yeah, it's going to be a long flight home, particularly for the coaches. Like, to code that game on the laptop for a 5-hour flight back to Melbourne, that's going to be a disaster for them, to be honest. But I look at them and go, look, Elliot Yeo, Kelly, those sort of guys. Cripps has obviously been omitted from the team, but they're not going to be around forever. So what are they going to do from an experience and list management point of view? Tasmania's probably come at the worst time for the West Coast Eagles.
I think they'll have most of their work done, you would hope, by the time Tassie arrive.
Well, they need to do a lot of work, in my view. Like, you can't...
They've got some there, though, don't they?
Yeah, they've got Reid and Dersmer and Lindsay today.
But it's going to take time for those guys to actually become, I guess, consistent senior. Those guys need to be led by someone for another 2, 3, 4 years.
Sound like Ross Lyon. They need some bull elephants to teach them.
They genuinely do. And I'm bullish on this. You've got a guy like Finn McGuinness who's sitting there. He reminds me of Josh Kennedy when he was sort of at Hawthorn. Now, bear with me. I know Josh Kennedy turned into an absolute superstar for the Sydney Swans, but he's struggling to get a game on that list at the moment. But when he comes in at AFL level, he was superb yesterday. I just think, go after guys like that, that are going to be hungry for an opportunity. You go to West Coast, you sort of pay them well. I'm not trying to create a headline, but those are sort of the players that are out there. Those are sort of the players that
splash kill.
But those are sort of the players that are out there that I feel like West Coast should be going after. Strong, big-bodied.
It's that next tier as well. That's interesting, though. So Jack Viney's the name that's mentioned. So we're not trying to throw him into the mix as we want that to happen. But the Luke Parker to North Melbourne situation, Luke Hodge up to Brisbane, those sort of situations of, I wonder what players West Coast are talking about to try and lure over just for these bridging years.
Put it this way: if Harley Reid, if they don't get a couple of players this year to go in that midfield, Harley Reid will get to the age of 25 and he'll be exhausted. He'll be absolutely exhausted. So these guys need support. Dersmer, I thought, actually was pretty good today. Moves around very well. Took some really good intercepts. He's got that Bontempelli-like kind of body, really good overhead, covers the ground really well, silky at ground level, and he's a beautiful kick when he gets it.
I really like this Josh Lindsay. I think I've watched him for a few weeks now, and 31 disposals, 10 contested possessions, went at 85% kicking efficiency from his 20 kicks, 2 inside 50s, 450 metres gained, 4 score involvements. I think there's a lot to like about him as well.
They're good numbers for a young player on a day where your club's been humiliated.
Yeah.
Signs of more than just good numbers. That's,
he's probably one guy.
Shows heart.
He's probably one guy sitting comfortably on the plane going home.
And he might watch the Peter Brock ABC documentary.
I highly recommend it. It's a really, really interesting story.
So just a little bit of news out of the VFL. So Saints Nation on Twitter said, looks to be it for Max King's day. Stat sheet doesn't look ideal, but was better than expected. I expect him to play AFL next week. So that's a Saints fan account. It doesn't seem like he's injured. Seems like he played limited time. Ross Lyon did say during the week he wouldn't need much of a run-up come back in. So
I disagree with that. I really think Max King, given his injury history and probably feels like he's, I don't know Max at all, but I could imagine maybe a little bit down on confidence. Hope I'm not. Like, I'd be playing him to a point where he's getting plenty of the footy. He's in really, really good touch. He's kicking goals. He's missed a lot of football. So, maybe, people out there smarter than I are making those decisions, but I wouldn't be rushing him back, particularly after a 100-point win.
Some of the fun... Sorry, Bob, you got something?
No, I was just agreeing with my colleague to my left.
Some of the fun we had during the day, we did talk about the players that have played for both of these teams. I
thought you were going to talk about the LEO stuff, but no, we'll go with your work.
I did say 15. It was actually 14. I counted them hurriedly.
I knew that.
But I counted them down.
But I didn't want to embarrass you.
So, Bo Meister, Dale Kickett, David Sirakowski, Fraser Gehrig, Ian Dargy was the last to be named. Jamie Cripps, Jason Heatley, Kobe Stevens, who you saw at the reunion, Liam Ryan, Michael Gardner, Paul Harding, Peter Malesso, Phil Magic Narkle, and Tom Hickey.
There you go.
So that is the
nice list.
The full list.
David Sirakowski, son of Brian, whose surf ski was chomped by a shark.
David was working in the solar industry in Western Australia. He used to ring me up a few times trying to put some solar on the warehouses that our company owns.
Right.
Now he works in a tenant rep organisation called Resolve XO.
Cal and I are looking to do a Sirakowski podcast at some stage. If there's an appetite for it out there.
I like it. I called Phil Narkle, and his voice message says you've called Phil Magic Narkle.
Phil Magic Narkle.
I believe he's a great man. You said it earlier, Cal. He is one of the great people.
He was. We had a number of...
Is the nickname Pork? Surely. Pork Narkle, surely.
But he was
Am I wrong?
He was the Indigenous officer at the West Coast Eagles there for a long time, and very much loved member of the staff there, and a very, very good sense of humour. Phil
he does.
Had a very, very good laugh with him many times in his office.
I think that scream you heard from out at the Dockland Stadium, someone was a fan of my Pork Narkle joke. I think it was finally some positive reinforcement.
2 jokes relating to Europe and Germany. The marks.
There we go.
More marks than Germany.
Someone did text in and
the pork knuckle.
Someone, John from Ivanhoe, texted in and said, I'm sorry to tell you, Bob, but Germany has gone to the Euro.
Don't let facts get in the way of a good story.
Oh, thanks, John.
The Lions by 23 points in that game early on in the third quarter. So, what is it? 9-8, 62 plays. 6-3, 39 in that fixture as we roll through. We need to get the votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year. Who's got the job there?
Bob kindly gave me the honours during the call, and as Bob said, the Saints had a pretty good spread of contributors today. Definitely a lot more than what West Coast had. But I'll give an honourable mention just to kick off was Cal Wilkie. He had 25 disposals and 16 marks. Definitely has to go with the mention there. But with my one vote, I am going with Marcus Winhager. 25 touches and 2 goals. He was absolutely superb. I think he's taking his game to a new level, and those midfielders that can sort of go forward and hit the scoreboard are worth their weight in gold. So he gets the one vote today. You can't kick 5 goals without getting in the vote. So Jack Higgins was absolutely superb. I just snapper. I just love the crafty work from him. He knows where they are and he takes his opportunity. 5 goals straight actually for Jack Higgins. So the accuracy there is sublime, and probably no surprise, 34 touches, Nasiah Wanganeen Millera copped some attention early, but he had, I'm not sure how much metres gained, he had 678 metres gained, so he's had a really, really strong performance, very, very consistent. So 1 vote, Marcus Winhager, 2 votes goes to Jack Higgins, snapper, and 3 votes, Nasiah Wanganeen Millera.
Great work, gents. We've still got a few minutes here. Cal, you were a North Melbourne fan as a kid.
I was.
You're a big...
I'm back on them.
Are you back on them?
Yep.
Are you actually?
I am.
You glad they stayed in Melbourne now?
No, I got a lot of criticism for my comment on ABC Sport that supposedly got back to Sonia Hood at the North Melbourne Football Club. I thought they missed opportunity to go to the Gold Coast back in the day. That's I'm more than happy that they stayed in Victoria. But if in hindsight, I think it was an opportunity missed.
Yep. They're happy to have you down at the club as well.
Are they?
Yeah. They told me in the wake of that, they weren't upset about it. They were just a bit confused how the conversation got there. But they said, tell Cal, welcome to come down any time. We'll have him in at Arden Street and show him around. I said, oh, he's a Kangas fan as a kid. He'll be thrilled to get down there and see the boys.
Mate, I'd be thrilled to see the 1906 memorabilia. See Mick Martin just lighting up on Tony Lockett there, and Darren Crocker, Craig Scholl.
Great player, Craig Scholl. Ian Fairley.
It's an open invite.
The fridge, Mark Roberts.
Yep.
Oh,
if you're in the inner north, just let us know, and they're happy to have you in there to check it all out at Arden.
So you genuinely, like, if the AFL round's on offer and you're not working, you're not with us here at the ABC, Kangas,
Yep, I'm back on the Kangas, mate. We were big nuffies back in the day, so Friday night footy was a big thing in our family. We they played a lot here at Marvel Stadium, called Colonial Stadium, I think was the first ever.
It was
called Colonial Stadium. So we used to have tickets every week to the Kangas, and a lot of big moments. Jason McCartney's big moment here at Marvel Stadium. David King kicked a goal off the ground from about 55 metres out. That was a terrific goal. So, mate, there's a lot to like about them. And they are playing good football at the moment. And I think they're a little bit similar to the Saints. They've had a really good, generous, not that the Saints have, but they've had a very generous fixture at the start of this year. And I think going into the next part of that season, we'll see how much they've improved when they have to compete against the Swans and the Fremantles and the Geelongs of the world.
I am convinced.
Yeah,
Mel Sinclair is a Kangas man.
That's where we're about to send you very shortly. Brett Sprigg, Declan Byrne, Lauren Arnell and Jason Saddington, as well as Adam Shirley on the boundary. So just in their next 6 weeks before the bye, GWS at Manuka today, Geelong at Cardinia Park, coming off a loss too, good luck, Sydney at Docklands, Adelaide at the Adelaide Oval, and Gold Coast here at Docklands. The next 6 weeks will decide, I think, the trajectory of their season.
In their development phase that they're in, I reckon they should be highlighting this part of the fixture, and I'm sure they would have, to really kind of get a really good assessment about how well they've actually gone. You don't want to see blowouts. If they pinched a game or two out of that 6, you'd be pretty happy. As long as you're not getting blowouts like we saw today, but you just want them to be testing those teams. And if they pinched 1 or 2, I think as a North fan, you'd be very happy.
Just before we go, good news, official word out of St Kilda that Max King came off for the day about halfway through the third, just on managed minutes, got through, all good. Cal, great work from you.
Thank you.
Same from you, Bob. Lauren Borden, outstanding as always. Joel Peterson. Craig Davis back in the studio. Stu Hollywood-Baker has been immense, as always, on this Sunday afternoon. Great to have your coverage, but we are about to head to GWS in North Melbourne. Stick with us for that. Brett Sprigg, Declan Byrne, Lauren Arnell, Jason Saddington and Adam Shirley. St Kilda, they led by 19 points at quarter time. They led by 40 at the main break. They piled on goals, 7-4 in the third quarter to lead by 55 as we turned from home. And then it got even better for the Saints. 8 unanswered in the final term to win by 101 for the first time since 2015. Their biggest win in the second coming of Ross Lyon at the Saints. From Docklands, we're saying goodbye.